On the lively city street, cars sped through the crowded intersection. Death came to the main character suddenly and unexpectedly, so quickly that there was not even time to react. In the last moment, memories flashed before his eyes. Unfinished coursework, his best friend, a former part-time employer, people from the orphanage who had an impact on him in childhood. Despite the difficulties, life wasn't so bad after all. But even at this moment, he very much wanted to live. When he made a step onto the pedestrian crossing, a truck suddenly appeared and rushed straight at him. Then everything darkened. When he opened his eyes, he lay on the ground, bewildered, with gigantic trees towering around him. Clutching at his chest and breathing heavily, he slowly got up. At first, he thought that he had probably died, but around him there was nothing like the afterlife he had imagined. No river, no fields with flowers, just an endless forest. His stomach growled loudly. From hunger, he tore off a leaf and began to chew it. The taste was horrible, but desperation managed to overcome his hesitation. He wondered why he was doing all this in the first place. Was he really so hungry that he was eating leaves? Was he going to die of hunger after already being dead once? Giving in to his instincts, he began to search for something more nourishing. His attention was drawn to a large insect that crawled through the grass. He picked up a rock, killed the insect, and ate it raw. It was very disgusting, but better than starving. He thought that maybe it wouldn't be so repulsive if it were cooked. He washed in the river that was nearby, and a slight feeling of relief appeared as the water beneath it was rippling. He noticed the reflection, but it was not his. In the reflection, I saw a strange face. I was overcome with confusion. Has he died and been reborn as a different person? Maybe it's that same popular plot from manga? He was reborn in another world, or perhaps found himself in someone else's body. He fell to the ground. Maybe it all just happened in his dream. Maybe he's now lying in a hospital bed unconscious and recovering. Or maybe the truck didn't hit him that hard. But when the next day came and he knelt down again in the forest, everything remained as it was. He realized that now this is his life. Having decided not to give up, he began to think about how to survive. If he couldn't return to Japan, he needed to gather information, learn, and adapt. For now, the main thing was just to stay alive. He was searching for food, hoping to meet people or find signs of civilization. But there was no one in the forest. He wandered alone. He was eating insects. Suddenly he heard someone's voice. Surprised, he realized that someone or something was addressing him. Before him, a strange creature, similar to a bird, suddenly appeared. He immediately explained that he was lost. The creature irritably replied that it was its territory, and ordered him to leave. He was overcome with fear. He begged, saying that he was of little use, just skin and bones, and that he had eaten only oats the day before. But the creature didn't even react, saying it had its own eating rules and wasn't going to eat him at all. The danger passed, but the mystery of where he ended up and what he became only grew more tangled. The creature approached the hero and wondered who he thought it was. The hero suddenly found himself in a difficult situation, so he tried to calm everything down, retreating back and trying to leave. He spun around and ran, thoughts swirling in his head. What had just happened? He was thrown into an unknown world where he had to survive by eating centipedes and living in a strange body. Now a griffin appeared before him. Everything around was strange, hostile and frightened to the core. All he wanted was to escape, but he had not gone far when a griffin descended from the sky and blocked his path, menacingly reminding him that this was his territory. Even the deepest jungles were under his control. Such was the pack created long ago. The griffin asked the main hero how he dared to look for food on his territory. The main hero fell back in fright. He tried to explain that he had simply gotten lost. He didn't even know that this land belonged to the griffin. But the griffin still accused him of lying. It was believed that for over 200 years there was an agreement between humans and griffins. This is known even by every child if the hero counts on mercy. He needed to come up with a convincing reason and prove that death was inevitable. The main hero decided to tell only the truth. He confessed to the griffin that he occupied this body and that he was not from this world. The griffin was surprised and asked for an explanation. At that moment, the protagonist fully realized his situation for the first time. He had really died. Standing on his knees, he explained that he knew nothing about this world and about the body he found himself in. He could only ask to be understood. The griffin, although he had doubted, still pondered, acknowledging the hero. If he was indeed a traveler, a stranger from another world, then his ignorance was quite understandable. The griffin's tone changed. He apologized, which greatly surprised the main hero. The creature realized that a misfortune had befallen it, and how hard it was to find itself in an unfamiliar world. The griffin advised him to reconcile with this world. If he had to regret his fate, hatred would not change anything. Having become interested, the main character asked who the travelers were. The Griffin explained, "These are people from other worlds who were reborn here." But the hero clarified that he was not born in this world. This interested Peter Griffin. He wanted to know the whole story to the end. It acknowledged that it knew nothing about such a case. Although earlier, 5 centuries ago, it had already encountered travelers, but none of them were similar to this one. Still, Griffin decided that the main character fits the description of a traveler, which can be considered a kind of rebirth, albeit an unusual one. Griffin added that the hero is now in the body of a child, so he was an adult before. The main character confirmed this. He used to be different, but now he has become like this. He asked if this doesn't cause any problems. The Griffin replied that he would spare the hero, but only on one condition. He had to perform one task for him. Deep in the forest was a cave that hid something unexpected. The main character followed the Griffin inside, unaware of what awaited him. As they stepped into the darkness, the cave revealed its secret. There were people standing there, among whom were many children. The Griffin nodded towards them, as if he wanted the hero to understand something important. There were many children gathered, about 30 by his count. The atmosphere was quiet and tense. The Griffin noticed that these people belonged to the same folk as the main hero. The main hero looked around and was surprised at how many young faces there were. He thought, maybe this body was also abandoned due to hunger? His weak and exhausted appearance only confirmed this idea. The Griffin told that recently people had begun to often leave their children in the forest. He didn't know the reason, but it had already become a common phenomenon. The main hero asked if he was being asked to take care of them. The Griffin confirmed this confidently. He was to look after the children until they were strong enough to survive on their own. The main character thought about it. In fact, he had nothing against children. He himself grew up in an orphanage, so he could understand them. But the situation seemed too complicated. So he asked if the main problem was the lack of food. The Griffin assured him that there would be enough food for 3 years, during which time the children would have to learn to survive on their own. This surprised the main character. He did not expect such responsibility and such generosity. Now he understood. The Griffin was not cruel at all, but, on the contrary, acted with care and duty. The hero clenched his fist and felt determination growing within him. But the question remained, why did the Griffin save these children? The Griffin replied simply, if you decide to save someone, you must take responsibility to the end. To save and then abandon is even worse than not helping at all. The main hero began to understand everything. Fruits in the nest of the Griffin. They were gathered and brought here for the children. It turns out that the Griffin sheltered the children, but did not know how to take care of them. Perhaps that's why he was looking for help. This realization brought him back to reality. He accepted this task. He will take care of them. It was the right choice. He looked at the children again, though he was not sure. He introduced himself as their leader. The children just looked at him in confusion and didn't answer anything. Then he understood one important thing, the language barrier. The inkwell turned to the Griffin, asking about the problem of understanding. The Griffin agreed that yes, this is indeed a problem. He explained that those who arrive from other worlds simply do not understand the local language. He had almost forgotten about this. Then another question arose. How did he manage to communicate with the Griffin? It turned out that this became possible thanks to a divine gift, the blessing of the divine word. Thanks to this gift, he could understand and speak with other creatures. The main hero froze in amazement. The Griffin offered him to receive a divine gift, even if only for a short time. He was simply stunned by the thought that such power could be transferred so easily. The Griffin explained that it was usually impossible to share divine grace, but he had a special divine ability, to give this power to others. Thanks to this, he could for some time transfer one of his graces to someone. The main character was worried. Wouldn't this become a problem for the Griffin? But the Griffin quickly calmed him down. He wasn't going to give up anything very valuable. It's just about the temporary transfer of the divine gift of understanding language. This special gift allowed changing both voice and hearing so as to understand another language. Thanks to this, it was possible to communicate with those who speak differently. But this gift had limitations. It worked only with a certain number of languages. The main character was interested in how many such divine gifts the Griffin had in total. The answer was 12 Gishinev. This number stunned him. Looking at one of the children, he wondered, perhaps divine blessings are common here? Or is this Griffin girl really special? Maybe in this world people easily receive multiple blessings at once. The Griffin explained that although he had many blessings, not all of them were truly useful. For example, the gift of language did not help him much, since his vocal organs were not suitable for real speech. But now this blessing will be tested when the main character will speak directly with the children. He turned to them and, to his surprise, began to speak their language freely. The words followed one another without any effort. He greeted the children politely and was amazed that a foreign language sounded so easily from his lips. The girl approached him and greeted him with respect, thinking to herself whether she could call him Oni-chan. The main character was surprised by her words but understood everything she said. After that, the boy pointed at him with his finger and asked what his name was. In response, the main character insisted that the boy introduce himself first. He said his name was Ron, and immediately stated that he was in charge here. Then Ron asked with a challenge in his voice the name of the main hero, and when he would return, the main hero stopped, cast a glance at the griffin and quietly asked for advice. He wanted to choose a name that would fit into this world. In response to the question about the meaning of the word, Griffin suggested that it was diamond. The griffin made this sound simply because he liked how it sounded. That was enough. After that, the main character introduced himself as Almas and politely greeted Ron. Ron asked warily how old he was. Almas replied that he was 20. Ron did not believe it because Almas looked younger than him, but Griffin confirmed that Almas was telling the truth. Ron reluctantly agreed, trusting Griffin's words. Then Almas suggested that everyone get to know each other. Ron was 12 years old. The girl he had met earlier was called Sojin. She was his childhood friend. Another boy introduced himself as Rosewood. He was 11 years old. Then there was Tetra. She was 10. There was also a girl named Grem, also 10. And finally Lulu. She was also 10. I had almost the impression that they were all at least 9 years old. Although Ron had already introduced himself, he still showed that he did not yet recognize Almas as his leader. Almas understood why they were being distrustful. To the children, he was just a stranger who had suddenly appeared and started giving orders. It reminded him of his time in the orphanage. Soyan Chandong tried to calm everyone down and told Almas that Ron was not actually angry, but just a little foolish. Ron got offended, asking what she was doing and who she was calling stupid. Soan calmly replied that she was just telling the truth. Ron in response called her stupid for saying that about him. They started arguing. I almost watched them and noticed that, although the children were left to themselves, they still remained alive and energetic. But Almas understood that everyone was hurt. Though they laughed and joked, each had their own wounds. Then he confidently stood before everyone and promised to protect them. Among those present, a girl named Teta watched him closely. Ron asked Almas, who everyone already considers a leader, what he plans to do. Almas confidently replied that the first thing he would deal with is the development of agriculture. One of the kids asked Almas incredulously, "Agriculture? Are you serious?" Although Almas remembered farming very little, he was sure they had no other choice. Griffin's support will last only 3 years, after which all 31 people will have to provide for themselves. There was simply no other way out. Ron doubted. Would they be able to engage in farming at all? How would they start? Almost everyone silently agreed that Ron was right. Their situation was indeed complicated. They were deep in the jungle, surrounded by dense forest. The land was not yet suitable for growing anything. First, it was necessary to clear the area, to cut down trees, to uproot the roots. Only then will the soil become soft enough to be worked. But there was an even more serious problem. All these people are children. How many of them can actually wield a pickaxe? Rose said out loud what everyone was probably thinking. They are trapped. Maybe it's just easier to give up. She turned to Tetra, waiting for confirmation. The griffin, who was listening from above, interrupted sharply. You can't give up. Sojin tried to understand what this farming was, and asked what exactly needed to be done. They barely replied to that to start with. They needed iron tools. If they had tools, the task would have been much easier. Ron asked what needed to be done to get them. Alma replied with one word. Trade. Ron sighed. All valuable things had long since disappeared, either eaten or broken by the children. But Alma smiled. By some miracle, they still had a few things left. It's just a pity that they couldn't be eaten either. At this moment, the griffin returned, carrying a whole bunch of swords. He apologized for being a bit late. Olmos was truly amazed at how quickly everything happened. He thanked the griffin, understanding that now they had a valuable thing for the case. Ron and Roswood were amazed. Before them lay real weapons, swords. They immediately guessed that these things belonged to those who once tried to defeat the griffin. But everyone suffered defeat and left their things here. The griffin, over time, collected all this together, and the equipment turned out to be much more than they expected. The griffin himself confessed that these discarded things all over the forest annoyed him. He wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. That's why he advised them to wait. They need to collect more. For the griffin, this was just cleaning up unnecessary trash that couldn't be burned. Tetra turned to Almas and asked if he wanted to exchange these weapons for agricultural tools. He replied affirmatively with a warm smile. Almas tried to stroke her head to praise her, but she almost pushed his hand away. Ron suggested exchanging swords for food, but Soyan objected. What would they do when the food ran out? Would they graze on grass? Ron discontentedly sighed and agreed. Then Soyan asked if it was really enough for them to just start cultivating the land. He had almost explained that finding the right soil was very important, and if they couldn't manage it themselves, they would have to ask adults for help. And the swords could be a good payment, so there was a chance they wouldn't fall into bad hands. Deep down, Almas was calm. If something went wrong, Griffin would protect them. Then a practical question arose. Where exactly could they exchange these varieties? Did any of them have experience in such matters? The children looked upset and the girls looked apologetic. Ron admitted that he didn't know, and I said the same. Then Rosewood grumbled irritably that it's better to die than to say something. It turned out that Rosewood didn't know anything either, did he? All eyes turned to Tetra. She took a step forward and said that she knew where they were. She pulled out a rough map and began to explain. They were now in the Ramalia jungle. To the east was the icy kingdom of Ro. To the northwest lay the kingdom of Gild, and to the northeast was Demerga. Further north was the kingdom of Faldarm. Tetra used a stone to draw on the ground, adding details. Royce was bad at making iron tools. Demenga and Gilbed were cunning. They took advantage of hunger to attack Faldarm. Almas realized that their chance had come. With new weapons, they could get a good reward. It was their moment. He asked Tetra how she knew so much. Her answer was discouraging. If the adults from those lands find out that the children have weapons, they will probably take it away from them by force. He replied almost confidently, assuring everyone that he had already thought everything through. To alleviate their concerns about arms trading and the possibility of being cheated or robbed, he showed one large, bright, and recognizable feather. It was a griffin's feather. Ron and Rosewood couldn't believe their eyes. It was the feather of the griffin itself. He almost wanted to explain that if they showed the feather to adults and said they were acting on the griffin's orders, no one would dare refuse them. It would be irrefutable proof and protection. But still, he mentally decided to definitely ask the griffin himself for permission. Rosewood felt uneasy. The mere thought of mentioning Griffin's name already inspired fear. He almost advised that it would be better for everyone not to go to the market together. A small team was needed for this. They asked for volunteers. Rosewood and Soyana immediately raised their hands. He almost decided to take Tetra with him as well, even though she hadn't volunteered. She started to object, but he almost explained that her knowledge of the area and her intelligence were much needed. Tetra let out a heavy sigh, closed her eyes, was clearly unhappy, but silently agreed. The next day, the group reached the noisy market on the territory of Demergi. Almas, along with the children, laid out their collection of weapons in front of a row of vendors. With confidence on his face, Almas began the negotiations. He had 10 steel and 6 bronze swords. He asked if he could exchange them. The old trader leaned in closer to examine the weapons and immediately noticed their quality and origin. He asked if they were not messengers of the Griffin, but before Almas could respond, 2 more vendors approached them and informed the elder that the local blacksmith had already arrived. The elder gave them a few tips, then returned to the group. He silently assessed their weapons. Each sword was masterfully made. The elder inquired what they wanted to get in return. Diamond and the children livened up and noticeably cheered up. Only Tetra remained calm. Diamond conveyed the request: 10 iron adzes, 3 axes, and 8 sickles. On the way back through the forest, Ron was simply delighted. He couldn't believe they had managed to exchange those swords for so many different tools, as iron was very valuable. Soyan was a little worried that maybe they had sold them too cheaply. Tetra agreed. If the weapons were iron, they could indeed ask for more. Mai almost replied calmly. These were negotiations, so starting with a small amount was advantageous. That's how they established trust and left room for future deals. He added that they would return again later. Would the children be able to settle and cultivate these lands on their own? Farming alone would not be enough. They would have to hunt, gather berries, and catch fish. Fortunately, Griffin was already bringing meat and skins that could be sold. But many questions remained. Where exactly should they start cultivating the land? Was it possible to cut down as many trees as needed? and would this not anger Griffin? To clarify everything, Almas told Griffin his plan in full. Griffin listened to him and assured him that there were no problems. Why hadn't the Griffin told him about it before? He asked where the old village was exactly. The Griffin admitted that so much time had passed that he no longer remembered the exact place. But he had an idea. The Griffin offered Almas to sit on his back. From a height, they would be able to see the ruins better. Still hesitating, Almas asked again what rising above the ground meant, but he didn't have time to finish speaking, as the Griffin suddenly soared into the sky, and the hero, frightened, clung tightly to his back. He cried out in despair that maybe it was better to just give up, but the Griffin scolded him and told him not to grab onto everything in a row. Then he almost asked what would happen if he suddenly needed to go to the toilet. Griffin replied seriously, if that happened, he would just drop him. During the flight, Griffin suddenly noticed something ahead. It turned in that direction at full speed. Wings cut through the air. Underneath them, a forgotten village gradually appeared. Ruined buildings, toppled walls, and deserted quiet streets. The Griffin descended and landed in a clearing amidst the ruins. Almas stumbled, dismounting his horse. His legs trembled with fatigue. The Griffin noticed that it was wiser to use what nature had already created, rather than starting from scratch and conquering the land. Almas agreed with this idea and asked for permission to inspect the area. With these thoughts, he walked out among the ruins of the abandoned village. He passed by the destroyed stone walls and the fallen wooden beams. Among the debris, he stumbled upon a narrow stream and knelt beside it. The water flowed clean and transparent, so perhaps it was drinkable. He looked at the remains of the nearest house. Could one still hide in these ruins? The building was old and damaged, but perhaps it could still be repaired. He continued the inspection and stopped at the broken furniture. Although they were damaged, they still retained their shape. If they were repaired, it might be possible to live here temporarily. When he went out into the street, his gaze immediately stopped at the large field. The tall grass swayed smoothly in the wind, and dense trees grew around it. He sat down and ran his fingers through the grass. It seemed to him that there was enough space here. The territory still needs to be cleaned up, but for the household, this place is quite suitable. The location, water, shelter, everything turned out to be even better than we expected. He returned to the Griffin and thanked him. This place turned out to be much better than he had imagined. The Griffin indifferently replied that it was not he who created this land. Almas, still curious, asked the Griffin to tell more about the disaster that drove people away from here. He was particularly interested in the hunger. The Griffin simply said that the harvest had failed then. Maybe it happened due to human interference, or maybe it was even some kind of curse. Almas was amazed. He asked what the Griffin meant. A curse? Did such things really exist? The Griffin replied directly. Didn't Almas know that curses existed in this world? Judging by the expression on Almas's face, he really didn't understand this. Almas asked for proof. The Griffin replied mysteriously. Sometimes the way something is described is already proof. Almas recalled that this world was under divine protection. If humans are cruel creatures, as no other creature kills its own kind as naturally as humans do, he would have hardly accepted it silently, even despite the fertile land, clean water, and a roof over their heads. But all of this would have meant nothing if some disaster had befallen them again. He and the children would have still perished anyway. The Griffin reassured him. No one would touch the jungle. No wizard could surpass the power of the Griffin. Besides, such powerful spells are not cast at once. They require time to prepare. Almas agreed, saying he would call the children now. But Griffin raised his head and looked up at the sky. The sun was already setting. He suggested putting it off until tomorrow. Then he ordered Almas to sit on his back. Almas discontentedly sighed, but Griffin again took to the sky. Almas held on tight, and the wind whistled in his ears as they flew high above the forest. The next day, Almas gathered the children to share some important news. They had found a new home. The children looked at him with admiration, impressed by such an unexpected surprise. Ron asked what they would do first, and then repeated the question, slyly smiling and calling Almas the leader, though not quite acknowledging it. There was a sense in his voice that he hadn't fully accepted it yet. Behind Ron's back, someone encouraged him, as if pushing him to confess his true feelings. Ron grumbled discontentedly and hurried after her, angry. Tetris calmly stood next to Almas. She shared that before his arrival, they were all like lost children. No idea was held onto, no plan was moving forward. Everyone was constantly thinking about their parents. Even small things like Ron and Rosewood's quarrels seemed too difficult. But now everything has changed. Almas looked at her and said that he had once been exactly the same as her. At that moment, Ron turned around and asked what their first lesson would start with. What would Almas teach? Almas barely smiled. They would start with crop rotation. The children were perplexed when they heard the phrase, crop rotation. Ron misunderstood and got very excited because he thought it was about something delicious. Sohin, who was not impressed, joked that Ron always thinks only about food and almost began to explain. The essence of the plan was as follows: to grow crops in rotation over 4 years. Barley, then clover, then wheat. The mistake occurred due to misunderstanding. Why is everything so complicated? It's almost clear. If you constantly grow the same crop in one area, the soil becomes depleted over time and loses nutrients. Clover, however, helps return these important elements to the earth and fertilizes the soil. If they raised livestock along with plants, they could collect manure and make fertilizer from it, which further improved the soil. So everything worked together in a closed circle. The soil and livestock constantly helped each other. That's exactly how crop rotation works. It looked like a miracle, but in reality, everything was simple. Of course, this method had its drawbacks. He explained, if you divide the land into 4 parts and alternate crops, the yield will decrease 2 to 3 times during such a cycle. However, if you start breeding livestock, this disadvantage could be compensated by other advantages. But first, they needed to get the livestock itself. Rosewood, clearly perplexed, admitted that he had no idea what Almas was talking about. Almas explained more simply. It was enough to know that crop rotation in the future would yield more crops. After that, Almas announced their main task. They were repairing houses, and the weather helped them in this. The children together repaired the ruined walls and restored everything they could. Gradually, the village was becoming habitable again. That night they gathered around the fire, sat in a circle, and the light of the flames was reflected in their eyes. The next day, Tetra asked Almas what he was going to do with this place. Almas said that he is thinking of getting goats. Goats were hardy animals. They ate even the bark of trees, and were not picky about food. Even children could handle taking care of them. Goats were not suitable for heavy work, but they were easy to handle. Of course, ideally, he would have liked to have cows or horses. These are animals that can both work and provide meat, but he had no experience with them. With goats, the situation was different. He knew them well. There was even a farm in the orphanage, and he helped raise goats and cows there. For this, he received various products from the farm. Tetra admitted that she didn't know much about crop rotation. Was it really that important now? It seemed like it would just add more trouble. Almost replied that goat's milk didn't taste very good, but it was very nutritious. The meat-based diet of the griffins lacked certain nutrients, one of which was calcium, and a diet with such an imbalance, especially for children, could cause serious health problems in the future. Tetra, realizing this, looked puzzled, as if she wanted to ask again if she had understood correctly. Tetra replied that as she understood, Almas was worried about them. Almas didn't respond directly. He just awkwardly scratched his head. At the other end of the village, someone suggested exchanging cattle. Soyeon turned to Tetra and asked how this trade would take place in general. After all, they are currently experiencing hunger. Would another kingdom agree? Tetra explained that the other kingdom is in dire need of weapons. They simply have no other choice but to agree. And in the house, almost peeking out the window, she noticed that the other kingdom is too far away. Transporting goats over such a distance will be very difficult, unless the griffin helps. Meanwhile, Griffin stood by the herd of goats, looming menacingly over them. He warned, if anyone tried to escape, he would immediately kill this goat. Behind him, Ron looked on in amazement. This was Gryffindor's own. He knew how to speak the language of goats. Rosewood, less impressed, muttered that even if Griffin just wanted to control them, scaring goats was still cruel. In other places, children were already running after goats in the village, shouting when they heard them. Almas was holding a bow in his hands. He said that when he was trading for goats, he saw bows and arrows that were the right size for children, which could come in handy for hunting. So he took a few with him. He took aim and fired, but missed again. Ron laughed and said that it was already Almas's 10th failure. Almas got angry, handed Ron the bow and suggested that he show whether he could do better. Ron stretched the string, released the arrow, but it wobbled and fell to the ground. Almost everyone laughed, joking with Ron about such a failure. He raised his hands and asked if they didn't know how to do anything at all. How would they hunt then? What were they to do now? Ron irritably replied that Almas could only mock. He wasn't behaving like an adult at all. In response, Almas parried. What? Was he himself not a child? Ron said that if Almas wanted to be taken seriously, he should behave like a real adult. While the argument was going on, one of the children watching nearby timidly suggested, Maybe let Grem try? Almas and Ron turned to him in surprise. Grem, really? Almas asked incredulously. If even Ron couldn't manage it, then the problem was definitely with the bow itself. It's probably just some cheap fake, he joked. Maybe it was even made in China. But Graham calmly stepped forward, raised her bow, and confidently drew the string. Released. The arrow flew straight and fell almost into the center of the target. The children froze in amazement. Ron, with his mouth open, whispered, "Are they kidding?" Graham shoots again, and again hits the target. Her accuracy simply stunned everyone. When Sophia suggested trying again, Graham agreed, though he hesitated a little. She drew the bow again and released the arrow, and this time she hit almost the center of the target. It became obvious that it wasn't just luck. Almost everyone noticed that she hit the target twice, and Ron admitted that such accuracy couldn't be coincidence. The other kids, excited, asked Graham to teach them. Graham started explaining where to begin, emphasizing the correct posture. You had to straighten your back properly. But that was a bit later. She almost put her hand on Graham's shoulder. He reminded her that in 3 years, Griffin would no longer be helping. From then on, the hunt would be entirely on her shoulders, so she needed to prepare now. Soyen added that in the end, only Grem could hit the target accurately. Ron grew concerned. Was it safe to leave hunting to Grem alone? Another child noticed that they had only one bow, but the boy almost immediately opened his bag and said not to worry. He had already thought everything through and showed what he had inside. In looked at it carefully and asked what it was. I will tell you how to use it. One part of the string is held in the hand, the stone is placed inside, and the second string is held in the other hand. Then the user spins the sling with the required speed, releases one end, and launches the stone with force. It almost succeeded. The stone almost hit the target. He told the children that with the right training, they would be able to learn how to bring down birds. It was a simple and effective way. A slingshot is easy to make, stones are plentiful all around, and every child can have such a weapon. After a while, they set off into the mountains. The griffin went along with them and showed which plants could be eaten and which were poisonous. He explained that one type of leaf could cause stomach pain if eaten fresh, but if soaked in water, the harmful substances would disappear. He barely expressed his amazement. The griffin ate not only meat, but also vegetables. He barely noticed that the griffin was probably omnivorous, because it was half beast, half bird. It was logical that he ate vegetables, although it still seemed strange to him to see a bird eating meat. Almost pondered whether the griffin was more like a bird or a beast. Continuing to gather food, he almost asked about a particular mushroom. The griffin replied that the mushroom was completely safe for him. But for a human like Almos, even a small dose could be fatal. Later, Almos thanked the griffin for his help. The griffin replied briefly to him, saying that he had to return to his land. He already felt tired and wanted to sleep, then rose into the sky, almost waved goodbye, and disappeared over the horizon. It almost happened. Agriculture, dairy products, butter, hunting, and livestock were very important. But harvesting was no less significant. Fortunately, the griffin helped the children recognize which plants were edible and which were not. This gave them confidence and allowed them to act more boldly. As he was walking through the jungle himself, he suddenly heard a cry somewhere far away. He stopped abruptly, then quickly ran to the side from which the sound was coming. He recognized the voice in his head. It was Rosewood. He grasped the hilt of his sword, ready for anything. If it was a small animal, he could have just distracted it. But if it was something bigger or more dangerous, he needed to act carefully and think of how to save Rosewood. He very much hoped that Rosewood was all right. Somewhere deep in this forest, Rosewood was being dragged by a man. The man sharply ordered him not to move. Rosewood responded by shouting that it was all in vain. His parents had abandoned him long ago. He was also useless to them. Hiding in the bushes, Almas noticed what was happening. Some man, a real person, was holding Rosewood. Almas heard Rosewood screaming that he couldn't be exchanged for food. Almas recognized him at once, but the bald man just sneered and said that he knew that, and also knew. Rosewood had many steel swords. That's what he really wanted. Almas understood. The man was not interested in food in Rosewood, but in their weapons. The opponent was clearly stronger and more mature, but still remained an ordinary person. Almost noticed that Rosewood looked unharmed, and the man next to him was alone. Most importantly, the man's back was open, and he seemed to be quietly preparing to draw a weapon. Almost decided to throw a stone first, before doing anything else. The stone flew through the air and clearly hit the bald man straight in the neck with a dull, heavy sound. When they took Rosewood less firmly, all the troubles disappeared at once. Without hesitation, she ordered Rosewood to flee, though she stopped for a moment, unsure if she should leave Almas. At last he obeyed and ran away, now almost alone against the man. The fox-like man came to and rubbed the spot where he had been hit. He looked sharply at Almos. Seeing that Almos had intervened, the man raised his weapon and sneeringly remarked that Almos had stood up for the child. He mocked Almas, bullying him like a little child, and said that he would soon regret it. While keeping calm, Almas asked the man what was his goal. The man replied directly, he needed types of steel. Almas didn't stop and asked, what's next? The man said that he plans to exchange them for food, and also added that agriculture is not for him. Almost, he took a deep breath and sighed with relief. The bald man jumped up in surprise, not understanding what was going on. At that moment, Almost suddenly drew his sword and quickly moved forward. He struck accurately and managed to wound the man in the side. The man stumbled, trying to defend himself, but his weapon broke from the blow. He fell to the ground and, writhing in pain, rolled onto his side, almost still clinging to his back tightly, not letting go. He changed his position and struck again. The man began to beg for mercy, but Almas did not hesitate. He plunged the blade even deeper. The man's mouth gushed with blood. Clenching his teeth, Almas quietly whispered one word: die. Leaning over the now motionless body, Almas froze. He looked at the deceased, whose outstretched hands seemed pale and lifeless. Almas's chest rose and fell rapidly as it gradually dawned on him what he had done. He muttered quietly to himself that this was the only way out. If this man succeeded today, others would follow. Letting him go would mean putting everyone in even greater danger. He repeated over and over that the man had to die right here. There was no other choice. His hands trembled from the experience. A sense of guilt pressed on him. Although he convinced himself that he had saved the village, it did not help to reduce the shock of having killed a person. Without any warning, he almost fainted beside the body of the deceased. He was seized with stomach cramps, and he suddenly threw up on the ground. The children rushed to him. Someone called him by name. Others worried if everything was all right with him. Almas, too exhausted to respond, merely wiped his mouth and remained silent, not lifting his eyes from the ground. Rosa was the first to rush to him and firmly grabbed his shoulder. Her voice trembled with panic as she called out to Almas again and again. Almas, though pale and worried, assured him that he was all right. He stretched a weak, tired smile, trying to reassure Rosewood despite his own anxiety. Rosewood, barely holding back tears, confessed that the thought of Almas possibly dying because of him terrified him. But Almas interrupted him, gently stroking his head. She apologized, as all of this was unusual for her. Ron and Grem quickly joined them and stood beside, silently feeling the full gravity of the situation. Later, deep in the forest, he almost told Griffin about the incident. Griffin listened calmly and said, "That's how it is. It wasn't easy, but there's no point in dwelling on it." He explained that it's not just humans who kill each other, even ants do it. If he could view it simply as a struggle for survival or food, it might be easier for him to accept. He almost imperceptibly nodded, as if he understood what Griffin was getting at, but still admitted that it was hard to accept it that way. Griffin replied that for such social creatures as they, taking someone's life would indeed always seem wrong. Still, it was almost a duty. To protect the children, to bring them home whole and unharmed was part of that responsibility. There was nothing shameful in what he had done. The Griffin tilted its head and asked if Almas had come only to tell this. Was that the only reason? Almas became flustered and replied uncertainly, "No, there was another reason." He held out a piece of wood and showed it to the Griffin. Without unnecessary noise, Almas broke the wood with his bare hands, crushing it into pieces. The Griffin looked at him in surprise, as if to say, "What's next?" Almas replied awkwardly, not knowing himself how to explain it further. The Griffin recalled something and noticed that it was very strange to see so much strength in a 10-year-old child. This surprised him. Then he remembered that he knew one humanoid race that could split trees with their bare hands. But the Griffin added that they were not actually humans. These words sent a shiver down his spine, and it became eerie at the very thought of it. However, the Griffin assured him that these creatures had disappeared from this world about 3,000 years ago. Slightly relieved, he said quietly that it was true happiness, but the Griffin looked at him and asked if Almas was impressed by his strength. Almas explained that he wasn't surprised in that sense. He just didn't understand where he had suddenly gotten such power from. The Griffin replied that Almas probably didn't know his body very well yet, and even if he had guessed, it could have just been a blessing. He's a traveler after all. It wouldn't be unusual for some young Sang to have accidentally led him here and given him a couple of blessings along the way. Almas got confused and asked what Junior had in mind. The Griffin evaded the answer, saying that it was better for Almas not to know. Then the griffin changed the subject and asked if there were any other questions. Almas replied that the conversation he had heard had already given him a lot to think about, and now he wanted to be alone and think everything over. In a half-month, the village was already completely rebuilt. The empty fields were now densely planted with rows of radish, and the children silently worked under the sun, taking care of the plants. Olmo watched the harvest with pleasure. The vegetables were growing well, and he was glad that he was able to exchange for radish seeds. The most pleasant thing was that these radishes were the same as in his native world. The only problem was the lack of manpower, so production remained small. It seemed that things were finally going well. Suddenly, Tetris became upset and burst into tears. She had noticed worms among the plants. Ron also found another one, so he called everyone to come and see. Rosewood was also outraged and noticed even more problems. Without pesticides, pests in the jungle had badly damaged the plants. Rosewood nearly examined a neighboring flower and called the others to come see it. Severus asked what it was, and Ron exclaimed that it looked like a daisy, more precisely, pyrethrum, which is used to repel pests. Almas found a whole clearing of these daisies. It is known that they are used as a natural component in spirals from mosquitoes. If you make an infusion from them, you can protect the crop with it. Tetra approved of the idea. He liked it very much, so he suggested starting to collect the flowers right away. Almas handed her a bouquet. She was surprised by such an unexpected gesture and was not sure what it meant. He smiled slyly, and Almas still didn't understand what was going on. Soyeon explained to Tetri that Almas just wanted her to hold the bouquet and nothing more. In response, Tetra awkwardly tossed the flowers upwards, and the petals scattered around. She didn't explain anything. Almas never understood what had happened. Later, Almas stood by a large cauldron where the distillation was taking place. The children gathered around as he stirred chamomile in the boiling water. He wondered aloud if it would help, and admitted that he wasn't sure himself. Then he asked why the pests were supposed to die from this potion. Was it some kind of magic? He quickly explained that the reason was the toxicity of this flower. The children were immediately frightened. He hastened to reassure them. For a person, it is safe in small quantities, but if you eat a lot, it can be dangerous. When the relocation was over, the children were almost immediately ordered to start applying the liquid to the fields. The children happily watered the plants, full of determination to save their harvest. Now that the harvest is protected and there's enough food and shelter, Almas said that the only things left to buy are those that can't be found in the forest. Soyeon inquired what exactly was needed. Almas replied, clothing and some products that simply don't exist in the wild. He added that someone had to stay and guard the village while the others went shopping. For this, he chose Grem. She was surprised and asked why her. Almas explained that she knew how to use a bow and arrows, so she was the best fit for guarding. She didn't say anything else. Almost immediately, he chose Ron and Rosewood to be the guides. Both boys looked proud and thrilled. Then he turned to Tetra and asked if she wanted to go with them. When Tetra asked where they were going, he replied that they were heading to Rosaisu. Tetris fell silent for a moment, then turned away and said confidently that she wouldn't go with them. In the magnificent city of Rosa, children passed through the high main gates, entering a space filled with life and luxury. After a long journey, they were struck by the scale and beauty of the city. The streets were filled with people, and gigantic buildings towered around. They had never seen such a lively and vibrant city before. As they walked down the lively street, looking around, Almas was pleasantly impressed. He hadn't seen so many people in one place for a long time. The city looked even more beautiful than he had imagined. The buildings, the crowd, the aromas, everything blended into a vivid impression. Suddenly, his attention was caught by Ron's voice. He couldn't contain his excitement when he saw a food vendor. A large cook was stirring a huge cauldron, from which steam was rising and a delicious smell was spreading. Alma sniffed. He also liked it. The aroma was incredible. Renvo didn't want to stay aside and suddenly pulled Alma along with him, joyfully shouting about a store nearby. He pointed to a tailor's shop, there, where the man worked, pushing a needle through fabric. Rosewood was genuinely surprised and even delighted to see the man at work as a tailor. He continued to pull Almas along, urging him to look around. Almas looked bewildered. Beads of sweat rolled across his forehead. Rosewood and Ron watched him with interest, not hiding their fascination. Almas gathered his thoughts and reminded them not to pull him around like that. "It's good to rejoice in something new," he said, "but one must respect their elders." In the middle of the lively street, Almas reminded them of the main thing. First, they needed money. Otherwise, everything else was pointless. They had to find a place where they would accept their goods for exchange. Finally, in a remote corner of the market, they noticed a seller, approached and asked if it was possible to exchange animal teeth and herbs nearby. The seller pointed them to a neighboring building. They stepped inside. It was half dark and smelled of old wood and dust. They were greeted by an elderly man, and his eyes widened in surprise when Almas showed him the animal fangs. The man took them with an unusual movement of his hand, examined them carefully, and was amazed at their quality. He quietly approved and offered to give another roll of carmine fabric for this batch. He had almost agreed to the deal, was pleased with the exchange. Then he handed over a few herbs that he had brought with him. But just when everything was going according to plan, suddenly, a girl full of energy and curiosity appeared. Having seen the grass, she suddenly recognized it and exclaimed in surprise, "Caramel grass!" I was almost taken aback by her energy. The old man introduced her with respect. This was Yuria-sama. She carefully looked at Almas and with curiosity asked what his name was. Almas, a bit embarrassed and surprised, introduced himself. Yuria noticed the grass in his hands and immediately said that she wanted to buy it. She quickly added that she wouldn't just take it. Almas became curious about her straightforwardness. She looked really serious. He offered a price, 1 gold coin. She agreed without hesitation and placed the coin in his palm. Almas inquired what she needed the herb for. She openly admitted to mixing it with marijuana to get a strong narcotic. His response was simply shocked. Inside, he was perplexed. Was she really raised to speak so bluntly? Even with the divine language ability that smoothed out translation, he couldn't believe his ears. Yuri called him Almas Koyen, but he politely asked to be called simply Almas. She smiled and said that he shouldn't use formalities either, just Yuri. After all, they were of the same age. She noticed the children behind his back and asked who they were. Ron quickly grabbed Rosewood by the shoulder and introduced them both. In Ron's opinion, she obviously seemed like a rich girl. Rosewood also introduced himself, but only one thought was spinning in his head. She works with medicines. Yuria again drew attention to Almas and asked where he was from. Almas replied that he lived in a village a day's walk from here. Yuria immediately guessed that it was near the Ramalia forest and noted that the caramel grass he was carrying was very valuable. She asked him to show her where he was able to gather so much of this grass. In response, Almas asked what he would get in return. Yuria, amused by his wit, laughed and noted that he was very perceptive. She proposed a deal. Almas was to bring caramel grass once a month, and she would pay him 1 gold coin each time. Almas agreed with pleasure, and they shook hands to seal the deal. Yuria reminded him that their exchange meetings would now take place once a month in this very place. Before leaving, the girl said she had to return quickly, otherwise her father would scold her. Saying goodbye, she took Almas by the hand. She came closer to him and mysteriously said that he had received a blessing. Then she waved her hand and left, once again reminding him of their agreement. Almost remained standing, shocked by her words, and thought, did she really say a blessing? Returning to the village, Tetris sat opposite Olmus with a serious look. She asked him to say good morning, without using the divine gift of speech. Olmus tried, but his words came out unintelligible. He knew he was trying to learn the language of this world, but his pronunciation was still not perfect. Tetra corrected him again, saying that it was wrong. He had almost forgotten that since the time Griffin had given him the gift of language, the gift would not remain with him forever. That one day he would have to give it back, and if it happens suddenly, he will no longer be able to communicate. This thought scared him. Then he asked Tetra to tell more about their world. She hesitated a little, but she began to explain. They now lived on the Adelia Peninsula. About half of this territory belonged to the Kingdom of Ro, and the southern part that jutted out into the ocean was called the Carizio region. She also added that she could speak Carizio language. Almas was impressed. She knew 2 languages. Tetra explained that the Kingdom of Rosai and the Kingdom of Demorgul shared the same royal name. But it was just a convenience for politics, not a true unity. The kingdoms simply cooperated under a shared name. On a quiet day, Almas asked Tatra if she knew how to write. She calmly replied that, of course she did. Almas said that when he memorized more words, he would like her to teach him to write them. But Tatra unexpectedly replied that Adelian had no written language of its own. Almas was surprised and asked if he had understood correctly. Tatra confirmed that she wrote only in Carishian. Then Almas asked her to teach him the Carishian script as well when he mastered Adelian. Tetra looked at him thoughtfully and agreed. As she helped him every day, he almost started to think that she had already done a lot for him. He felt like he owed her something in return. He asked her up to what number she could count. She replied that up to 10,000. Then he inquired about what calculations she was capable of doing. She said she could perform simple addition and subtraction with 2-digit numbers. Almost wondered, was Tatra the only one capable of this? The next day, Alma stood before the children and announced that today they would learn to add numbers. Lulu raised her hand with a question in surprise. Almas nodded to her with interest. Lulu wondered aloud if it would be of any use to them at all. Meanwhile, Ron and Rosewood loudly protested behind them, saying it was just a waste of time. He almost responded to the objections, addressing all those present. He said that the question was indeed good, and explained his position. They cannot engage only in household management. They need to have the opportunity to sell their goods for money. But if they do not learn to count, traders can easily deceive them. He told Ron and Rosewood straight out about it. Both guys agreed with him and confessed that once during an exchange they had been cheated because they didn't know how to count their change correctly. He had already told almost everyone that the ability to count would come in handy, even to open their own store someday. This opens up many new roads and opportunities in life. Then he called Tetra and asked her to count from 1 to 10. Tetra thought for a moment and started counting. When she finished, I almost told her that she had forgotten about 0, but Tetra was clearly surprised, as the name meant nothing to her. He had almost thought himself lucky that the world used a decimal system, but it turned out that they had no concept of 0. He drew a circle and explained that it meant nothing, introducing them to the concept of 0 for the first time. Later, he taught them Arabic numerals, numbers that greatly simplified calculations. He considered them one of the 10 best inventions of humanity. But Tethra, who had previously been able to count up to 10,000, was upset. She said it was too complicated, but almost smiled, and he assured her, once you get used to it, you'll even like it. The next day, Tetris sat down beside Almos and proudly held a wooden board in his hands. She smiled happily and showed him all the solved problems. It was almost surprising how quickly she had handled it. By that time, a month had already passed since he started teaching the children arithmetic. He developed an evaluation system, where those with higher scores taught those with lower results. Of course, Tetra ended up in first place and took on the task of helping everyone else. On the street, Almos and Tetra were talking about how she teaches others. Tetra insisted that if she teaches just like that, without any reward, it's unfair. She had already taught them Adele and Kori languages, so now in return she wanted to be taught something. For example, algebra. Almos agreed and gave her a special permit. At Almos's home, Tetra sat in front of him and listened attentively as he checked her assignments. Almos confirmed that all her answers were correct and said that she was now good at 3-digit addition and subtraction. He suggested trying something new. Tetra wondered if it would be 4-digit numbers and noted that the difference should be small. Then Almos moved on to multiplication. With curiosity, Tetra asked if everyone in Almos's country could count like that. Almos replied that even younger children could do it, but he added that Tetra handled it better than them. He thought that since Tetra had learned from scratch and immediately with Arabic numerals, in some ways she had even surpassed them. Feeling sincerity in his words, Tetra smiled and wondered if he was really praising her. He gently stroked her head, agreeing without words. Tetra asked again, why in his country everyone could learn this? Mai almost explained that in his native country, education is an obligation. Everyone has the right to study, and it's very important for everyone. For him, knowledge is as valuable as gold. But if knowledge is kept only for the chosen ones, it will only help the rich. If knowledge wasn't passed on to others, a country wouldn't be able to develop or compete with others. He asked Tetra if she didn't want to raise children who would be just as intelligent as she was. He reminded her that it's the duty of adults to do everything for the benefit of the next generation. Tetra asked if it was hard to be responsible for others, and almost agreed that it was indeed difficult. Then she again turned the conversation to languages and asked when Almos would speak well. Almos replied that it would take a lot of time, because learning a language is not easy at all, even if she already knows it. Tetra asked what would happen if one day he lost the divine gift of language. He almost immediately said that then he would no longer be able to teach her mathematics. Tetra instantly became alarmed. He said he couldn't lose this, never in his life. Yuri agreed with Almos, recalling that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. She asked if he had brought what they had agreed upon. Almos handed over a bundle of caramel grass, fulfilling his part of the deal. When Yuria handed him the gold coin, she casually inquired about Ron and Rose's whereabouts, almost explaining that they had stayed in the village. Then he said he wanted to talk about something. Urea immediately guessed that it was about his blessing. She said that she had thought so too, because for a month now she had been noticing how he was interested in this. She almost confessed that he would have liked to learn more if he had had the opportunity. However, Urea explained that she herself doesn't know everything. She told him that according to old books and records, blessings are given by good fairies. Almost considered this idea a bit fantastical, but Urea paid no attention to his doubts. She said that in her case, she easily recognized his blessing, and the reason for this is very simple. Thanks to her special ability, she could see what gifts and blessings other people had. Her skill was called Blessing Insight. She told what she had seen and nearly won the king's favor. She explained the situation in more detail. The more people sincerely considered Almas their leader, the more powerful his abilities became. Almas paused for a moment, pondering this explanation. It turns out that the king's blessing means Almas's power grows through the recognition and trust of the children. Yuri confirmed his opinion and then asked another question. Was he not afraid of the griffin's curse if he lived in the forest of Ramalaya? Almas was surprised and asked how she knew that. Uriah explained that thanks to one of her gifts called the Eye of Heaven, she can see distant places. She saw him entering the forest with the children and thought they lived there. She asked if he had done something to avoid the griffin's curse, and asked him to tell how exactly. Almost in response, he wanted to say that there was no curse at all. He decided that it wouldn't be bad to share this with Uriah, but he still decided to keep the secret of his rebirth to himself. Uriah thoughtfully nodded and said out loud that the children with him were abandoned. Almas didn't respond, but Uriah promised not to tell anyone about it and assured him that she would keep the secret. Almas thanked her. Then Uriah invited him to go with her to buy something. He almost agreed, acknowledging that she was an important client. However, when they came to the market, Almas was noticeably impressed by how much she was buying. At last, he carried a bunch of bags filled with various things. Uriah continued to walk around the stores and gather even more purchases, urging Almas to be a man and not fall behind. Almas, already exhausted, muttered that he, of course, is a man, but she shouldn't make him her personal porter. Meanwhile, a nearby salesman looked at them in amazement, not understanding how Almas managed to carry such a huge pile of things with such ease and what his strength was. With curiosity, Almas asked Uriah about the strange grasses and stones she had bought. Uriah calmly replied that it was for voodoo practice. He was almost surprised. He asked if she meant those terrible curses. Uriah explained that there had been a misunderstanding. It's not just about curses. It encompasses many different magical actions, creating protective barriers, lifting curses, and even brewing healing potions. It was a universally recognized profession among people. To Almas, it sounded like she was describing a doctor, if viewed from the perspective of modern Japan. He understood that Yuri, thanks to his knowledge and abilities, could have great respect and high status here. This thought reminded him of how Griffin once said that people themselves caused the famine. Almas asked Uriah what she thought about the causes of the famine. Uriah replied that, judging by people's conversations, it was indeed the result of a curse, which was most likely imposed by powerful witches. Almas asked who could do such a thing. What kind of person could impose such a massive curse? Uriah corrected him. It's not the work of one person. It's the work of a whole country. A curse of this scale, Uriah explained, could take thousands of lives, but she assured Almas that next time she would not restrain herself before those who were guilty. Almas was amazed at her determination. Then he asked Uriah if she would ever like to go with him to Ramallah. Her eyes sparkled with joy, but she added that she first had to talk to her father. Maybe he wouldn't let her leave the city. Almas also offered to teach Uriah Huda. Uriah was surprised by such a proposal. He stopped and thought for a moment. Almost immediately he offered to pay for the lessons, but Yuri refused, saying that no money was needed. After all, they were friends. Her words caught Almas off guard. He asked if she really considered them friends. Uriah responded by asking, weren't they friends? He almost agreed. They must be together for sure. Why else would he be carrying all her shopping? Almas still didn't satisfy his curiosity, and asked why Uriah thought he wouldn't be able to master Howdo. Uriah replied that she could have taught him, but for that, certain features that he didn't possess were needed. She explained that about 90% of those who practice Howdo are women, because there are significant physiological and magical differences between men and women. He barely asked, but what about those last 10%? But Uriah said that she can feel if she can build a future with someone, and unfortunately, she didn't feel it with Almas. She politely apologized, but Almas reassured her that everything was fine. As the meeting was coming to an end, Almas said it was time to go home and asked where Uriah lived. Uriah paused for a moment, hesitating, replied Bolton. But he didn't have time to ask anything, as she suddenly called someone and asked him to leave. A man emerged from the darkness. He was almost stunned. She asked how long this man had been there and complained about the strong smell of alcohol. Yuria introduced this man. It was Bolton, her bodyguard. Almos was surprised, and Bolton burst out laughing and started joking with Yuria about what she had called him, hinting that she didn't really love him. Then Bolton greeted Almos and thanked him for helping Yuria. Yuria told Almos to pass the things he was carrying to Bolton. Almos wondered why she had not simply taken Bolton with her for help. Yuria calmly replied that he had not taken him because Bolton smells bad. Almos handed over the heavy bags. When Bolton took them, his face immediately contorted from the unexpected weight. He muttered in amazement, unable to believe that a child had managed to carry all this. He almost laughed and told Yuria that he was leaving. She waved goodbye and promised that they would meet again. He returned to the village. Everyone gathered around the children, and he told them about the results of his trip. Thanks to the caramel porridge trade, they would now receive 1 gold coin every month. Their farming had been established, and there was now enough food. But the problems would remain. Clothing and salt were very expensive. Having almost explained that one cannot rely solely on full self-sufficiency with food, they will have to produce other necessary things as well. Rose would have said that he understands, but he would have asked what to do with it. Alma replied that they would start pottery, and for this, they need a kiln. Tethra asked where to start. He almost admitted that he didn't exactly know how it was all done, but they would try to build a traditional oven as well as they could. He told everyone to bring ropes and axes with them. When Soyen asked where exactly they would build the oven, he explained that the best place was not far away on the slope. In his imagination, he already saw how everything should be. The slope was very important for the furnace, because hot air is lighter, rises up, and remains above the clay, creating the necessary temperature. The only real problem now is the workforce. To cut down 1 tree, they might need a whole day, but they won't stop, and will see it through to the end. Once, when I was bartering goods with Yuria at the shop, Almas asked her what things were considered valuable here, but she understood it as if he wanted to give her a gift. In fact, Almas was looking for information about things that could be exchanged for necessities, such as salt or clothing. Yuri noticed that his concerns had changed sharply. Then she pointed to the pot, hinting that ceramics are a valuable thing. Almost someone noticed that pots can be found right on the street. But Yuria explained that she meant not local dishes, but ceramics from Karigi. It's completely different. Strong, brightly colored, and of such high quality that even the rich appreciate it. Almas pondered this. The clay pottery he had seen before had a reddish tint and was very brittle. Tatra had once said that the ceramics in Rosie were covered with glaze just like the sky, and to Almas it seemed a fairly primitive way, similar to Juman and Yayoyoris from his past world. Because the glass was manufactured in the open air, too much oxygen got into it and there was not enough heat, so the quality was poor. But he understood that it is possible to make stronger glass if a furnace with limited access to oxygen and a gamma is used. If the enclosure is completely closed, closing the flues and furnace doors, it is possible to limit the access of oxygen and increase the temperature. This allows for the production of a special dark-toned pottery that cannot be achieved in an open furnace, meaning they could create special ceramic pottery. He didn't know exactly what type of ceramics Carrizo had mentioned to Yuri, but he was sure that thanks to the encaustic method, their clay pottery would be better than Rose from the glaciers. Thanks to Sue, who had become their benchmark, they had a real chance to create the first unique product of their village. Later, as he worked, he almost noticed that the blessing helped him to cut down trees extremely easily. Tetra even exclaimed aloud whether he was even human, because his strength was significantly greater than that of ordinary adults. In fact, Almas felt as if he had gained so much strength that he could work for several people. Although Griffin said that this blessing was nothing special, it turned out to be very useful for working with the forest. Then Almas told everyone that they would continue to dig pits along the slope. They got down to work, and when they finished, he wiped the sweat from his brow and said that the digging was all for today. Ron asked what they would be digging next. Almost immediately, he replied that now they need to collect clay. This is important, because without it, it will not be possible to make pottery and seal the oven hermetically. When Ron asked why the furnace had to be sealed airtight, he was told that this way cold air would not seep in and the heat would stay inside. Without a tightly sealed furnace, it is impossible to make ceramics. Looking at the stove they had built together, he mentally noted that, although he had done everything only from memories of his past life, it had turned out even better than he had expected. Then he told the children that now they would start molding their products manually. Tetra carefully molded a figure out of clay. while Ron and Rosewood had a real battle, throwing pieces at each other. Soy strictly warned them not to throw clay, and Graham also added his remark. Despite this, a piece flew right into Rosewood's face, and he rushed after Ron, while Soyev shouted for them not to run. Tetra muttered something angry, calling everyone fools. Meanwhile, Almas noticed that they still couldn't even make simple dishes, although they would soon need a lot of things: bowls, plates, jugs for storage. Tetra asked if they really needed to manufacture so many things. He almost confirmed that making a lot of pottery is important because it's very fragile. If something breaks, each one is responsible for their own thing, so everyone needs to have their own set. He said the first batch of pots should dry well. As everyone looked at their work, Rosewood noticed a crack on her plate, and Ron explained that it's probably due to poor mixing of the clay. He almost put another item in the furnace, announcing that the next stage, heating, was beginning. He understood that the furnace they had made without the help of specialists, so it was not worth expecting ideal work from it. They all kept moving forward. Finally, when he got the finished pot out of the oven, the children were delighted. The product had a nice gray shine, and it seemed to be a rare korozubi, a gray-black glaze that was much more valuable than the usual reddish dishes from this area. It was a notable success, especially for newcomers to hunting. Ron and Rosewood's pots were broken. Soyen reminded them that this was the result of their recent antics. He nearly examined one of the broken pieces and reassured the others, saying there would be plenty of opportunities to do better. Tom was on their side. When the clay work was finished, they took on the next task, making charcoal. Almost showed how to pack the firewood tightly so that there were no gaps between them, and all the voids were filled with dry leaves. When everything was ready, he lit a fire in the furnace, and the children watched carefully. He told them to let the fire burn for a bit, then close both the chimney and the furnace doors, and not to open them for a whole day. By that time, the charcoal would be ready. Tetra noticed that this process is very similar to the manufacture of ceramics. Olamos agreed, adding that both methods indeed require minimal contact with oxygen. Interesting, Tetra became interested in oxygen itself. They almost explained that oxygen is part of the air and necessary for a fire to form. Without oxygen, a fire cannot burn. When she asked why the oxygen itself did not burn, he even started to get a little nervous. But he was able to explain that fire is a chemical reaction when carbon combines with oxygen during oxidation. Oxygen itself does not burn, but helps with burning. Tetra thought for a moment, and said that maybe she can understand this. They left the oven working as they were told. When they finally opened it, they almost immediately inspected the received coal. Unfortunately, its quality turned out to be low. He guessed that unlike his past life, where they used barrels or drums to limit air access, they didn't have such equipment here, so the air seeped inside. Ideal result, the obtained coal would be enough to survive the winter. Time passed, winter ended, and a new year arrived. One day, the griffin flew in and brought new children to Almas. They were homeless, whom he found in the forest. Leaving the children with Almas, the griffin flew away again, entrusting their care to Almas. Everyone returned to Tetra and noticed that the village's population had increased by 10 people over the winter. He asked her how taxes were usually collected in this region. Tetra explained that it depended on the country and the local noble families. But usually, there were 4 main types of taxes: land tax, population tax, forced labor, and military service. The mule almost asked the newly arrived children if their parents had left them in the forest to avoid paying taxes. The children looked at each other, but did not know what to answer, or did not want to tell the truth. Tetra added that, as far as she knew, taxes in Rosie's were even lower than in most kingdoms. The king there was not one to burden people with large taxes. Soyen approached the children and began to ask where they had really come from. After the conversation, she told Almas that the children say they are citizens of Rosmere Ro. Almas wanted to know more precisely where Ro was in terms of size. Soyen explained that they had come from a territory ruled by a noble family called Ash. Almas asked more questions to understand better. Soyen clarified that the Ash family were the main landowners and managed this area. She told that the trouble began when the hired help betrayed the Ash family. Those same treacherous servants even conceived of separating from the kingdom of Rosais. The king of this kingdom did not want to make peace with the rebellion, which is why strife began in the family of Ash and its branches. He had almost pieced together the whole picture in his head. The internal struggle for power had claimed many lives and forced tax increases to fund the war. As a result, by winter the region's stores were empty, and people found it very hard to live. As soon as he realized this, Tetra asked if everything was really that way, and then suddenly jumped out of the room. He nearly followed, calling out to her, not understanding what had made her react that way. He caught up to the girl and turned her to face him. Her face was all tears. She barely uttered the words, hinting at her parents and what she had long suspected. She was overcome with sobs, and Almas hugged her, trying silently to calm her down. Returning home, he carefully covered the tetra with a blanket while it slept. He just stood nearby and pondered. Now it became clear that the tetra had experienced a lot of pain in the past. Soyeon glanced into the room and asked Almas what had happened, feeling something unusual. Graham also noted that he rarely saw tetra in tears. Almas just said that everyone has moments when they need to cry, and then began to gather to move on. He thought to himself how often children can cry. From a scary dream, a quarrel, or even for no reason at all. He had comforted children before, but seeing Tetra so upset was a first. When he went outside, Ron and Rose immediately asked about Tetra, and he almost convinced them that she was fine now. Deep down, he even felt a little better. It was not characteristic of Tetra to hide her emotions for so long. Constantly restraining her sorrow, she could harm herself over time. He advised them to behave calmly with her when she wakes up, because she would probably be ashamed that she cried. Everyone agreed with this. Then all said that it was time to return to the fields. They didn't want to disturb Tetra while she was resting. When he took up his affairs again, he briefly stopped, pondering everything. Tetra's past, the appearance of new people, and the uncertain future of the village. It was clear that he still had to think everything through well before deciding how to act further. In the kingdom of Roses, Almas asked Yuria if she would allow him to meet her father if he wanted to. Yuri hesitated for a moment before saying that her dad was always happy to meet her friends, so it was probably not a problem. However, she doubted whether Almas was really ready for this. Almas replied that he had been thinking about it for a long time. The Ramali forest where they lived was surrounded by 4 different countries, and among them, the most troublesome was Rosai, where internal conflicts were constantly brewing. To be safe, they needed to find the support of an influential person. He believed that Yuri, as a father, had the appropriate power that they needed. Taxes, of course, would be a burden, but they couldn't constantly rely on the protection of the griffin. Yuri understood that it was pointless to argue and sighed, agreeing with his arguments. As they walked further, Almas noticed many large and luxurious houses, and realized that they were already close to the royal palace. When they reached the large gates, Almas realized that this was the very same palace. When he came in, he was simply stunned. A man with a royal demeanor approached him. Confidently and with dignity, he warmly greeted Almas and thanked him for being a friend to his daughter. Then the man introduced himself. He was Eri's father. Yuri quietly leaned into Almas and confessed that she had forgotten to say a very important thing. Her father was the king of Ro. Almas was surprised and slightly bewildered, whispering in response, as he had not expected such news and was not ready to stand before a monarch. Having come to his senses, he hardly took his eyes off the king. He knelt down respectfully and introduced himself. He humbly said that it was a great honor for him that Yuri had noticed him and accepted him as a friend. The king responded kindly and said that there was no need to be so formal. One could speak with him as with Yuri's father. This was the first time Yuri had brought a friend to see him. Previously, she had been so absorbed in studying magic that she hadn't even made any friends. Yuri awkwardly intervened in the conversation, but her father just laughed and told her to calm down. Almost recalled how Yuri had behaved earlier. Now he realized that she was really not pretending or being cunning when he helped her carry things. She had actually never had friends before. Then the king turned to Almas, and note that Almas actually sought not just to meet Yuri's father. In fact, he was looking for a person with power and influence that he could rely on. Almas remained silent. The king reassured him, saying that he could honestly tell about his intentions. After all, it was Almas who was the first person Yuria called a true friend. If the king can help with something, he will definitely help. Having heard this, Almas openly shared everything with the king, except for his reincarnation, so as not to confuse the situation. When the king understood everything, especially since his people had begun to abandon their children in the Ramali forest, he considered it his personal responsibility. He nearly explained that he was not seeking refuge or protection with the king. The king agreed too, adding that he hadn't thought of it either. Then, to Almas's great surprise, the king bowed his head before him. As the father of the girl who now called Almas her friend, and as the ruler responsible for the well-being of his people, the king said that he would not turn a blind eye to what was happening. He sincerely thanked Almas for caring about what he called the foundation of his kingdom, the children who embody its future. Almas felt how significant this moment was. After all, the king of the entire country had bowed his head before him. Then the king made a proposal. If Almas wanted to become a citizen of Rosia, he would have been welcomed with pleasure. The king promised that he would personally take care of Almas's safety and that of his people, considering it his main duty. I wanted to say that there is one problem. Now they are heavily dependent on Griffin for food. Won't this lead to complications with taxes? The king explained that according to the law of Ro's size, new or recently developed lands are exempt from taxes for 5 years. Moreover, in their situation, it's clear anyway. They won't be able to pay large taxes. But 5 years should be more than enough. During this time, the children will be able to become independent. He bowed humbly and agreed to the king's proposal. They would gradually blend in with the city's population and pay their taxes on time. The king agreed, and officially accepted them into his kingdom. Almost felt relief. Thanks to this decision, the children finally got a real foundation for development and building their future. For the first time in a long time, he allowed himself to relax. Then the king asked if there were any children of the Popal family in the village. Almas confirmed that it was so. The tax burden was too heavy for their families, because of which they were abandoned. Perhaps they simply could not survive the winter. The king fell silent, pondering this harsh truth. After a pause, he spoke again. He had already fulfilled Almas's request, and now he wanted Almas to listen to him. He had only 3 requests to make of him. Almas thought for a moment. 3 requests. He himself had asked the king for only one thing. But this seemed fair. The first request was that Almas should allow the king to personally come to the village and see everything with his own eyes. At first it seemed a wholly reasonable condition. The king had to decide whether he could really trust this person. He agreed without hesitation. Another request was for Almas to remain friends with Uriah. Almas promised to do so. The third request surprised both. The king asked if Almas could teach Uriah mathematics. Yuri was clearly surprised and almost said that she was fine and could handle it, so why choose her? After all, there were probably more suitable candidates for such a task. But the king insisted. He had received a message that her mathematical abilities surpassed even the skills of the best merchants in the kingdom. He admitted that it was uncomfortable, but Uriah had a very hard time with arithmetic, especially multiplication and division. She couldn't memorize even the simplest things. Uriah disagreed and insisted that she was doing everything right. In response, Almas raised his hands and asked a simple question. If you divide 100 grains of rice among 25 children, how many will each get? Uriah calculated on her fingers and confidently replied, 10. Almas realized that she still poorly understood arithmetic. The king nodded, once again proving his point. Uriah had not retained anything from her previous tutors, but if Almas was already her friend, wouldn't it be hard for him to help her learn? Almas, as always practical, asked if there would be pay for tutoring. The king promised to pay 1 gold coin for every first week of the month if Almas would teach Uriah. Almas bowed respectfully, agreed to the deal, and promised to support Yuri in any way he could. However, Yuri objected. She actually wanted to study magic, not arithmetic. After the meeting was over, the king remained alone in the throne room and began to talk to himself. He admitted that he liked the boy Almas. At that moment, Raymond entered the room and addressed him as brother. He inquired what the king had thought up during that conversation. The king was surprised by such a question and asked what Raymond meant. Raymond explained that appointing a boy like Almas as Yuri's personal mentor was unlikely to be a random decision. The king calmly observed that since Almas is Yuri's friend, they would learn best together, as traditional methods had never suited her. Raymond, unbelieving, told the king that he need not pretend in front of him. The king paused briefly under the watchful gaze of his younger brother, and then the king explained that there's nothing sinister here. It's just an investment. When Raymond asked for more details, the king said that Almas is actually in charge of a group of people who are under the protection of the Griffins, and that alone makes him an important person. He noted that stories of children raised by wild beasts, such as tigers or dragons, were often encountered in their kingdom, and people always liked such legends. The image of a child protected by a griffin had a special symbolic meaning. This connection may still come in handy. Raymond laughed, finally understanding. The king himself added these words. In fact, he had not yet figured out how to use it. First of all, he wanted to observe her character and abilities more closely. Fortunately, regular lessons with Uriah provided a great opportunity for this. Raymond was impressed and praised his brother for ingenuity, but the king did not attach much importance to it. He admitted that although he was not a bad ruler, he did not consider himself particularly capable. He regretfully realized that he had failed to protect the noble house of Lugaush. The Ash clan was one of the most influential families in the icy lands of Ro. The loss of such powerful allies dealt a severe blow to the authority of the kingdom. But it was not only a military or political defeat, it also had symbolic significance. His failure to protect House Ash created the impression that the throne favored certain noble families while ignoring others. causing even more aristocratic families to question the fairness and authority of the royal power. Raymond fell silent, but later expressed his concern about a more pressing threat: the growing alliance of the neighboring kingdoms. He cursed King Germa, who had dared to introduce troops to their territory. Moreover, the king noted that Hyena, another ruler, was also behaving suspiciously. None of them had sons with Raymond who could inherit their legacy, which further complicated the situation. The king then reminded his brother not to be upset. After all, his own queen had given him Yuri just before her death. Even without having a son, he found comfort and pride in Yuri's presence. Her mother died soon after from illness. Perhaps that was how it was meant to be. He pondered, then easily smiled, noting that Raymond had no sons either. Raymond responded with a strained smile, tries to steer the conversation in a different direction to avoid mentioning painful memories. He suggested considering the choice of a suitable successor from one of the branches of the family, someone who could eventually stand alongside Uriah. Meanwhile, in another place, Uriah suddenly sneezed and almost spat on herself, wondering if everything was all right with her. In the palace, the king looked out the window. He watched as Almas and Uriah walked together, and quietly said that above all, he wanted his daughter to be happy. But in the kingdom, difficulties were constantly arising from all sides. He was troubled by a heavy thought. What if the country falls apart during his rule? But no matter what happened, he was not going to give up and wanted to look for a way out as long as he was alive. Observing Almas from a distance, he noticed a spark of faith in him. Something in this young man, the heir of the Griffin, instilled hope in him. If fate had allowed, he would have very much liked to see how all this would come to pass. But the king did not yet know that his, at first glance, simple decision to appoint Almas as the teacher of his daughter would become a real impetus for a real miracle. And this miracle would change not only the kingdom of Rosies, but the entire Adelna Peninsula, the very heart of the world. Lately, Almost had noticed that Tetra was acting strangely. She had become more tense and cautious, especially around him. As he drew closer, she flinched and hurried to turn away. He recalled that she had always been modest and shy, but lately something seemed to be pressing down on her even harder, disturbing her peace. Others had noticed it too, and it was no longer possible to ignore it. If something had indeed happened, he had to help her and not leave her alone with the problem. He carefully approached her and said that if she didn't want to talk now, it was okay. But if something was bothering her, he was happy to listen. She just silently looked at him for a few seconds, and she asked if he had noticed it, almost implying that by her behavior it was obvious. She asked if she could trust him not to tell anyone. He assured her quite sincerely. Then she called out her full name, Tetrash. Almas's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected discovery. This name explained everything. He recalled how her restlessness had started after the news of the attack on the Esh family by their own supporters had appeared. He had previously thought that she might have ties to that noble family, but he hadn't expected her to be from it herself. Tetra asked if it didn't surprise him. He almost admitted that he was a little shocked. He hadn't imagined that the daughter of the illustrious Ash family could be hiding among them, but he told her that for him, her past and who she was didn't matter. For him, she remained the same Tetra she had always been. A softness appeared in her gaze, a smile appeared on her lips, and she said that his words had calmed her down. She felt a little happier, almost felt relieved, and asked again what was bothering her. Tetra said that she didn't know for sure, but she thought that her parents were dead. She couldn't explain it logically, but she felt it with her entire being, though a part of her still hoped that they had just been captured, not killed. She could no longer hide how much she hated Robert Firma. She was almost immediately asked if Robert Firm, a former servant, was involved in the death of her parents. She confirmed it. Robert had previously been one of her father's most loyal men. Her father had even made him a powerful aristocrat from a simple man. But Robert betrayed them all and now occupies her father's place. In her heart burned anger, which she could neither conceal nor forgive. Almas calmly asked if she was planning to take revenge on Robert. Tetra admitted that she didn't know herself. Inside herself, she very much wanted to avenge herself on her husband for what he had done. But at the same time, she didn't want to lose the life she had now. With the other branches of the ash tree, she wasn't close, but among her own friends, she had found true happiness. This was her true place. This was her true family. Almas understood. Tetris's suffering arose from being torn between the desire to fight for justice and the longing to stay with those she loved. She was as if being torn in two. He reassured her, saying that she had nothing to fear, that no one from their company would ever turn away from her. Tetra looked at him, then looked away. She said quietly that her parents had said something similar, barely suppressing a cough. He told her that if she really wanted to help, she should take care of everyone here, and him too. She was surprised, asked if he really meant her. Almas insisted. She was smart, even smarter than him. Tetra smiled through tears and agreed. She promised to do everything possible to protect everyone. Alma stood up and confidently told her, if she ever decides to take revenge, she must warn him first. He promised to always be on her side, no matter what happens. She shouldn't try to handle everything on her own. She was too important to him. Tetra immediately pricked up her ears at the word important. His words really struck her. She panicked inwardly. Had he said it so directly? Was this some kind of confession? But he seemed to be completely unaware of the importance of his words. He did not specially use the divine gift of language and spoke simple Adelmic to make everything look more sincere. For him, she had already become almost a relative, like a younger sister. So he didn't understand why she was so ashamed. But Tetra herself was struggling with herself. She thought that running away from this situation was just being scared. Gathering her strength, she dared and finally just said that she also liked it. But she didn't have time to finish it, Soy cheerfully exclaimed, appearing and interrupting a serious conversation. She was holding baskets with harvest in her hands, and joyfully said how much she enjoyed working in the garden. But, seeing the serious faces of the others, she suddenly stopped. Soye threw a glance at them and immediately understood everything. Apologizing loudly for interrupting their conversation, she rushed away, theatrically fleeing. She exclaimed that everyone needs to know. Miss and Tetra are secretly dating. Tetra immediately cried out in response that it's not true at all, and everyone has misunderstood everything. Meanwhile, Almas thought that she was slightly exaggerating, but overall he was glad. Thanks to Soyan's intervention, Tetris had become the same as always again. Another year and several months have passed. Both boys and girls reached the age of 14. Ron noticed how well their leader had begun to speak Adel's language. I had almost made up my mind to return the divine gift of the Griffin's language. Thanks to Tetra, he learned to read and write in the Karit language much better. Almas took his wallet with coins, and several coins fell to the floor. He took them with him and informed the tax collector that he had come to pay the head tax for 3 people, he, Ron, and Sojin. The collector recognized them as a group from the Ramalia forest, and this was confirmed. The tax would be manageable now, but he understood that over the years it would only increase. Moreover, the Griffin's support would only last a year. It was necessary to make the village self-sufficient as soon as possible. Taxes were a real burden. For a moment, it occurred to him to ask Griffin to pay him in alcohol. Returning home to this village, they almost out loud pondered what to do next. Tetra reminded him that although future plans are important, first you need to thresh the collected wheat. She called Rosewood, who was simply standing idle, and asked for help. But Rosewood began to object, saying that unlike Lulu, he couldn't do such work. The mere mention of the past harvest was already exhausting. Processing the crop was a real test. Soyan even said that it almost killed them. He even felt sad at the thought that this year might be just as difficult. He was not ready for it at all. He asked Graham how they threshed wheat the last time. Graham replied that first they picked the grains by hand. Later they tried to scrape the grain from the ears with a board, but this was not very effective either. Then Amaluz almost agreed and showed them a new device that he himself had made, and called it a senbikoki. He showed how to insert wheat stems into this wooden mechanism and pull them through it. Thanks to this, the grain was separated much more easily. Everyone was impressed, especially Soyan, who noted how much strength it saved. Almost explained that ideally, bamboo or metal would be better suited for this, but even this model was working quite well now. Tetra carefully examined the mechanism, noting its simple design, but was impressed by how much it increased efficiency. She called it a wonderful invention, and almost remembered seeing something similar in her past life. Ron asked if this would become a common phenomenon, and he was almost confidently told that they had a lot of similar ideas. Then Soyan added that threshing the grains was not easy either. Rosewood asked hopefully if Almas had a solution for this as well. Almas replied that he had a stone mortar, but at this stage of hard work it could not be avoided. Ron enthusiastically agreed to work with the threshing machine. It soon became clear that there were enough people for this time. Next, it was necessary to separate the chaff from the seeds. One of the children asked Tetra what she was going to do with the material she was holding in her hands. She explained how to shake the rice so that the light husks rose to the top and the heavy grains remained at the bottom. Though this takes a lot of time, repeated shaking will separate them well. Then he called Tetra to test another of his inventions, showing her a new device, a grinder. He asked her to pour the husks into a special hole and show how it's done. Tetra was impressed. Just one turn of the handle, and everything worked. Almas separated a lot of chaff from the grain, and noticed that this was made possible thanks to the flow of air created by the internal propeller. He almost confirmed her guess and said it was time to learn from his own mistakes. As he started spinning the pen again, it suddenly broke. Tetra noted that he would have to make another one. He almost agreed. The process of harvesting had almost been solved, but there were still many other problems left. Then he met Yuria, who asked how he looked, obviously expecting a pleasant compliment. He barely refrained from telling her that she looked absolutely wonderful, and noticed how incredible she became when she made an effort. Yuria reminded him not to speak so formally when they were alone. It made her feel awkward. It seemed like he spoke that way in case someone was eavesdropping. She again asked him not to speak officially. He agreed. He asked if she still wanted him to help her with math. She wondered if he wasn't tired of it. He replied that he wasn't. Suddenly, Yuri tightly hugged him and begged him not to leave, almost explaining that she couldn't have lived even a minute without him. But he was distracted by how her breasts were pressed against him. He began to awkwardly complain about the discomfort. Yuri immediately recoiled and he apologized. He nearly told her that his job was to teach her math and she had already learned it. He felt awkward about taking the money further, since he had already done the main work. After all, this couldn't go on forever. Yuria was confused and admitted that she didn't know what to do properly. Maybe she should just ask her dad directly. At the royal castle, the king raised the topic that Almas had recently wanted to stop being Yuri's personal mentor. There was anxiety in his voice. Had something happened? Or, even worse, had Almas become disillusioned with his daughter? The king noted that without Almas, Yuri would be left alone again. He almost reassured him that the matter was not at all about this. He just started wondering how much more time he had to stay in this role. The king replied that there was no final date. Everything would continue as long as Almas had something to share. And even after that, he was always welcome in the castle. And besides, without Almas, who would have shown you the show along with the king? This party was actually thought up and carried out by Mrs. herself today. Due to the fact that there was almost no entertainment in Adelina's kingdom, he came up with a board game based on war strategy, hoping to also make money from it. Lulu once said that the game is easy to make, but it's not profitable to sell it. Her words caught me almost off guard. Tetra said the same thing. It's really an important issue, since in this world there is no concept of patents. Everything that did not require a special method of production could be freely copied, and the author remained without protection and profit. He briefly thought about simplifying the game. Lulu seemed too complicated, and Ron couldn't play it at all. Perhaps he should have presented it to the king of the Icelands of Ro. There his invention could have become popular among the nobility. If this happens, he will gain recognition and respect as an inventor, and maybe improve his relationship with the royal family of Ro. Returning to the castle, the king offered him a seat. During the next game, he almost couldn't help but notice that since they started playing, the king had been showing much more interest in him. He thought that with the right tactics, he might one day be able to get a position as a guard, or even become a soldier in the palace. Changing his profession in this new world no longer seemed like an unattainable dream, especially when the children he was currently taking care of grew up and no longer needed his support. During their fight, Almas once again recalled Yuria and her tutoring sessions. With time, he realized that, apart from him, Uriah had almost no close friends. The king confirmed it. She explained that due to a quarrel with her former friends from an influential family, she was left alone. I was almost made to doubt whether the Yuri really do only allow communication with those who are politically expedient, but the king denied this and clarified the situation. As a child of the royal family, commoners often keep their distance from Uriah, for they are intimidated by her high status. It could be noticed that Yuri did not like to show off her power, and the king fully agreed with this. The real challenge was not her position, but her incredible talent. Yuria possessed a rare gift of voodoo magic. Her talent appears only once in 1,000 years. When she grew up, she was destined to become the high priestess. It was a very honorable, but also extremely difficult position. He almost to himself noted that the idea sounded quite dramatic, and asked if it was safe to share such special information. The king replied that Yuri's abilities were already well known to many. The only condition was that Almas would not tell anyone about it. The king also revealed another important truth. Yuria was his only daughter, and her future husband was to become the king of Roses. So many ambitious suitors paid attention to Yuria. Unfortunately, the girl could feel well who was interested in her only because of her status, so it was very difficult for her to find true love. It was interesting that Yuri found it most convenient to communicate with those who didn't even know about her status. Almost immediately, someone proposed an idea. Maybe Yuri should hide her identity and try to get acquainted with the city's residents. But the king immediately said that such a plan was unlikely to work. In the capital, everyone knew her, so it was impossible to hide or go somewhere due to security concerns. Although Yuria looked very confident, In reality, she was shy. As it turned out, Almas accidentally appeared in her life, and it became a real stroke of luck. She was one of the few people with whom she could find a common language. Yuri's desire to find the right medicinal plant overcame her usual shyness. Seeing this persistence, Almas began to wonder. Perhaps beyond the royal surroundings, there are also young people who can be trusted, ones that Yuri had not yet met. He thought of his native village. It was calm and safe there, so she could communicate with people freely. He even wanted to offer this idea to the king. The king pondered for a moment, and then admitted that it was indeed a wonderful idea. He was almost surprised at the king's quick agreement, and Raymond, the king's brother, looked worried. He doubted whether he should have let Yuri go into the Griffin's forest since it is so close to the village. But the king reminded Raymondo that it was he himself who had previously said that this area was safe. At that moment, Raymond seemed to recall his previous assessment and confirmed that everything was safe. He had already sent the voodoo mage to scout out the forest by extracting his soul. This is a complex and dangerous magic when a wizard transfers his soul into the body of an animal. In this case, into an owl. The ritual was successful, and the wizard's soul returned unharmed. Moreover, reconnaissance confirmed that the forest is indeed safe. Moreover, Almos claimed that he had spoken with Griffin himself, and Raymond confirmed that this was true. But Raymond still hesitated, noting that the Griffin's forest was still unexplored. In such wild places, there were no guarantees. Did Urea really need to make new friends that badly? After a brief pause, the king explained that Raymond may have misunderstood him. His goal was not just to help Urea meet someone. He wanted her to gain the Griffin's trust. Raymond was impressed by such ambition. He hesitated before nervously taking a sip of the drink, admitted that he might still be too cautious in his thoughts, but eventually agreed that it was worth trying. Then the king switched the conversation to Al-Musa, and confessed that he was increasingly fond of this young man. If Almas had wished it, he would gladly have made him his vassal. Raymond immediately recognized that Almas was indeed a unique person. At his age, he was already well versed in mathematics and Christianity, and also possessed a scientific language that few of the youth in the kingdom understood. Raymond even offered to allocate him land to assess his talents. The king, clearly amused, joked that if lands were to be given for all this, he should also find a noble family for marriage, perhaps even someone from Raymond's own family. Raymond raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked if his family's surname would also be added to the list. The king laughed and replied that it would. Their shared laughter echoed through the throne room. It was a rare moment of mutual understanding between them. Meanwhile, in Yuri's village, she appeared energetic and confident. She greeted everyone, introduced herself, and sincerely thanked the residents for the care that Alma had shown her. This was the first official appearance of a member of the royal family in this small settlement, so the event became truly landmark. After getting acquainted with Ron and Roswood, Yuria did not forget to politely greet all the others, but Alma still noticed that she was behaving a bit nervously. At the height of the warm meeting, Soyan innocently but quite directly asked, "What are the actual relationships between Yuria and Alma?" Yuri was suddenly and resolutely hugged by Almusa, who boldly declared that they were lovers. The villagers were stunned with surprise and shock. Almas became flustered and hastily tried to brush off the thought. He seriously asked Yuri to stop such silly jokes. Tethra, concerned, demanded explanations as to whether there was at least a grain of truth in what she had heard. Almas nervously assured her that it was just a misunderstanding. He explained that Yuri was just joking with him, asking her not to come up with strange things. But Yuri, with a playful glint in her eyes, said she just wanted to throw him off a bit. Then, a bit thoughtfully, she asked if it would really be a problem if her words were sincere, and turned to leave. Almas remained standing in place, stunned, and suddenly felt someone sharply stepping on his foot. He looked down and saw Tetra fiercely staring at him. Wincing in pain, he begged her to stop, said it hurt, and that there was no reason to be angry. But from Tetra's narrowed eyes, it was clear. She thought otherwise. The day had sharply changed. In the quiet village, tension suddenly flared when Tetra abruptly stopped all mistakes. Then she simply turned around and walked away in silence. Almas Winston Payne tried to talk to her, but her silence said it all. She was angry. As he stood there rubbing his leg, a familiar voice was suddenly heard. I nearly turned around when I suddenly saw Bolton Pompey, who was calmly leaning against the wall nearby and holding a bottle in his hand. With a smile and a drink, Bolton wiped his mouth and mysteriously said that being popular is a troublesome business. He blinked in near surprise and involuntarily glanced at the group of village children, expecting more guards given Uria's status, and Bolton alone did not meet these expectations. But Bolton was not troubled by this concern. He thought that the lack of additional guards only showed how much the king trusted Almas. However, Almas himself had doubts. This could also indicate that Bolton had already gotten rid of so many enemies in the king's service that he now confidently trusted his only daughter to just one man. Bolton, who was always humble in his own ironic way, brushed off the praise, calling himself an alcoholic. He joked that if he forgot about his duties, then perhaps that would be for the better for Almas. Almas did not agree with this statement, although she did not show it outwardly. What worried him more was the hidden truth. Tetiana, who was still guilty, was by no means an ordinary girl. She was the daughter of Legos Ash, a close advisor to King Rosis. So Tethra Ash came from a noble family and had significant political importance. If her identity had been discovered, especially if it had reached Bolton, everything would have turned out quite differently. The king would have certainly recalled her back to the capital immediately. And although almost everyone was convinced that Tetra would be happier if she returned home, she herself did not want this at all. She did not like the idea of an arranged marriage, which would surely await her in her home country. Fortunately, Bolton was drunk and couldn't understand anything. She was only 10 years old then, and he shouldn't have known her at all. I hope it stays that way. Bolton noticed how Evrio communicated with the villagers. He lost his temper and changed the subject. He casually asked Almas what plans he had for the princess's entertainment. He almost suggested something unusual, for Yuria to teach the peasants voodoo. Bolton looked at him in surprise, wondering if this could be called a game. Maisie understood that such an idea was strange, but for Yuria, who is more interested in poisonous plants than flowers, simple games are not interesting. Bolton nodded in agreement that this was indeed the case. For Almas, everything was not just for entertainment. He dreamed of a village that could live independently, where people would possess both useful knowledge and magical protection. Almas could teach children to count and think logically, but voodoo was a mystery to him. However, he understood that it was important, and he hoped that among the girls there would be one who would have an aptitude for it. And even if the guys didn't really like it, the ability to defend themselves against curses could be very useful for them. And for Yuria, teaching others voodoo was not only an opportunity to be useful, but it would also help her find true friends among others, which she so lacked. Bolton, softening his tone a bit, noted that although he was a royal guard, he was still a commoner, so there was no need to address him so formally. Almas hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. As they walked through the forest together, the conversation changed again. The interlocutor almost praised Bolton for becoming a royal guard, but Bolton replied that he owed this not to his status, but to the fair system of the Ice King Row, where everything is decided not by titles, but by skills. He even suggested that in a few years, Almas could be invited to public service. At that time, Almas was only 14 years old, and the minimum age for such work was 17. If Almas acts wisely, Bolton said, he can get a position as a public servant, maybe even get his own territory. Almas waved off the idea, calling it an exaggeration. But Bolton was of a different opinion. He argued that their country was indeed unstable, and they needed special talents, even if they were foreigners. The king has high hopes for Almas. He had almost grown accustomed to the idea of becoming an official. The idea did not seem bad to him, especially if he would achieve his main goal, help the peasants become independent. He also liked the idea of creating a strong, independent family in the new world. Such a future no longer seems so distant. Meanwhile, Bolton, slightly smiling and slightly surprised, looked at the group of girls nearby and wondered if they really understood the voodoo magic they were being taught. They almost created a real company, and among other things, they said that they did not forget about his math lessons. This discovery shocked Bolton. He didn't even think that children from a remote village were studying arithmetic, let alone that they were being taught by one of their peers. Almost added that some of the best students even surpassed Yuria. One boy was already proficient in Caritian, the ancient language of scholars, and was even teaching others to read and write. Balthan looked at this with incredulity. In this village, children could read, write, solve equations, and even practice magic. He began to ponder out loud, maybe Almas is actually a brilliant teacher? This made Almas think, if these children were able to achieve so much, then perhaps Ron and the others could also become civil servants one day. He inquired with Bolton if they had such an opportunity. Bolton replied that the decision is made by the king, but there is always a chance. Only time will show how it will actually be. Looking around the surrounding fields, Balthan said that it was time for him to get down to real work. He recalled that he had heard an interesting thing. Was it true that the peasants did not divide the land into separate plots? It almost immediately became clear that Balthan was here not only to guard Yuri, but also to study the village, most likely for the king. Then he almost explained that dividing the field into small plots reduces productivity. Bolton quickly wrote it down, and Almas asked that when this information was conveyed to the king, it was imperative to say that it was his idea. Bolton nodded in agreement. Then he pointed to a strange instrument nearby and wondered what it was. He nearly confused this object with a simbakoki, a grain cleaning machine. Bolton got interested and asked what it was for. Malo began to explain how this tool is used after harvesting. Bolton, already impressed by the new agricultural methods, crop rotation and specialized tools, was simply delighted. It seemed as if the whole village was a real treasure trove of inventions. He asked if Almas had really invented all of this himself. Almas became a little embarrassed and humbly replied that it was not only his merit. Anyway, he offered help. Simbakoki was easy to copy, and for reliability, the teeth are better made of metal. If Bolton wanted to understand how it works, Almas advised to disassemble one of the failed samples. Even better, if Bolton gets a bit of parchment made from sheepskin, Almas will draw full drawings. Bolton sincerely agreed. He also noticed that in the village they themselves make clay utensils and charcoal. Suddenly, he felt some other strange smell and asked what it was. Almost immediately, he was explained that this aroma is from chrysanthemum flowers, which are used to repel insects. The idea of using flowers as an insecticide impressed both of them even more. It was an experience that could be applied immediately to protect the crop from pests. He couldn't believe how many interesting things were hidden in this, at first glance, ordinary village. For Bolton, all this was a surprise. He himself admitted that he was neither a scientist nor a warrior. He might not have understood the full depth of the knowledge, but even he could see how valuable it was for the country. Such ideas could change the entire kingdom for the better. He sincerely thanked Almas. In response, Almas asked for help in bringing his ideas to the king. Bolton agreed with a smile, noting that perhaps the gods had not abandoned them yet. Not far from them, Yuria called out to Almas, urging him not to waste time on the drunkard and to come to her instead. Almas smiled, apologized, and headed towards Yuria. Bolton laughed and joked that Almas was behaving like a true prince. Yuria blushed, got angry, and told the drunkard to drown in his own alcohol. Bolton just laughed and replied that if only it were that simple. Almas walked away from him, smiling and shaking his head. He just couldn't understand how much Bolton loved to drink. At the royal castle, the king inquired about Yuri's life, and Almas replied that everything was fine with her now. Then the king unrolled the scroll and turned the conversation to a more important topic. He was interested in learning Almas's opinion on rotational farming. Recalling the report that Bolton had submitted, Almas finally understood why the king had really summoned him. Crop rotation was a well-known and effective method of farming, and it was one of the key factors of the agricultural revolution in 18th century England. Although it was a tried practice, it was difficult for Almas to explain it without revealing his past. So he cautiously noted that this method seemed logical and could yield good results, but since he had not yet completed a full 4-year cycle on his own fields, he could not confirm this accurately. The king ordered him to record the harvest and pass on the data. Almas agreed, understanding that such records could be very useful. The king asked if it was possible to introduce a rotational system of agriculture throughout the kingdom. Almas explained that this system does not work on small plots. To implement it everywhere, a lot of land and workers are needed, but this is complicated by the feudal traditions of the kingdom. It was necessary to take away the right of communities to land and move on to private ownership. But forcing influential families and their servants to accept such changes seemed unrealistic in the current political climate. This forced the king to think about how his power was arranged. Meanwhile, Almas recalled the history of England, how the second wave of land enclosure had made possible the development of crop rotation. He wondered if a similar profound change in the structure of row sizes was possible. Even more complicated was the military system of Russia. The king was reminded that almost the entire strength of the army depended on the peasant soldiers themselves. Therefore, if the number of people on the land is reduced, the army will become weaker. In the army, soldiers themselves prepare for service. Wealthy people could afford horses and served in the cavalry. Others became spearmen or light infantry, depending on their capabilities. Skills could have partially compensated for the lack of wealth, but material resources still greatly influenced how effective a soldier was. Victories often enriched the nobility, further deepening inequality. The king agreed, noting that there was no need to take land by force. Even a clan with strict rules adhered to this. and richer landowners and nobles often kept slaves. Therefore, the transition to a rotational system of agriculture should be gradual. Almost everyone agreed with this. He realized that unlike England, here reforms could be carried out from the top, from the monarch to the nobility, and then to ordinary people. Even if it was not fully implemented, there would still be benefits. In his native village, gradual changes were already yielding good results. If they had managed to obtain more livestock, especially horses or oxen, development would have progressed even faster. The king pointed to the illustration, making it clear that he wanted to change the subject. He offered to introduce Simba Koki and the winner with the size of Ro, and also promised a reward to each miss for her service. When asked what he wanted, almost begged for a few horses to work in the field. The king agreed and gave him 2 horses and food for the whole year. Almost without words understood how valuable a gift it was. In most villages, horses were a real rarity and a luxury, and it was almost impossible to get them. And he managed to do it without much effort. Horses are very valuable, but also extremely demanding in care. They eat a lot, and even feeding one is not easy for a rural community. The fact that they gave a supply of feed for a whole year along with the horses was a real gift, a generous act of the king that is hard to overestimate. In this world, it's like being given 2 modern tractors and also fuel for a year in advance. An extremely valuable contribution for every village. The king thoughtfully said to Almas that he had obviously underestimated him, for he turned out to be not just a teacher of his daughter or a master of toys, but a real talent, as if this gift was sent by the heavenly griffin himself. Although Almas had mentally decided that this was exaggerated praise, the king said it not just out of politeness. He had more matters to discuss, and he wanted to hear another opinion. He said he wanted to invite his brother Raymond to the conversation. Almas did not object. It was the king's right. Soon, Raymond came, greeted Almas in a friendly manner, and suggested playing their evening parties in shogi again. Raymond, as always, dreamed of defeating his brother in this game. Almas agreed, but did not promise anything specific. That same evening, sitting at the royal table, the conversation became more serious. The king again turned to Almas, confident that he was well aware of the subtleties of the kingdom's politics. He asked Almas to share his opinion on the political system. Having thought for a moment, Almas gave an answer. The structure was very fragile. He explained that the foundation of the kingdom rested on 2 shaky pillars, lineage and land inheritance. The first generation of nobility sincerely supported the king, but over time, in the 2nd and 3rd generations, this devotion weakened, as did the purity of their lineage, and along with it, their loyalty to the state. Their lands had been granted to them not by the current king, but by their ancestors, so they supported the king more out of tradition than out of duty. But such hereditary land ownership often created a lot of problems. The king had little money and troops, as they were controlled by influential families from different regions. During wars or large-scale works, such as the construction of flood protection, the authorities had to rely on the support and interests of local influential people, which was not easy to ensure. Through the fragmented structure, it was almost impossible to come to an agreement quickly, and even the betrayal of one influential family could immediately weaken the kingdom. This danger was even more emphasized when large infrastructure projects required the joint efforts of several towns or villages. The king did not have enough power to organize such joint action under the current system. It's even worse if noble families marry off to foreigners. It can lead to foreign influence or even betrayal during war. His words left no one indifferent. The king and Raymond exchanged glances and understood everything without words. The king assured Almas that at least in terms of the number of such marriages among the nobility, inter-country marriages were strictly forbidden. However, everyone insisted that this law should also apply to the most influential local aristocratic families. If even one such family is allowed to break this rule, and they start to rebel, their example may lead to mass riots across the country. The king agreed, and Raymond admitted that they had not even thought about such a possibility before. But Almas had already understood what this could lead to. Even seemingly safe alliances or marriages within the nobility could become the cause of a great uprising if loyalty suddenly changed. The unity of the kingdom directly depended on avoiding such weaknesses. The king, being inquisitive and open to new things, turned to Almas with a request to share his ideas on how to improve the political structure of Versailles. He was ready to consider any proposals, even the boldest. Diamond, somewhat cheered by the strange situation, couldn't help but think that maybe this was what it was like to be friends with royalty. In his past life, he had imagined political conversations over a luxurious dinner at an expensive restaurant, not in a throne room on another world. However, he almost reacted seriously. He suggested that the main goal should be centralization. He briefly mentioned the important reforms from his old world. Then, during the Taika reforms in Japan, The country shifted from noble power to a centralized imperial system. The Meiji government quickly carried out reforms. It abolished the domains of the daimyos and replaced them with a system of prefectures that were fully subordinate to the center. These ideas were well known to him from the school curriculum, but now they come to life in completely new, real circumstances. To my surprise, the king not only listened to the idea, but fully agreed with it. Raymond, also surprised, noted how strange it was that an ordinary child had come to the same conclusions as they had. Then Raymond insistently asked Almas how, in his opinion, such centralization can be achieved. Almas thought for a moment and replied that it is necessary to clearly separate the royal power from all the nobility. To do this, it is necessary to have a divine justification that no one can doubt. He suggested coming up with a legend to announce that the family numbering one lava originated from the gods themselves. Though he was not certain about the religious laws of this world, he still believed that such divine support could shift the balance of power in their favor. But even God's authority was not enough. He almost wanted to add that, at least, he believed that taxes and control of the army should be taken away from the nobility and transferred under the control of the king. This, in his opinion, would help make power more robust and centralized. However, when it came to details on how to implement all this, he admitted that he did not have a clear answer. All these ideas arose from an analysis of the past rather than from personal experience. The king pondered and carefully listened to all the proposals. In a moment, he confessed that he already had a secret plan to make management more centralized. Almas was amazed and could hardly believe it. He knew from history that centralization was often written about beautifully, but in reality, everything was much more complicated and painful. The very fact that the king had some clear plan made a great impression on him. But the king confessed, although the method works, he doesn't like it. He compared it to a well-cooked dish that spoils over time, and there's no desire to eat it anymore. He clutched his stomach as he spoke. It was clear that something was wrong. Raymond immediately became alert and hastened to assist. He nearly popped his eyes out in surprise when he saw the bloodstains. The king tried not to make a big deal of it, wiping his lips with a napkin that Raymond handed him. He calmed down. He apologized for showing his weakness in front of Almas. Concerned, Almas asked if it was some kind of chronic illness, and when it all started. The king replied that this calamity had been afflicting him for 10 years, and such a long duration of suffering greatly surprised Almas. He wondered if that was why Yuri had taken to learning voodoo magic so enthusiastically. The king appreciated her efforts, but he doubted that even voodoo could cure his illness. When Almas asked how much time he had left, the king refused to answer. It seemed that even knowing this truth was too hard for him. The atmosphere in the hall changed when the king became serious again. He entrusted Almas with the last task, to create a centralization plan. The king believed that, thanks to Almas's mind, it was possible to at least start forming something useful. Whether this plan would be implemented was still unknown, but the king hoped that the work would be completed by the end of his reign. Almas, understanding the importance of the request, solemnly promised to make every effort. Soy announced Almas' return with joy, her voice trembling with excitement. She added that he didn't return empty-handed. He brought something special. Interested, Rosa asked if it was related to his recent trip to the kingdom of Rosich. Not answering, Soyen called out to the others and hurried forward. Ron, a bit annoyed but intrigued, followed along with everyone to the outskirts of the village. In the distance, Soye pointed to 2 figures. Ron squinted, then exclaimed in delight. These were horses. The children quickly ran forward, joyfully greeting their returning leader. Almas met them calmly, nodding restrainedly in greeting. Ron couldn't believe his eyes in wonder. He had never seen horses so close before, and had never touched them at all. He ran his hands over the horse's sturdy body, gazing in awe at its strength and size. Just then, something unusual caught Rowena's attention. Behind Almas on the horse sat a girl. She looked detached. She didn't look them in the eye. Surprised and intrigued, Rosewood asked who she was. Everyone explained that the girl's name was Rhea. She was given to him by the King of the Ice Rose as a slave. Rosewood, not knowing what to say, asked why he had taken a slave in the first place. She almost said that Rhea appeared not because of someone's cruelty or whim, but out of necessity. In the village, no one understood horses, and without help, these animals would be simply unbearable. Rhea, however, had experience in horse care and could solve this problem. Taking another person was a logical choice, especially since another mouth would not create a great burden. Lita remembered this moment in the Ice of Ro. After talking to the king, a decision was found very quickly. Raymond himself went along with Almas to the slave quarters. He pointed to the quiet girl and asked the slave what her name was. Her name was Rhea. He almost introduced himself, but she responded to him in a language he didn't understand. With amazement, he learned from Raymond that it was the language of Sioux from Germany, which was completely alien to him. At that moment, Almas first realized that there were many more languages in the world besides Adelian and Carishian. Returning to the village, Almas gathered everyone and told them about the situation with Rhea. Since she couldn't speak their language, he offered to convey everything through him. More importantly, he emphasized that Rhea should be just like everyone else in the village. She came here as a slave, but now she's one of them. However, Rosewood looked a bit flustered, and that was immediately noticed. He was even slightly teased, being asked if he wasn't interested in Rhea. Rosewood became flustered and began to hastily object, but this only amused Olmi. He smiled even more slyly. And Sun, playful as always, took advantage of the moment and asked for her souvenir. Olmi hinted for her to look in one of the saddlebags on the horse. There was some dried meat lying there. He warned, if she wants to share, it's worth taking very little. Soyeon happily handed a piece to Ron, and he accepted it with delight. Looking at all this, he involuntarily pondered. 14-year-olds are always so interested in the topic of love. As an older brother, he felt both amusement and a little confusion. Maybe this was the beginning of their teenage years. Suddenly, someone shouted that they had managed to catch a wild boar. Everyone turned to the noise and saw a boy carrying a heavy animal on his shoulders. Ron asked in amazement who it was. The boy laughed and mockingly replied that it was Grem, of course. Almost everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Grem was only 12, but of all the children, he was the strongest. When asked about the secret, Grem explained it by saying that archery requires strength and control. But that was not the end of the surprises. The girl stepped forward in a strange outfit, spoke confidently and obviously expected praise. He barely blinked in surprise, trying to understand what she was wearing. Only for a moment did he realize it was Lulu. Her clothing turned out to be camouflage, specially made to hide in the woods. Grem asked if she hadn't attracted a boar with her voodoo magic. Lulu proudly told that Yuria herself had told her that she had a real talent. In the village of Almas, everything was changing. The leader had returned, foreign languages had appeared, hunting trophies, and the first signs of the youth's coming of age. The village was alive, developing, and with each new person, skill, and feeling, it was getting closer and closer to something much bigger than it was before. Among familiar faces in his native village, he felt a slight pride, watching how everyone had grown up and achieved something of their own. Each in their own way made a significant contribution. Although he himself was not interested in voodoo, it was pleasant for him to see others achieve success. Switching to more practical matters, he announced a bold goal: to triple their fields, using the help of horses. The peasants burst into joyful exclamations, inspired by the vision of change and progress. He approached Tetria and asked about the goats. She said that most of the weeds in the vacant lot had already been cleared. Almas laughed, emphasizing that the goats eat everything in a row and leave almost nothing. After that, he instructed Rhea, the new horse caregiver, to process the new field, and Rosewood was to help her. Tetra, who was curious, asked about Rhea, and she was briefly explained that she was very important for the proper care of the horses. When the preparations began, Tetra noticed that something was attached to the horses. I asked Almas what it was. He explained that along with the horses, the king had also given a plow and important tools for working in the field. The king emphasized that this was much needed, and Almas was truly grateful for it. Turning to Rosewood, he said he would use this equipment. Rosewood took hold of the plow handles, and to his amazement, he easily pulled it through the earth. The difference was simply astonishing. Others watched in amazement at how quickly and easily this task was being performed. Ron asked with wide open eyes what had happened when Rose began to shout. Rose groaned that it even hurt to hold on. His hands were burning from the tension. San noted that the speed was now completely different. It's just something incredible. Horsepower has changed all their work. Now their previous efforts seem simply ridiculous. Inspired, he asked everyone to prepare a second plow and start learning to ride horses. Luck was on their side, and he wanted to take advantage of it. But Soyeon reminded him of something. Hadn't he mentioned some new culture or resource? He almost confirmed it. It was about cannabis. That word raised some doubts in him. Cannabis had a certain reputation as a narcotic, but according to Uriah, in voodoo it was valued, especially as a pain reliever. While in some regions drugs were used for entertainment, on the Adelina Peninsula there were almost never any problems with this. In this context, hemp had potential, was practical, and beneficial for health. Uriah added that hemp seeds are very nutritious, and the fibers can be used for many purposes. Olmsted mentioned that in his past life, hemp seeds were part of the composition of the Japanese seasoning shichimi dogarashi. Soyan decided that he was chosen to sew clothes because everyone wanted it that way. He explained that these fibers would be used, but not for fabrics. He again recalled the linen threads and ropes, very important materials in his past world. So Yan admitted that she was not sure how useful hemp would be, but agreed to try growing it for the experiment. And it was at this moment that he almost remembered another important issue. The griffins will stop helping the village after this summer. Meanwhile, taxes have been constantly rising. Tatra immediately realized that this is dangerous. Their village is facing a financial crisis. I thought that the solution could be the creation of unique products that the village could produce and sell, and perhaps hemp could be one of those products. It has almost been confirmed that there is indeed a strong candidate. He invited them to follow him. Their curiosity has grown. He explained that on the Adelina Peninsula, for storing information, 3 main materials were most often used: papyrus, sheepskin, and wooden boards. Each material had its own drawbacks. Papyrus was fragile and easily torn if folded. Sheepskin was durable, but it was often spoiled by insects. Wooden boards were thick and cumbersome, which is why only short texts could be written on them. But Almas conceived of something else, a material that far surpassed even paper. During the discussion of this idea, Tetra made a reasonable remark. Most people can't even read or write. Will there be any demand at all? Almas replied that not every ordinary person can read, but for rulers, nobles, and scholars it is necessary. They will be able to convey it directly to those who need it. Tetra, gradually understanding, guessed that Almas meant the king himself. Unlike an ordinary person, the ruler was also responsible for preserving history and laws. Now it became clear that there would be a need for this. She nodded, convinced of it. He could almost envision a future where the village not only survived, but thrived, where one of the children now running alongside him might one day become a master paper maker. This thought was both soothing and inspiring. They went out into the street, and Almas showed them a simple but effective trick. Dug a hole on the riverbank. This way they were able to make a small pool. Now an important stage in making paper was entirely possible. They laid the foundation for their new business. They started with simple things: tree bark and hemp, which Almas had brought from his trip. This became the basis for something much bigger. Tetra, interested in the process, asked why the materials were soaked in water. Almas explained that this made them softer. Without this, it would have been difficult to remove the stiff black bark skin and get to the fibers inside. As she carefully separated the fibers, Almas added that although they were not too concerned with details now, in the future, accuracy would be important. The better the fibers were prepared, the wider and more even the paper would turn out. The next day, a new stage began. Crushed ash was added to the water in which the materials were soaked, and the liquid became milky white. This is lye. Tetra asked what lye was, and Almas explained. What they really needed was a caustic solution, and lye was just right. Caustic substances break down organic residues well, so they are perfect for their task. They combined bark, hemp, straw, and lye in a large cauldron, and brought it to a boil. As the pair rose and the mixture boiled, Soyan noticed that it resembled a thick stew. A rich, earthy aroma spread through the air. Ron approached closer, his nose twitching, and asked if he could try some. Smiling, Soyan nearly warned him that if he did, his tummy might hurt all day. When the boiling had finished, the mixture was left to cool. Then it was well rinsed and returned to the water pit to steep all night. Ron, unable to bear it, asked how much longer this would last. He was told that it was almost ready. That same evening, when the work in the field was completed, almost everyone gathered together. It was time to move on to the next stage. While the material was still wet, it needed to be compacted well. Ron enthusiastically offered to take care of this, working with the mixture. He had almost moved on to preparing a paste from wheat flour, as he had easily done in his past life. He boiled flour to get starch, and then mixed it with the pulp, making the mixture thicker. That's how the production of real paper began. Someone asked if it was really paper that they made. They almost explained, it's the base. All that's left is to give it a shape and dry it well. Tetra raised the wooden frame with interest, and asked if it was for removing water. She was almost sure it was a paper tray. After cellulose was poured inside, it was only left to start mass production. He showed how to evenly distribute the mixture over the deck, gently shaking it until the surface became smooth. Tetra watched with delight at how gentle and beautiful everything looked. She almost asked to repeat everything again. First, pour, then smooth out, and then carefully lift the top frame and leave the sheets to dry. Tetra asked if everything was going well. Almost had already reviewed the first few sheets. They were not perfect, but for a first try, they were quite good. The paper was thinner than he thought, and it still had a bit of dust on it, but it still had potential. He lifted one sheet so everyone could see. Their reaction was instantaneous and full of wonder. They ran their fingers over it, marveling at the unusual surface. It was lighter than sheepskin, smoother than wooden boards, and softer than papyrus. A true discovery. Tetra enthusiastically suggested manufacturing it in large quantities and selling it, as nothing like it existed in their world. He almost smiled, but thought to himself that the true credit belonged to the brilliant inventor from ancient China, who first created paper. But here, in this world, it was something entirely new. He had managed to create something that could change the course of history. Captivated by the idea, he decided, this paper would be the first true product of their village. They would take it to King Roliedu. The time of parchment, bark, and wooden boards was passing. A new material had emerged, and with it, a new chapter in history for Almost. He nearly found himself before King Ro himself, to present to him the chief treasure of his community, a smooth, bright sheet of paper. The king drew closer, curiosity in his eyes, and ran his hand over the surface. Then he took a pen and tried to write. The ink lay smoothly, and the sheet remained firm. He was impressed. This was not a fragile papyrus strip or a heavy wooden board. This was a truly wonderful new material. The king appreciated the craftsmanship and inquired where it came from. He nearly began telling what they had done in his village, and wanted to give some of it away. The king, who had become curious, offered to buy it all at once. A quiet joy flashed in Almus's eyes, but the conversation didn't end there. The king looked at him attentively and asked how this product was made, and whether Almus was ready to share the secret. Almus replied cautiously but politely. He agreed, if the village's profits would be protected. The king laughed and confessed that it was a joke. He had no intention of taking the process away. Instead, he issued a royal decree. Almus had to continue to improve the paper for another 3 years. When the quality became high enough for large-scale use, the state would start buying it in large quantities. The king explained that he saw paper as a future national industry. This was not ready yet. Until that time, all rights remained only here. The goods could not be sold in other places. In his soul, he admired the king's foresight. The monarch had already anticipated all the risks, that Almus could tell the secret to others or sell it. That's why he took measures in advance to prevent this from happening, either by assessing the situation, or by placing Bartolo, or simply by being careful. The king showed that he trusted few people. However, such an arrangement guaranteed the village a stable income, and for this, Almus was grateful. A year has passed. The last season of Griffin's divine support has ended. Walking through the forest where it all began, he breathed in the cool air, and the trees whispered quietly around him. This day has come. The village has become resilient, as people have introduced new ideas. Permaculture, charcoal production, pottery, additional income from education, animal husbandry, paper production, and even defensive magic. There were many trials, but they overcame them all. He recalled his first meeting with the Griffin, how much everything had changed since then. If not for that incident, he wouldn't have received the divine gift of language. It was precisely this that had allowed him to achieve such progress. Having reached the sacred grove, he called out loudly. The Griffin woke up and calmly stood up, looking regal. It praised Almus for managing to lead the village through hardships without losing a single resident. He could almost picture each of them in his mind. Tetra, Swin, Ron, Rosewood, Lulu, and the others. He modestly claimed that he didn't do it alone, but Griffin thought otherwise. It was she who received the king's support, inspired the children, and helped the village get through all the difficulties. The Griffin asked if he still needed the gift of divine language. He hesitated a bit. Technically, it was no longer necessary, but in reality, it was still difficult for him to speak with Rhea. She was getting better at the Adelian language, and Rosewood, to everyone's surprise, took to studying German seriously. Even Lulu joked that he was trying so hard because of love. Reflecting on how quiet and strong true devotion can be, it is capable of changing people in a way that few other things can. But a promise is a promise. Almus nodded and said he was ready to return the gift. The Griffin approached and gently touched Almus's forehead with his beak. He felt a strange sensation, as if something was coming out of his soul. Then Griffin passed on a final message. Miss All should come more often, and if he ever felt grateful, he would let her know. He is to bring an offering. The alcohol, by the way, almost smiled and agreed. From the ridge above the village of Almus, he looked down. Beside him, Tetra quietly appeared, She greeted him and asked if he had seen Griffin. He almost replied that Griffin sends greetings and asks to send some fruit wine. Petro nodded, her face calm. So ended the mission that Griffin had entrusted to Alma. One page of life closed, and under the sunny hills of the village they had built together, a new one quietly began. It almost stood over the village, which was once a desert. Now life is in full swing here. People are hard-working, and the fields promise a rich harvest. He looked with pride at his native village, where every day everyone was busy with work. Now this village has become self-sufficient, and it is easier to live here than in many other places. They have gone through a difficult path. Everyone worked hard to get here. With a sense of finality, he almost ordered Tetri to gather everyone. When the villagers had assembled, he was to make an important announcement. Almas shared what he had learned. Yuria had told him, and he himself was convinced of it. This year in the Kingdom of Ro, they gathered a generous harvest. It was news that at first glance seemed unrelated to the topic, but he didn't just bring up the topic like that. He went back to Rosewood and asked if he was born in Rovsika. Rosewood confirmed this, and then he, like all the others from Rovsika, was told that they could now return home. Their village had become strong enough to continue living on its own. Support from Griffin had ended, and it seemed like it was time for these children to return to their families. Deep down, everyone understood. If they were to lose even one of them, especially someone as talented as Rosewood, serious gaps would appear in their work. But that didn't matter. What was important to him was that the children were with their parents. Not like him, since he had never known his own. These children had families, and now that the situation has normalized, they deserve to be together with their loved ones again. But the reaction he was expecting never came. Instead, Rose immediately shot back at him harshly, calling him a fool. He almost wondered if he had suddenly lost the ability to communicate normally without the divine support of the Griffin. But Rosewood didn't hesitate with the explanation. Yes, they had families, but it was they who were abandoned. And that pain doesn't disappear just because they now have food on the table. Ron added that even if the harvest is good, it doesn't mean they'll be welcomed back. Lulu expressed an even greater fear. They might not be accepted again. Soyeon went even further. What if this time they're just sold into slavery? Rose settled the matter once and for all. None of them wanted to go back. This realization hit him hard. His optimism had caused him to miss such a simple thing. When you're rejected by your own, and yet you still come back hoping to be accepted. He should have expected such cruelty. Perhaps deep down in his soul, the orphan in him had always idealized the image of parents. He transferred this strong desire to others, and thereby seriously miscalculated. Rosa looked at him with an attentive gaze, and he said what none of them had dared to before. They all loved Almas. Almas froze, everything clenched in his chest. Ron took a step forward and begged Almas not to leave them, to stay as their leader as before. Grem added that even if they were not kin, it didn't change anything. That's why they loved him, Soan added. Ron raised his voice and turned to everyone. Whoever wants to return to their parents, raise your hands. In response, there was silence. Then he asked who wanted to go with Almaz. The reaction was instant and loud. Everyone started cheering and raising their hands, with genuine devotion visible on their faces. Almaz was taken aback. He asked once again if anyone really wanted to turn back, but no one even stirred. On the contrary, people began to shout even louder, supporting him. He recalled how these same children used to fall asleep in tears, calling out for the parents who had abandoned them. And now they were looking at him as one of their own adults. Tetra stepped forward and spoke for everyone. They loved him, and that was enough. Tears appeared in Almos's eyes. Soyeon started teasing him, asking if he was crying. Embarrassed, he turned away and quickly wiped his eyes, assuring that everything was fine. Then he turned back to them, and barely holding back his emotions, smiled and said that he understood everything. He would remain their leader, and they should continue to follow him. Everyone loudly agreed, but then something surprised him in their movements. They acted too harmoniously, as if everything was staged. Suspecting something wrong, he expressed his doubts. So-yeon couldn't stifle her laughter and confessed that he had seen through them. Baffled, he looked around a bit, and Grem explained everything. Tetra noticed that he had been looking restless lately. They came up with a plan to bring him to tears, and at the same time lift his spirits. It was Ron who proposed this idea. Ron started nervously justifying himself, trying to divert attention, but Rose immediately found the culprit. Both guys started joking with each other again. As always, they quarreled and shifted responsibility to each other with exaggerated drama. Watching them, Almos's heart filled with warmth. He looked at the smiling faces around him. This was the family he had created from the fragments of a complicated past. At that moment, he realized that he was truly lucky. He nearly saw the urine and asked if voodoo always looked so boring. Yuria allowed him to watch as long as he didn't interfere, explaining that they were training to create a barrier and needed to be as focused as possible. Olive almost noticed that working with barriers, curses, and demon-repelling techniques was hard to spot with the naked eye, and recalled that he had already encountered this once before. Tetro approached him with something in his hands, and he almost asked what it was. She confirmed that they were supplements and insisted that he drink them. He was skeptical because they were made using voodoo, so he asked if it was safe. But Tetra insisted that there was no danger and demanded that he drink it. He already wanted to joke about what open clothing Tetra had chosen today and wondered if she wasn't cold. To this, she replied that she had not accepted. A little later, these additives were given to the goats. And what happened to the goats after they ate them? They immediately started mating right in front of his eyes, which shocked him. The Tetra quickly fled the scene. Then Lighter nearly told the others about the incident. Yuri scolded Tetru, warning her not to twitch. Then he recalled how Yuria had shown him the charms that dry out the tree, but the result had only appeared after several hours. Yuria asked if that didn't suit him. She almost asked if she could make Yuri do it instantly. Yuri replied that she could, but it would take too much energy. He almost admitted that while the skill of detecting monsters was indeed useful, voodoo training was not at all pleasant. He cited such examples. One has to rub oneself with animal fur to mask one's smell, jump over roofs to train in stealth, or return from training resembling wild beasts. Then he asked if it happened because of Yuri's poor training. To this, Yuri defensively replied that Lulu had always been like that, and that he shouldn't blame her for it. When Lulu tried to justify herself, Yuria interrupted her and reminded her to focus on voodoo practice. She nearly mentioned how impressively Soyen was able to transfer her soul into an animal's body, and Yuria agreed that it was very similar to voodoo magic. He almost imagined how cool it would be to fly and enjoy the freedom like an owl, and even confessed that it was then that he first wanted to learn voodoo. But these memories became unpleasant when he recalled what happened next. Returning to his human body, Soyen tried to turn his head 180 degrees, as he used to do in the form of an owl. This results in a painful unpleasantness. Soyen Blambren said he had egg taran, and Yuria, understanding his irritation, still asked him to be quiet. Having thought again, she almost decided that voodoo magic wasn't that bright after all. In response, Yuria briefly whispered a spell and lit a fire in the palm of her hand. She explained that it's easy for her to start a fire because she has experience, but for most people it would take more time. And since a fire can be started with a flint, using voodoo for this makes no sense. The flame disappeared just as quickly, once again confirming her words. This intrigued Tetra even more. She asked to show the fire again because she wanted to try one idea. Almas woke up and wondered why Yuria wasn't sleeping in the middle of the night. He went outside, remembering that she had said she would go out somewhere today. She had already received permission from her father and had left with that fool. He carried a torch and, stopping, looked at the moon, admiring the clear outlines of the moonlit sky. In a world without alarm clocks, it was he who woke the children every morning, and often because of this he felt more like a mother than anyone else. The hardest thing was to wake Tetra. She woke up last, and although it took effort, she got very upset if she was woken up last. I almost decided to start the day by washing in the small river, and then wake up the others. When he approached the river, he was surprised to see Tetra bathing there. She hurried to cover herself and turned to see who had come. He almost noticed a special mark near her hip, which immediately caught his attention. When she touched this place, and I realized it was similar to a tattoo. Tetra explained that it was actually the Ashman family crest, a symbol passed down to those of noble or royal blood. Yuri probably had the same symbol too. He had almost forgotten that in his native Japan, tattoos have a bad reputation, while in the West they are often considered a fashionable accessory. Since the times of Yayoi and Yamatiko, people have been applying patterns to their bodies. In Adelnia, such signs indicated a high status in society, and possibly even had something to do with voodoo magic. Up until this moment, he had almost always perceived Tetra as a daughter or younger sister. But now it seemed to him as if he was seeing his childhood friend or classmate grow up. Tetra, in excitement, told him that she had created something incredible, and asked him to wait for a surprise. He almost agreed, and went ahead. Later that night, he woke everyone up and gathered them under the night sky. Almas asked Yuria if what she wanted to show was related to the creation of Tetris. Yuria confirmed it and added that it would surprise him. Almas replied that he was already surprised by the fact that Bartolo fell asleep on watch, hugging a barrel of alcohol. At that moment, Rose called out to everyone, announcing that Tetra had arrived. Almas carefully looked as Tetra approached closer. She put a sheet of paper on the table with a red geometric symbol drawn on it. When Almas inquired what exactly was drawn, the woman confessed that it was her own blood. She showed him her finger with a bandaged bandage. He almost warned her that it could be dangerous, but Tetra assured him that she had done everything right. Rinse the wound with water and alcohol. Then Tetra asked Ron to turn off the light. When the room became dark, she put her hand on the sheet, and she shone with bright light. Others were struck by the brightness. Then she returned to Almas and encouraged him to try. Although he objected that he didn't know how to use voodoo magic, she still pushed him forward. When Almas finally put his hand on the sheet, it lit up again, and he was confused. Yuria explained that 2 things were needed for voodoo magic. The first is the power of the soul, and everyone has their own. Usually girls have more of it, but even among girls, only a few can become true voodoo masters. Having made sure that everyone understood, she explained, if Nate lacked inner soul strength, it could be compensated from the outside. This can be done through sacrifices, the blood of a voodoo mage, or with the help of a special stone for casting curses. Ron asked Graham what a curse stone was. Graham explained that it was an ordinary stone that had mystical voodoo power, and that he often found such stones. Then Yuria started talking about another important component of voodoo magic, the skill and experience of the one who wields it. She explained that, although it may sound strange, voodoo is actually based on instincts. People who have a natural talent for it, like her, can do simple things with voodoo without even noticing it, just as easily as breathing. She said that it's almost impossible to teach someone to breathe, yet many people can do it, even if they can't explain it. However, even without an innate talent, voodoo could be invoked through movement, dance, or song. That's exactly how this magic was passed down from generation to generation. But Almas, as a true magic master, could have learned to activate voodoo magic with the power of thought over time. Almas tried to follow the explanation and asked what was happening, realizing that she had strayed from the topic. Yuri's attention was again drawn to the red geometric symbol on the sheet. She explained that the power of voodoo to this symbol was given by Tetra's blood, and the magic itself was embedded directly into the drawing. Almost everything was clear to Almost. Tetra created a symbol in which the entire process of invoking the magic of light is embedded. She confirmed this and said that since it's a symbol, it can be drawn on paper and carried with you. The entire activation process is already contained within the symbol itself. Anyone can use the magic by simply focusing on it. When Almas asked how Tetra came up with this symbol, she replied that she experimented and handed over her notes. He glanced at them and realized it was arithmetic. Tetra said that arithmetic was the basis of everything in this world. Half-jokingly, he almost asked if she was from Greece, but Tetra confidently stated that she had already given this new idea a name: the magic formula. Almas was stunned. It wasn't just the discovery of new equations, but something truly historic, even revolutionary. Tetra had created something that was hard to believe in. Yuria reminded him that from the very beginning she had warned him about this. In Almas's thoughts, all the voodoo sorcerers throughout history had relied on inaccurate traditions, songs, dances, or chants. And now, thanks to Tetra, voodoo had a real theoretical foundation to turn instincts into facts and logic. She almost anxiously said it out loud. And if this new approach becomes popular, will ordinary wizards then disappear? Yuria de Sigrid. She was convinced that there would always be a kind of magic that couldn't be explained by numbers. Tetra agreed, noting that some things, for example, the square root or the ratio of a circle's length to its diameter, as well as human emotions, cannot be fully described with just numbers. He almost thought to himself that even such constants as pi or the square root function were not yet known in this world. He had only shared these ideas with Tetra, but she herself had come up with the formula, this magical discovery. He acknowledged to himself that Tetra was truly extraordinary. Lulu happily said that now voodoo magic can be combined with the formula system. Soyeon was also excited because now anyone can use such magic, even without being a real voodoo priest. Yuria reminded them that, unfortunately, laying curses does not work with this formula. She asked if everyone understood the explanation. Ron admitted that he didn't quite get it, but it all seems very cool to him. Meanwhile, Rosewood whispered to Graham that this new form of magic, which is divided into what can and cannot be depicted with symbols, seems to be entirely unlike voodoo, to which Graham agreed and proposed considering it a separate art form. Yuria agreed, emphasizing that the essence of this magical formula lies in arithmetic itself. She also believed that this could be considered a new direction in magical research. Teta turned to Almas and said that he should give it a name. Almas was surprised and asked if she really didn't mind such a decision. In his thoughts, he already knew what to call it, since in his past life he lived in a country famous for its role-playing games. Having thought for a bit, he suggested the word sorcery. At first he wanted to call it magic, but due to the already known traditions of voodoo, the word witchcraft was more appropriate. Tetra, with determination in her eyes, announced that from now on, she would call herself a witch. She became the first in the world. She even decided to take a title for herself, the first creator, and smiled with enormous pride. Almost watching her reaction, couldn't help but think that, despite all her intelligence, Tetra was behaving entirely in accordance with her age. And now he worried about her even more than before. A year had passed and the village was flourishing. Looking around, he almost said out loud how much everything had come alive here. Tatiana had told him that there were already 70 people living in the village now. Almost had noticed that 70 people was quite a lot. Tetra explained that most of them had fled from the kingdom of King, escaping from high taxes. They were found unconscious in the forest, and over the year the village had taken in about 30 such people. As they spoke, a group of Grem passed by and reported that the work with Rufre's payers was complete. Almost thanked them and invited them to rest in the main tent. Tetra added that the 6 new residents were adults who had become very close friends with Ron. You could say they were very attached to him. I had already wanted to say that their strength and knowledge were a real help. Tetya said that it was from them that she learned to cook and gets pleasure from it. The use of draft horses made the work easier, but it was the adult newcomers with their endurance that were able to significantly expand our fields, so the harvest was rich. There is currently enough food in the village for everyone, and there is even a reserve left. Almas was satisfied and said that everything is going well so far, and passed the responsibility to Tetri, and she asked him to pass greetings to Griffin. Later, in the very heart of the forest, he almost took a bottle of wine as an offering and bowed to Griffin, who responded in kind. The Griffin was drinking from a jug with its beak and complaining that the drink was insufficient, since wine was their trade commodity. Olmest thought that it was actually very valuable. Griffin, although admitting he hadn't done anything special, was grateful for the gift and inquired about how things were going. Almost replied that everything was fine, and it was largely thanks to Griffin's help in the past. Relief from Griffin Express. He said that even though they were almost independent, he was still scared of the thought that they might die in poverty. Then Griffin revealed something important. If a great misfortune befalls Almas or his descendants, he may decide to help them. Everything depends on how they turn to him and how they behaved with him before. He hardly expected this, and he thanked sincerely, though he had hoped that such a day would never come. The Griffin agreed and added that it would be detrimental to him as well, so Almas should do everything possible to avoid such a situation. At this, Griffin flew up into the sky and almost waved goodbye. We returned to the village with an empty can. Almasa was greeted cheerfully by the Tetra, who exclaimed, "Welcome back, dear." Almasa was surprised by such a greeting. Smiling, he asked in surprise when they had managed to get married. But Tetra didn't waste time. Quickly grabbed his hand and said there was no time to figure things out. They had to hurry. Almas, still bewildered, asked what had happened and if some kind of emergency had occurred. Ron appeared and urgently called him to come inside. Tetra let him in and asked him to take a look. There were many people inside, newcomers. It almost struck me. Tetra told him that there were 30 of them. Grem added that they came soon after Almos left, and since the newcomers behaved friendly, they were taken in. One of the newcomers approached and asked Almas if he represented this village. They almost agreed and, in response, asked who this man was. He introduced himself as Earl, the temporary head of one of the villages in the kingdom of Firma. Earl explained that they had all escaped from Firma together and made it here. Soyen asked if there was a famine in the kingdom of Firma again this year. Earl confirmed this, saying that the firm is particularly vulnerable to curses, and that's why famines often occur. He explained that even during the founding of the firm, the kingdom had executed many of the Ash sect's wizards, so now almost no one is left to put up protective barriers. The old man added that every year the taxes collected by the soldiers were getting bigger, and the young woman next to him said with bitterness that those who didn't pay were immediately executed. The Earl confessed that initially they had wanted to escape to the kingdom of Rosice, but it was almost impossible to cross the border unnoticed. Having nowhere to go, they found themselves at a dead end, until they heard a rumor. Almas asked which rumor was being referred to. Earl told him that he had heard rumors of a paradise deep in the forest, guarded by a griffin, where even abandoned children lived happily. Earl confessed that up to this point he had actually never believed in it. Almas tried to downplay the significance and said that it was not a paradise at all. They survived by working on the land, just like everyone else. Nearby, Rosa asked Ron if they had become famous for selling animal hides in the capital. Ron replied that their village had indeed earned a good reputation, because they always maintained quality in trade. Lulu added that when they shared food with people they rescued in the forest unconscious, they often asked them about everything. Soyeon recalled that they also helped lost travelers, and this could have made them more well-known. Almas pointed out that King Rosai's acquaintance with the game of shogi also played a role. After all, the king often warmly remembered both him and the village. Almas turned to the group and asked if they wanted to get permission to settle in the village. Earl confirmed this, and all those present began to implore Almas, promising to do anything for him. Almas was perplexed and did not know what to do. Deep down, he understood that taking in 30 more people was a huge risk. It means more strain on the supplies, not to mention the safety issue, as adult outsiders could disrupt the balance in the village. Suddenly, one of the women among the newcomers recognized Lulu and shouted her name. Lulu was noticeably surprised and immediately saddened. Almas, seeing her reaction, asked if this woman was her relative. The woman rushed to hug Lulu, but Lulu screamed for her not to come closer. The woman froze in place. A man approached Lulu and asked what had happened. Lulu burst into tears and said it was too late for that woman to pretend to be her real mom. She accused her of having abandoned her a long time ago. Turning to Almas, Lulu confidently stated that she was categorically against the group staying. She insisted that they needed to be sent back to the Kingdom of Firm immediately. Lulu explained that because of these people, it would be unreasonable to risk the relationship between their village and Firm. Ron scratched his head in confusion. He expressed his disagreement to Almas, saying that he didn't like the idea and wouldn't support it. Rose agreed with Ron and said that they were in no way connected to these people, so it made no sense to interfere. However, Soyeon, although hesitant, believed that they should accept the refugees. She reminded them that these people had also been abandoned and forced to flee, just like they had once been. Grem supported Soyeon's opinion. It says that people should help each other in difficult times. Almas, looking at the crowd, noticed among 30 newcomers several small children. He turned to Tetra and asked what she thought. Tetra replied that for now she was against it. She said that she still couldn't trust them. There was a risk that the Kingdom of Hyrule might use this as a means to infiltrate the village and destroy it from within. So first, it was necessary to make sure that such a danger was ruled out. From this, it could almost be said with certainty that Tetra did not entirely dismiss the idea. If the person proved to be trustworthy, she might eventually accept it. He almost stated that he would go to the Kingdom of Firms himself to figure things out and learn the truth. He instructed Ron to closely watch the newcomers until he returned. Ron promised that he would handle it. Tetra said she would go with him, since this matter also concerns her. He almost glanced at her and accepted her choice. Then he turned to the entire group and said that they can stay temporarily. In exchange for this, they must follow all the village rules, and food will be provided for them. However, they were forbidden from doing anything suspicious. The group gratefully accepted this condition, bowed low to Almas, and thanked him and the whole village for the opportunity given. Soyeon asked Almas to be careful on the road, glancing back at Lulu, who was still crying behind him. He had almost said something, but Soyeon gently assured him that she would handle it. They stopped at that, and Almas announced that he and Tetra would ride horseback. Tetra looked at him and asked if he could ride a horse at all. In the stable, he almost asked aloud if anyone had seen Rhea. When she replied, he asked to prepare a horse. He wanted to go for a ride. Tetra raised an eyebrow and asked if they were really going to travel on horseback. With almost certainty, he said, yes, and wondered what was wrong. Tetra reminded him that he couldn't ride a horse at all. He almost admitted that it was true, but said that he had a way out. A novelty appeared. The stirrup. This is such a detail that was attached on both sides of the horse, so that the rider could put their foot there. Saddles already existed, but stirrups did not exist at that time. Rhea, who was used to riding without any tools, actually didn't need them, but this time she was almost forced to use them. In his native world, even before the appearance of stirrups, only true masters could fight on horseback. Without support for the legs, it was very difficult not only to keep balance, but also to use weapons. But with stirrups, even such a beginner as he could learn to ride after a few trainings. He realized that this was a real revolution. Stirrups could completely change the conduct of wars. That's why he carefully didn't tell anyone about it. Only Rhea knew of their existence, and now he asked Tetra to keep quiet too. Tetra carefully examined the stirrups, asked if they were made of iron and how they were made. He almost revealed that he had secretly ordered them from Yuri. Tetra agreed to be silent. Almas helped her sit on the horse in front of him. She asked him to lift her more carefully, and he agreed. Rio waved after them as they drove off together. Along the way, they chatted. Tetra mentioned King Firm, also known as Roland Firm. She wondered if Alma thought of him as an ambitious person. Alma replied that maybe he was. Tetra noted that previously most people admired the king, to say nothing of this fact that from how Earl and the others spoke, it seemed they no longer loved him. Tetris admitted that she herself was not sure. Long ago, King Firm had been kind, had been friends with her father, and had even been likable to her back then. She couldn't say she hadn't loved him at that time. He almost nodded, showing that he understood. When the sun began to set, he suggested stopping for the night. They let the fire burn down and then extinguished it. The next morning they set off again. From the hill in front of them, a view of the village opened up. He almost immediately guessed that this was probably Earl's old house, because everything looked just as Earl had told. Seeing a few people by the house, he said he would go find out what was going on. He nearly slid off his horse to get closer. He noticed that the village looked almost abandoned and asked why that was. Two men standing nearby exchanged glances. One of them. They said that the peasants had suddenly left their homes in the middle of the night. Now the people who were left gathered together to go in search. He grumbled that it all annoyed him very much. Almas asked why the peasants had left so suddenly. One man replied that the taxes had simply become unbearable. Another person approached and confirmed the same words. The taxes were too high, so people gave up and left. Then he asked Almas and Tetru why they were here. Almas noticed that the man had put his hand on his sword, and the situation was becoming tense. So he quickly dived into his bag and pulled something out. Smiling, he almost offered some dried fruits and said that they were just merchants traveling north and just passing by. He had stopped only because he saw a gathering of soldiers in the village and was curious about what had happened. Чоловік прийняв фрукт і жартома сказав, що, мабуть, приємно мати коня. Someone else asked if the girl next to him was his wife. He almost decided to joke and agree. They said, yes, they just got married, didn't they? He turned to Tetra. She became flustered and blushed, but confirmed. Yes, they are indeed newlyweds. He nearly turned to the soldier with a question of whether there was anything here that could be sold, perhaps something that would be of interest to the military. The soldier glanced at the dried fruits and said that such delicacies were beyond their wildest dreams. They were barely finding enough to feed themselves. He still asked if he could take 3 pieces. I nearly told him to take as many as he wanted. The second soldier also asked for some. To change the subject, I almost immediately asked how they planned to return the peasants who had fled, and where they had gone in the first place. The soldier replied that, according to their information, the peasants had fled to the forest. Another soldier muttered something about a supposed paradise ruled by the griffin, and wondered if the peasants really believed in such tales. He almost said that searching the forest was no easy task, but the soldiers said it wouldn't be that hard because there are voodoo magicians in their country, although there were few people. Almost immediately, he noticed a woman with a dog nearby. The soldier explained that they would use these dogs, which are guided by magic, to find the peasants. The second soldier admitted that he was a little envious of such useful voodoo magic. The first one said that he hoped these abilities would be used for something other than war someday. He almost thought that the magic of riding dogs was not enjoyable at all. Then he wondered if it was really safe to enter the forest. After all, they say there's a griffin in the forest? The soldiers confessed that they were afraid, but the king still ordered them to carry out the task. Their ruler was not afraid to anger the gods and did not worry about possible punishment from above. Another soldier grumbled that although he feared the wrath of the griffins, he was even more angry with the peasants who had fled, considering them traitors, and openly stated that they did not intend to return them alive. They were supposed to be sent tomorrow, and it was not a rescue operation, but an execution. Another soldier sighed and said that he didn't like all this at all. When he heard this, he almost understood that it doesn't make sense to even try to do business here. He handed the soldiers a few coins as a sign of gratitude for the information and wished them luck, after which he and Tetra drove further. When they had driven a fairly long distance, Tetra anxiously told Almas that everything was very bad. The soldiers could find their village. Almas agreed that it was a real problem, but at least they had found what they were looking for, and now they had to act quickly. When they reached the village, Ron immediately opened the gate and asked how everything went. He almost confirmed that Earl and the rest are not involved. Then he asked if anything had happened while they were away. Ron replied that everything was quiet. When Almas jumped off the horse, he said he had something important to tell, and asked Ron to gather everyone. Ron immediately obeyed. When all the peasants had gathered, Almost was already preparing to start speaking. He told them that tomorrow the soldiers of King Firmus would arrive in their village. Rose would have replied that in that case they needed to give up the locals. Graham asked if he had understood correctly. Weren't they soldiers? It was almost confirmed that it was them. He explained that King Firm wants to show everyone what will happen to those who try to escape from his power. Silence reigned in the room. Almas continued. If they hand over the peasants, the king will simply exterminate them. The only sound in the room was the crackling of the fire. Then Almas asked everyone to hear him out. He believed that it was not possible to simply abandon these people. One of the reasons was practicality. When King Firm did attack, they would need as many people as possible to counter it. The village had been nearly impossible to find because it was well hidden by a dense forest. But now, as Earl and his group had passed through it, the soldiers could find the village with the help of their voodoo magic. If they hand over the refugees, they may reveal the village's location, either through intimidation or out of revenge. And if King Firm finds them, he won't leave them in peace. They now had only 70 men. The king might think it easy to deal with them, but if the count's men were added, that would make 100, and that might make the king think twice before attacking. He almost immediately asked what others thought. Ron said that if their leaders thought it was right, then he supported the idea. They had to help the villagers, because these people had done nothing wrong. Rosa also said that she would support them. Grandma agreed, adding that now they needed to stick together. Soya nodded and said it would be too cruel to leave people to fend for themselves. She almost turned around, looking in Lulu's direction, so Yan also looked at her. Lulu was silent for a moment and said that those peasants were her parents. If she lets them die, then she will be no better than them. She agreed to help them. She nearly asked if anyone was against it, but nobody said anything. He nodded to Tetri, then quickly glanced around. Time was short, so action was needed immediately. It was time to go to Earl and the rest. Almost everyone has already gathered, and they reported that they are ready to temporarily shelter the peasants. The peasants were surprised by such kindness and sincerely thanked, but almost immediately explained that this was temporary and it wouldn't last long. Everything will depend on how the peasants behave further. Erlich understood this well and reacted with understanding. Meanwhile, Almas, although he looked calm, could not stop thinking about King Firma's soldiers, who were already approaching. He wondered if it was worth warning the peasants about the danger. Just as Almas was about to say something, Ron burst in with disturbing news. In the street, almost everyone demanded explanations, and Ron told that deep in the forest they noticed the king's soldiers. The enemy was approaching the village precisely. Lulu used her magic and confirmed it. There was very little time left. At this tense moment, the count arrived and asked what was happening here. He nearly revealed that the king was already chasing the peasants from the count's estate and would soon arrive here. The peasants were frightened and bewildered when Almas told them about the terrible truth he had learned. King Firm wanted to destroy the whole village to intimidate the others. When people realized this, they were overcome with fear. Everyone started to worry, but they were immediately asked to remain calm. After that, they seriously turned to Almas. He apologized, bowed low, and expressed regret for the unpleasantness caused by his people. Almas, though annoyed, acknowledged that they had already become too deeply embroiled in the matter to back down. Even if they handed over the peasants, he doubted that the king would let them live in peace. The Earl was surprised by Almas's gloomy mood and asked if he could join the upcoming battle. Almas replied that this was exactly what he wanted. The Earl knelt down, showing his respect, deep respect and gratitude, promising their devotion. He told Almas that although he has little experience as a former trader who has traveled the world, he knows a bit about negotiations and hopes that this will be of use to Almas. Almas, interested and full of hope, agreed to Earl's proposal and asked to help immediately. He led Earl away to start planning and entrusted Tetre with informing the others about their situation and decision. Tetre nodded and went to spread the news. That night they found themselves in a small but quiet part of the village or the old district they had just arrived in. He almost said it was his home, but insisted that time must not be wasted. He quickly cleared the table and asked Earl to suggest how to conduct the negotiations better. The Earl began to speak without delay. He said that the main thing was to convince the other side that it was better to sit down at the negotiating table than to quarrel or fight. Their first step should be to arm everyone and confront the King Firm army outside the village. Almas, hesitating, asked if this was really the right decision. He noted that although they try to look peaceful, displaying their weapons, this can cause excessive aggression, and to be honest, it would be more advantageous for them to defend from inside the village. In response, the Count explained that the commander of the enemies is not an ordinary opponent, but a brilliant strategist who has never lost before. So even if they hide and prepare a defense, defeat is still unavoidable. The main thing was not to win the war, but to show that they could confidently oppose the king. The wooded area also helped them. A large army could not move quickly through the dense forest, so the king's troops could not be numerous here. Earl realized that these were not ordinary soldiers, but elite warriors from the king's personal squad, the most devoted and strongest men of the firm. That's why, Earl emphasized, The king of the firm did not want to lose them in this battle. The king almost immediately realized that he wouldn't want to risk any of these valuable warriors. He clenched his fist, resolutely disposed, and asked what to do next. Earl emphasized that the agreement should be made so that both sides would gain or retain something. For Almos, the main thing was to survive. Then Burl suggested to Almus to think about what the king of the company really wants to achieve. He was almost certain that they had already been completely destroyed, but a villager corrected him. The issue wasn't about killing everyone to the last one. This answer made everyone feel uneasy. He started worrying that Earl was hinting some peasants had to be sacrificed to save the others, but everyone quickly rejects this idea. If they surrender the peasants, King Firm will still kill them, reduce their numbers, and continue to pursue those who remain. His goal was not just revenge, but to use this event as an example for others to learn a lesson. In fact, he needed the peasants to be dead only on paper. Their actual death was not so obligatory. Now everything was clear to Almus. The king needed proof that it was he who had killed the villagers, but dragging their bodies back would have been impossible. They would simply have rotted on the way to their destination. Earl thought the king wanted to take away from the peasants all their clothes and any items by which they could be identified, to have proof. Now Alma understood this. To carry out such a deception, it was necessary to take away the peasants' clothes. So he wondered how to find new clothes for everyone. But Earl interrupted and said that it was not necessary. He pulled out a small object and showed it to Almus. It was a simple bronze ring. Earl explained that although the ring was inexpensive and had no material value, in their country it had great cultural significance. Each child made a large ring by themselves, and when the ring fit their finger, it was believed that they had become adults. The ring bore the coat of arms of their family, which was known in all the surrounding towns and villages. Such rings, though they may seem simple, in this situation were worth more than any treasure. Earl handed his signet ring to Almas. Almas respectfully examined the engraving and noticed the seal. Earl confirmed that this seal would be enough to convince the royal troops. Almas agreed. This would be enough, but then he expressed his concerns. Would King Firm really go peacefully, taking only these rings? Earl replied with gloomy confidence. No, for it was King Firm they were talking about. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the glow of torches cut through the night. One soldier, dissatisfied with the pursuit, grumbled that he was tired of catching fugitives. He said that if they had risen up in revolt, everything would have ended quickly. They would have simply been defeated in open battle, rather than being chased through the forests. By the campfire, a group of men gathered. One of them turned to King Firmus and asked if they were really going to kill the peasants. The king confirmed this without hesitation. King Firm addressed his warriors firmly. He said, "If we now pardon the fleeing peasants, others may also dare to flee. One decisive and harsh action will help us avoid new problems." And he decided without hesitation that this would be enough to stop any resistance in the future. He assured his warriors that all preparations for the invasion of King Rose's lands were already completed. As soon as they cross the border, they will be able to provide themselves with everything they need by plundering the area. One of the soldiers responded to him quite relaxedly, and this did not go unnoticed. The king for the impostor, and asked how they relate to this. He reminded them of how everyone rejoiced when they gained independence, when Firm won over Legos and became the king. One soldier explained that it happened due to disdain for the Ash family, who had always served the Ice King's Ro dynasty. Another added that Legos was not weak in battle but had something more. He was an outstanding commander. The Firm fell silent for a moment, then muttered something about one unfinished business. A child had disappeared. They had made a mistake by letting Lagos's daughter escape. The soldier, avoiding the king's gaze, insisted that the girl had surely perished. A 10-year-old child could not have survived alone in the forest. Most likely, she has already been eaten by wild beasts. Suddenly, a wizard appeared with the news. The peasants were found. Fear immediately got up and asked where they were. The wizard pointed to the south, explaining that the dog had followed the trail straight to his settlement. It seems it was a village. A village again? Is this the one they said was guarded by a griffin? The wizard said he knew nothing about it, dismissing the idea outright. He said he had always thought the story about the griffin to be exaggerated. One soldier expressed concern, and another muttered quietly that they would never defeat a deity. But the leader did not share their fears, as he himself had once gotten lost in this forest, and he met the griffin himself. The griffin even addressed him, warning him not to go deep into the territory. If he stayed on the outskirts, he could act calmly. His confidence added calmness to the soldiers. Someone praised the commander's determination, and another said that if the king did not object, they were ready to go to the village of Griffin. Wherever it was or wasn't in reality, everyone else felt the same. Their mood lifted. King Firm, along with his warriors, approached the outskirts of the village. Now, in the darkness, The light from the houses and torches was already visible. The firm noticed that the village was larger than he had imagined. Having assessed the number of houses and the size of the fields, one soldier estimated that the village was home to approximately 100 people. He noticed that the village had simple defensive structures, a small moat and a wooden fence. But all of this looked more like protection from wild animals such as wolves, rather than from armed enemies. Suddenly, King Firm noticed some movement. Someone was approaching. He narrowed his eyes. One of the soldiers said that this man appears to be armed, and he asked whether it was worth removing the village residents now. He mounted his horse and ordered everyone to wait. He did not want to risk his elite warriors in vain. They would just watch and wait. They were approached by a group from the village. One of the men was walking ahead on his own. The soldiers were wondering who it was. It was Almas. He was approaching calmly. Almas asked why he had come here, and the stranger in response wanted to know who Almas was. He has almost introduced himself as the head of the village and said his name. The man clearly stated his purpose for coming. He was looking for people who had escaped from his country, and he demanded that they be handed over. He nearly replied that he could not allow the king to kill these people right before their eyes, to which he could not agree. The head of the firm agreed to talk further, but only with Almas, and asked him to come alone. Almas continued to go to him. The soldiers spoke quietly among themselves. He himself was surprised by his own boldness. In his mind, he almost noted that everything was going according to plan so far. The main thing now was for the people behind him to remain calm and not make any rash moves. Concern began to spread among the peasants. Rose wondered if they should let them get closer. Ron stopped her and said they had to trust Almas and stay put. Then Ron called out to Grem to make sure he was ready in case things went bad. Grem replied that Ron could count on him. Tetra silently prayed in her soul for Almas to stay alive. He almost came face to face with King Firm. He kept his calm while greeting the king and asked if he should come closer. The king refused, adding that he would almost certainly not feel safe even if he did come closer. Almost understood this subtle hint. The firm showed willingness to at least listen to Almas regarding his refusal to fulfill the king's demands. Almas noticed that the conversation was taking place in a restrained tone. It was clear that the king was not showing generosity, but simply giving him the opportunity to express himself. He explained that his village was too small to survive if the king ordered them to be destroyed. So he asked to shelter refugees from other villages. He thought that just letting them live shouldn't be a problem. But the firm refused this proposal. He could not allow the fugitives to go unpunished, despite all the requests. Everyone understood the logic of the king's decision. Then he proposed to find a compromise. Let the peasants live, and for the sake of proof of punishment, make it seem as if they were executed. All mice had to surrender their rings, which were symbols of their belonging to the village. The king was very surprised by this. He turned to his soldiers. After a brief pause, he proposed another option. Almost ready to give not only the rings, but all the property of the village. Instead, the company promised to spare their lives and allow them to take only their clothes. It was an agreement much more favorable to the king. He almost realized that this was the behavior Earl had warned him about. The king of firms always wanted more. He almost anxiously noted that if everything is taken away from the peasants, they will simply die of hunger, and asked that at least half be left to them. But if the king intended to take everything by force, he almost imperceptibly gave a hand signal. Ron noticed the signal. He warned the others to be prepared. Meanwhile, it was clear to everyone. The signal had already been given. The torch was burning brightly. They nearly set fire to everything, so that the king would have nothing left to seize. The firm replied that by doing so, they would doom all their people to starvation, and almost admitted that it was true, but insisted. That's exactly why the king must make the right choice. The king initially doubted that Almas would really dare to take such a radical step, but when he saw the forest burning, he realized that Almas might actually do it. Having thought for a moment, he decided to change his proposal. He took 70% of everything for himself, and left the rest to the peasants. An oppressive silence set in. It seemed that this was still too complex a requirement, but it was worth adopting if survival depended on it. He acquiesced and agreed, confirming that he would give up 70% of their belongings and the engagement ring. Firm showed no emotion, and when the agreement was reached, he almost acknowledged the matter as settled. Later that night, he nearly joined his fellow tribesmen. He sat down and sighed with relief that everything had ended without a single fight. Tetra wondered what to do next, and almost said she would go to King Rome. He needed to consult with him about the refugees and decide what to do next. Ron doubted that the size of King Ro would really help. Almost replied that they pay taxes, even if small. In such times they have the right to ask for protection, and Ro's reputation would be severely damaged if he refused. Then Earl turned to Almas and asked if he personally knew what size King Ro wore. When Almas agreed, Earl asked to go along. explaining that it would be easier for him to tell everything himself. Almas hesitated for a moment, then apologized, explaining that he hadn't yet decided if it was a good idea to take Earl with him. For now, it was better for Earl to stay behind while Almas prepared to leave. He noticed Tetra standing there. She said she would go with him. He barely asked if she was sure. After a brief pause, Tetra said that she had thought everything through, almost agreed, and they set off together. By that time, he had left Ron in charge, and Ron had promised that he could be relied on. As they rode at night, Tetra noticed how dark it was around, but Almas reassured her, saying that the sun would rise soon. Tetra admitted that she had always run away from her problems. She didn't want to lose her relationships with others and was afraid of King Firma, but she also understood that people suffered because of him. As the last living heir of House Ash, she felt she had a special responsibility due to her lineage. She was barely saying to her that her life belonged only to her, not to Earl or anyone else, that she owed nothing due to her origin. If she didn't want to carry this burden, she had the right not to do so. Tatiana understood that being born into such a family was a part of her personality, but she didn't want to live in fear all her life. If she wanted to build her future, she had to face her past and talk to King Firm. Almas said that he understood everything, and if so, then he had nothing to add. When the sun rose above the horizon ahead, he almost joyfully drew attention to it. Tetra quietly looked at him, then lowered her eyes. She looked at him again. He barely noticed and asked if she wanted to add anything else. Tetra told Almas that after she resolves her conflict with King Firm, she wants him to marry her. Tetra suddenly said that she wants to marry Almas. Overwhelmed with emotions, she began to insistently demand it again and again, even having a bit of a hysterics. Almas was almost completely caught off guard by this. He was very surprised by her sudden proposal. He noted that it was completely unexpected, recalling how she once said that he was important to her. He thought that maybe he had read a different meaning into those words. People like Ron were more open about their feelings than he was. Almas suggested calming down and getting off the horse to have a proper conversation. Tetra replied that it was Almas who should calm down. When she found herself on the ground, she looked him straight in the eye, and again she asked him to marry her. Almas fell silent. In his thoughts, he recalled that he had always perceived Tetra as a younger sister. Not only she, but also Ron, Soin, and all the other kids from the village too. For him, these people were something in between the best friends and family, but it did not reach real romantic relationships. But if something were to change suddenly, he spoke about it very cautiously. If they get married, they will have to live together for the rest of their lives. Tetra replied that she understands this. He added that it's a serious matter and it can't be just fixed like that. She assured him that she understands that too. He nearly continued, emphasizing that marriage also means having children together. Tetra, blushing, admitted that this was exactly what she wanted. She was still worried. She demanded a clear yes or no answer from Almas. He said yes. Tetra, having plucked up the courage, asked if he loved her. Almas, blushing, replied yes. She asked if he thought she was a wonderful girl. Yes, he did. Did he want to have such a wife? Yes. Then she asked if he would marry her. Alma replied, no. Tetra was taken aback and almost said that as a man, he couldn't accept her proposal. Not because he refused her, but because he himself wanted to take this step. After that, he got down on one knee and made Tetri an official proposal of hand and heart. She lit up with joy and immediately agreed, and rushed to hug him, almost sincerely smiled. He said that now that they were engaged, they had to act quickly and head to King Rose's possessions, because the threat of hunger still loomed over them. Tetra agreed. He almost joked out loud if he had brought some kind of trouble upon himself with these words. Later, in the kingdom of King Rose, the ruler noted that the situation was complicated. Almost told that they had almost lost everything, both food and belongings. The king promised to provide them with food for a whole year, in exchange for Almas taking care of the refugees. Almas gratefully agreed and thanked him. The king noted that such situations often occur near the borders with the kingdom of Fulms. He said with relief that it was good that Almas did not burn the village, because you can't collect taxes from dead people. The king turned his gaze to the young woman next to Almas and inquired who she was. Tetra stepped forward and officially greeted him, noting that a lot of time had passed. The king was surprised. He admitted that he didn't remember ever meeting her before. Tetra reminded him that 10 years ago he had visited the Ash family estate in their capital, and that was when she was with her father at the welcoming ceremony. The king paused for a moment, remembering the past. Then he gave a sign, and the soldiers left the room. He warned Tetra very seriously. If she lied, she would be executed, and if she refused to answer, it would be the same. He demanded that she name her father's name. Tetra replied to Legos Esh, the head of the Esh family. Then we mentioned the name of her mother, Helen Ash, maybe Karishan. and finally her own name. She apologized for not introducing herself earlier. She was Tetras. The king closed his eyes and whispered a prayer as if he still believed the heavens were on his side. He asked if she could prove who she was. Tetra replied that she had a family crest on her thigh and offered to show it. The king, apologizing for the awkward request, asked her to lift up her dress. Tetra turned around and lifted up her dress. She exposed the lower part of her back to show the sign, then asked if he had seen enough. The king apologized again and inquired if she had a ring. Tetris replied that she did. Almas was amazed, because he had never seen this thing before, and asked where she had been hiding it. Tetra explained that the ring was made of gold, and she was ashamed to keep such a valuable thing when everyone was having a hard time. That's why she buried it. He plans to sell it only as a last resort. He almost told her that he was not angry and did not blame her. The king coughed and told them to stop quarreling like a married couple and to show him the ring. Both of them immediately fulfilled his request. Tetra told the king that she also had a family crest that had been passed down through her family. Almas, becoming curious, asked what the crest was, since he knew almost nothing about its importance. Tetra handed it to the king, and upon examining the item, she almost thought it was some kind of stamp, though its true meaning was lost on her. The king looked at the seal and said the following. He first decided to invite a heraldry expert. Next, it will be necessary to verify the authenticity of Tetra's family crest, ring, and seal. If all three things turn out to be genuine, they will be returned to Tetra. Tetra agreed with this decision. Almas asked worriedly if everything was all right, and Tetra confidently nodded in response. After that, one of the soldiers reported that the heraldry specialist had already arrived. The king gave the orders, and the specialist called Tetra and took her away. She glanced back for a moment, told Almas that she would see him again, and left with the others. A silence ensued. The king looked seriously at Almas and asked where he had found Tetra. Almas replied that it wasn't exactly a find, since Tetra had been living in their village for many years. Then the king decided to put the question differently. Ask when Almas found out about her true identity. He almost admitted that he could have looked bad if he had said that he had always known about it. So he said that he had found out only a few years ago. Usually he would have reported it right away, but Tetra begged him to keep it a secret. He asked the king for forgiveness. The king accepted his explanation and said that everything was all right, especially since Almas had sheltered the last living member of the Ash family. He did not reproach him for this. Almas sincerely thanked him. Then the king asked Almos about his relationship with Tatra, and almost found out that during the journey Almos had promised to marry her. The king was interested in whether Almos believed that the daughter of a noble family could marry a commoner. Almos replied that he believed in such a possibility. Was it not for this reason that the king wanted to grant him a noble title? The king agreed, but reminded that noble life often brings many tears. But Mai replied that he is ready to work hard, even if he has to start from the lowest position. The king muttered quietly to himself, hesitating about what to say to Yuri now. Almas heard a whisper and asked if the king had said something, but he replied that it was nothing important. Since checking Tetra's identity would take some time, the king decided to change the subject and asked Almas about the homework he had given earlier. He almost immediately recalled that the task was probably related to centralization. He replied that he had a prepared response, although it was not yet fully ready. The king said it was good and offered to share it with him. But first, he called Raymond. Soon Raymond came. He greeted Almas warmly, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. Almas responded to the greeting and Raymond sat down next to the king. Now, having almost finished preparing, he is about to respond to the king's previous question, how to achieve centralization. He suggested using the power of the people. The king and Raymond exchanged glances. The king asked Almas to tell more. They almost explained that centralization is when power is concentrated in the hands of the center, i.e., the main state authority. It implies that the highest decisions, for example, on the military and taxes, are made from above. But now the kingdom under the leadership of King Ro remains divided into smaller regional possessions. To concentrate power, these regions need to be united under one leadership. But if influential families are simply ordered to give up control over the army and taxes, nothing will come of it. They will not relinquish such powers so easily. That's why I almost believe that the solution was to gradually reduce the political influence of these influential families. Raymond asked for more details. What did I mean by using the power of the people? He almost replied that with the strengthening of the political power of ordinary people, the influence of the great families would gradually decrease. The balance of power would change by itself. Raymond and the king did not know what to say. After the pause, the king noted that when the people become stronger, the power of the monarch weakens. Did Almas understand this? Yes, Almas understood this. Almas. He almost admitted that usually, when the people become stronger, the power of the king weakens. But that's not all. He emphasized that the main thing is something else. In his opinion, the monarchy should officially take on the obligation to protect the rights of its citizens. That is, the kingdom should protect the lives and property of its people. On this basis, the authorities would stand not against the subjects but together with them, against the influence of large families. The king silently pondered this change in views. Raymond spoke, pondering the idea. Usually, a change of power can provoke a conflict between the ruler and the subordinates. But if the monarch declares that his duty is to protect the people, the situation changes. Now it's a struggle of the noble families not only with the king, but also with the common people. They had almost begun to make more sense. In this new approach, any attempt by powerful families to expand their power would look like oppression. Instead, the defensive role of the monarch would look morally justified, giving him a reason and a right to act. Raymond was interested and apparently impressed. He called the idea interesting. But the king saw one problem. Would it work if the people themselves did not ask the king for protection? He nearly agreed, but also expressed confidence that such a request would likely arise, explaining it by the growing influence of the Corinthian Federation. And the Federation, an association of city-states, lived according to the republican principle and had no monarchy. Although each republic worked in its own way, their structure differed greatly from the monarchy, on which the power was held in Adelans. Despite these differences, many people liked the idea of the republican model, and some in Adelne had already begun to take an interest in such ideology. The king did not agree with this statement and said that it was just an assumption. But Raymond was of a different opinion than his brother. He believed that almost all suspicions have grounds. Already there were noticeable signs of ideological changes, and he recalled the most terrible event they had experienced. The uprising led by Robert Firm. Raymond said that he had investigated the causes of that uprising, and it turned out that Robert Firm had received significant support from ordinary people. Thus the insurgents managed, albeit imperfectly and with difficulties, to create their own central authority. It was irritating, but at the same time it said a lot. The king agreed that from that point of view the idea did not look bad. Then he inquired what to do with the influential families if their political power is limited. Almas immediately responded that when these influential families weaken, they will no longer be able to raise a rebellion. Next, it is necessary to summon them to the capital, give them official positions, and entrust them with the management of various affairs in the administration. The main difficulty is to carefully prepare everything for their arrival. To give them land as an inheritance, offer help with huge debts, and create a central court where these families will have limited influence and feel their importance in politics. The king expressed another thought. Would the creation of a new court not lead to a departure from the idea of centralization? He was almost explained that the court would still be located in the center of the country. The main goal was to concentrate all power in one pair of hands. But such a concentration of power led to slower management work. To solve this problem, the nobles were given limited autonomy on their lands, enough to make it easier for them to manage their affairs. When full centralization was achieved, they could gradually refine and improve the system. The king nodded in approval, clearly impressed. He turned to Raymond, acknowledging that the idea was indeed thought-provoking. Raymond, inspired by the conversation, quickly returned to Almas, and with unexpected enthusiasm, offered to make him his adopted son. Raymond suddenly turned to Almas with a strange request. He offered to adopt him as a son. Both Almas and the king were surprised and did not expect this. I almost stumbled over this thought, not yet understanding what it meant, until its entire meaning sank in. The king intervened quickly. He ordered to leave immediately and forget all the nonsense that Raymond had just talked about. Almas, surprised and a little frightened, quickly ran out of the room. When he went out into the street, all of this seemed to him simply unbelievable. He was accepted as the son of a noble family. How can this be understood at all? Now he decided to simply wait for Tetra. At this time, the king approached Raymond and sharply asked what he thought. Raymond, undaunted, has a new plan to circumvent all the problems. He wanted to make Almas the next king. The king was stunned and called it madness. Raymond remained calm and confident, insisting that everything was all right with him. It may not have been the perfect plan, but for him it was the second best option. The king sat down next to his brother. He was annoyed, but still willing to listen. He noted the obvious. Perhaps this guy was smart, maybe even a genius, but still just a simple guy. And what's worse, he's only 16 years old. But Raymond did not give up and continued to ask who else could occupy the throne. The king reminded him that Raymond himself, as the first heir, had no children. So the next in line would be Uriah's husband. Raymond understands this idea. For him, Yuri as a bride was completely unbearable, and this option seemed much worse. He argued that choosing someone like Rigger was the same as bringing any random man from the street and making him a king immediately. He even reminded the king that he himself had once said the same thing, but the king just waved it off, saying it was nonsense during a drinking session. After the Ash family disappeared, the Bibble family gained the most power, with Rigger at its head. But Raymond was not deterred and directly called Rigger a fool, a man who cannot live without alcohol, women, and money. According to the Duval family's reports, he was often described as reckless and overly aggressive. Raymond said straight out that he would never serve such a person. The king denied that an attempt to seat another ruler on the throne could divide the kingdom and lead to discord. But Raymond insisted. Wasn't it worth risking if victory was possible? If necessary, to completely get rid of the Bible family, and even more so, did the king really want to give Yuri to such a man as Riggert? There were rumors about the man that he was involved in the death of his 2 wives, and the king began to hesitate. He confessed that he did not like harsh decisions, and also did not want to give his daughter to such a man. But politics was a ruthless game. A successful marriage united these important noble families. This could finally lead to centralization and stability. Raymond interrupted him. Could the king really count on cooperation with someone like Rigger? A silence fell over the room for a while, as the king anxiously gazed out the window. At last he admitted the truth. Rigger Dibble was indeed not fit for the throne. So why, asked the king, had Raymond drawn Dragolmus into this affair? Raymond's response was brief and confident, for Almus was exactly who was needed. His unique status as a son of Griffon granted him an almost spiritual authority that helped to calm the discontent of the nobility due to his humble origins. He did not have a noble origin, so it was easy to manage him on the political arena, unlike Rigger, whose family would have demanded power and influence for themselves. More importantly, he had an extremely rare mind. He understood perfectly how power and management worked, and sometimes his ideas were so unusual that even Raymond was amazed. His knowledge was impressive, and Raymond couldn't understand where the boy had so much in his head. This once again confirmed. This boy was special. Perhaps he would be the one to lead the kingdom to a better future. Raymond firmly believed that although Almus was still young, if he was taught and guided correctly, he would make a wonderful king. No, it was Raymond who would do this. It was his decision. With a sense of the end of an era, he turned to his brother and asked if there were any more doubts. But the king was not finished yet. He raised the issue of uniting with the Bible family. Raymond dismissed the idea without hesitation, as reunification had never been a real possibility for him. Now, as they were almost together with Tetra Ash, they had a new chance to return to their original plan, to try to reunite with the Ash family. They were truly lucky. Almus and Tetris were genuinely in love with each other. This meant that their marriage would be not only politically advantageous, but also natural. Both remained under the care of their family. Although the Ishas had already lost much of their political influence due to the king's brother's adopted son marrying their daughter, their authority could still be restored. The young man, already known as the son of Griffin, could become the heir to the kingdom. Raymond was convinced that no one would object. Moreover, many would even be delighted with such news. Next came the next part of Raymond's plan. With time, Almus married Urea. This marriage will sufficiently unite the houses of Aish and Roaz. All forces will gather under one banner, which will become a symbol of great unity and legitimate power. The king seemed to want to object, but stopped himself. Instead, he calmly agreed to support Raymond's decision to adopt Almus. But he had not yet decided whether to appoint Almus as the heir to the throne. Raymond agreed to this compromise and thanked his brother. Now it remained to find out what Almus thought about it. Outside the hall, the soldier called Almus. The king wanted to see him. Almus responded and entered the room. He is still bewildered and wary after what happened earlier when he came inside. Raymond eagerly calls to surround. He carefully sat down on the chair opposite both brothers, not knowing what to expect. Raymond continued the conversation from the same place where he had stopped. He again asked Almus if he would become his adopted son. Almus, still trying to make sense of everything, asked if this meant that Raymond would become his father or official guardian. Raymond confirmed it. Next came the difficult moment. What did Almus himself think about this? He almost didn't answer right away. He asked why Raymond wanted this. What was his reason? At first, Raymond started to flatter. He said Almus was a wonderful person, and when he heard how he thought and spoke, he made his choice. But Almus still did not trust him. It seemed to him that the reason was too simple. Then Raymond openly told the truth. The real reason was that Almus was the son of Griffin. He wanted Almus to marry Tetra Ash and help restore the influence of the Ash family. Of course, not immediately. First, Almas had to live with him, learn everything necessary, and prepare for the future. Then Raymond spoke inspiringly, like a true dreamer. He said that people are always drawn to stories and legends, and everyone around him watched in silence, not understanding where he was leading. Raymond vividly described the picture: a fallen princess, her native lands taken away during the uprising, and here appears a mysterious young man, the son of Griffin, who saves her. Together they revive her home and return to her everything she lost. A living legend comes to life before your eyes. This could have entirely become the story of Almos and Tethris. The room fell silent for a moment, and then Raymond asked, what was Almos's answer? Almos felt that the situation was becoming too complicated for him, and asked for some time. He needed to consult with his friends and tell them about Tetre. Raymond agreed, but asked him not to tell anyone about the marriage for now, since it was still unofficial. Then Raymond smiled and said that he would wait for a good answer. Tetra came closer and called out to Almas. Their business in the capital was finished. The king had just confirmed the truth. Tethra was indeed the daughter of the late head of the Ash family. He returned to her the proofs of her origin, and with that, their meeting ended. Everyone bowed respectfully, preparing to leave, as there was much to be done, and people in the village were waiting for them. On the way home, Tetra asked if they would return to the village immediately. The rest almost immediately confirmed. They had important news to share. The road back passed in silence and reflection. Every step brought them closer to a new stage. When they arrived, Almas shouted to the watchtower, announcing that they were back. Ron saw them and immediately notified all the others. The village came to life, and friends hurried to meet them. Grem said with a joking tone that they were not in a hurry, and Lulu immediately asked if Almas had managed to get food for everyone. They almost announced good news. They will receive food for the whole year, and in return, they have to take care of the refugees who will arrive. From today, refugees will start working together with them. A loud, joyful exclamation sounded, and Earl stepped forward, thanking Almas with gratitude in his eyes. But Almas wasn't finished yet. He had something else important, something serious. He turned to Ron and asked him to gather the usual company. Ron nodded and went to call everyone. When everyone finally gathered, the truth was revealed. It turned out that Tetra was a princess from the Ash family. Everyone was simply stunned with surprise from this. Tetra hung her head and apologized for hiding it, but apologies weren't necessary. One by one, her friends rallied around her, reminding her that everyone has their secrets. Soyeon said she wished she'd known sooner, but it didn't change anything. Lulu smiled and assured Tetra that she was still the same person. Rosa added that true friendships aren't so easily broken, even if there are secrets involved. Even Ron agreed with this. Tetra was deeply touched. And then a second unexpected fact was announced. It was almost officially announced that the Duke of Ro, the king's brother, wanted to adopt him. The room fell silent again, and in a moment everyone was in complete delight. Ron was still reeling from the news about Tetra, and it was hard for him to believe what he had heard. Almos had turned out to be a member of the royal family. It was a real sensation. Rose would have proudly laughed and said that it was very much like Almos. He knew how to surprise. I joked that now they have become real servants of the royal family. Lulu replied that she needs to train even harder in her voodoo skills. And Tatra thought, if he almost became a king, and she marries him, then she will become a princess herself. This thought overwhelmed her. Almas glanced around the room, noticing the smiles and the enthusiastic conversation around him. But inside, he didn't feel joyful at all. He hadn't imagined this moment to be like this. Memories from his past life flashed in his mind. How in the orphanage, friends would leave one by one. Someone would be adopted. Someone would find a new home, or choose a different path. Each goodbye became more painful and lonely for Almas. Will this moment be the same? He asked his friends. Why aren't they stopping him? Soy blinked, not understanding why he was doing this. Almas admitted that he was happy, maybe even a little excited. But still, something was holding him back. Lulu wondered if something was bothering him. Ron suggested that maybe Almas didn't want to be adopted. Almas explained that it wasn't about that at all, but if he becomes part of the royal family, he will have to leave. He will be far from the village, far from everyone, even from Tetra. Ron and Sozin smiled calmly. Sozin reminded him that even if they wouldn't see each other as often, it didn't mean they would never meet again. In addition, she said that Almas was never supposed to stay in one place. Ron agreed. They were proud of him and supported him. Almas's eyes widened in surprise again. These friends, this unusual warm company that had taken him in, had really done it from the heart. He quietly thanked them, touched. He had really been lucky. He told them that they and Tetra would stay one more night in the village before departing, and until then the village would be under their care. If any problem arises, we need to gather key people together with Earl, who represents the settlers, and discuss everything before making any decisions. Ronick confirmed that he understood the instructions, and once again everyone loudly and joyfully exclaimed. As the sun began to set and seemed to bid them farewell, the company gradually dispersed, smiling and joking in the evening twilight. When they left, Soy and Thorn looked at each other and noticed what an incredible Mrs. Riley this was. Grem loudly said that maybe someday they would be lucky enough to meet the king himself. Ron, who had always been more realistic, noted that they would still have to deal with official rules and royal etiquette, which might prove too complicated for them. Lulu quietly expressed her opinion. She had become a little sad that Miss Intetra would be the first to leave. Rand turned back to her and, smiling calmly, disagreed with her. If these two went first, then the others just had to follow and catch up. That's all. Eventually, they would be able to call themselves defenders with pride. For now, their task was simple: to guard the village while Almas and Tethra were away. The friends nodded in agreement, and Almas, who was in his room, heard every last word. Their support genuinely touched his heart, even if he wasn't there. It warmed Almas's soul. The next day, having returned to the kingdom, Olmos stood before Raymond and gave his answer. He agreed to accept the offer to become a part of the Rose family. Raymond lit up with joy and said that Albus now had to call him Dad. Albus was taken aback and replied that it was too soon for him. Raymond laughed and said he was just joking. Father approached. Their merry moment was interrupted by the king, reminding them that they had important matters to discuss. Tetra was supposed to leave with Boso Ash Perm, an important figure in the remaining Ash family. She had to learn from him in order to understand how to live in a noble family. Tetra agreed to the task without hesitation. Raymond immediately took Almas by the hand and led him away. They had a lot of things to attend to, and Almas almost groaned, joking that his father was already starting to torment him. Raymond threw a stack of scrolls on the table. That's how Alma's new life began. The first task was to study etiquette. Raymond explained that many nobles couldn't even write properly, and etiquette is not so much about formality, but about knowing how to speak correctly. In this, Almas already had an advantage. For this, Almas thanked Tetri. Raymond nodded in approval. If that's the case, Almas can relax a bit, but without fanaticism. In a month, a big festive meeting was waiting for him, and by that time he had to be fully prepared. The day of the event arrived very quickly, and the capital came alive with a special life. The streets were decorated, music sounded in the courtyards, and joy prevailed. The main reason for the celebration was to officially welcome Almos to the Rosais family, but at the same time, it was also an opportunity to celebrate the safe return of Tetra Ash. It was not just an official reception. The event became a real national holiday, as people from different parts of the kingdom arrived for this event. Raymond reminded Almas that his duty was not only to be noble, but also to remember that he was the son of Griffon. Almas nodded seriously. He understood everything. This was not just a party, but a real symbol. The square was crowded. Aristocrats and influential families gathered here, communicating and exchanging polite words. He had almost completed his task. He was making his way through the crowd, talking to people, smiling, nodding, listening attentively and responding. Tethera noticed him across the square and smiled slyly. He was managing to hold on, but fatigue was already taking its toll. Eventually, Mai pulled back a little to rest. A moment of silence ensued. Then he heard a familiar voice. It was Yuria. She said that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. Almas was slightly surprised. This was the first real conversation he had had since arriving in the capital. Yuri agreed and confessed that she still couldn't believe how much everything had changed. Almas had now become her cousin. Tatra turned out to be Princess Popolu. All of this was making Yuri's head spin. Almas said it was a long story. Then he was silent for a bit and asked about what had been bothering him for a long time. How do people really treat him now? As one of the Rowe family, Yuria replied more softly. Everyone is glad to accept him. Her father, Uncle Raymond, and she herself had always spoken well of him, but then she cast a glance at one particular group of people, and almost immediately looked closer at them. She pointed to the Biblia family. According to Yuri, they didn't like what was happening. It annoyed them that Almas, who was born an ordinary person, became an adopted member of the royal family. They also viewed Tatra with suspicion, probably thinking that the story of her origin was a fabrication. And what was even worse was that they didn't like how the Rowe clan was gaining power. relying on the spiritual authority connected to the Griffin's legacy. And when the return of the Tetrases gave a boost to the revival of the Ash clan, it was already too much. He almost noticed it. About a third of the influential family that didn't show up that day belonged to the biblical group. It was quite indicative. Something occurred to him, and he turned back to Yuria. If he wasn't mistaken, wasn't she supposed to read the Bible? Yuri immediately darkened. She sharply asked, "What's wrong?" He almost changed his mind and said that he was simply curious what she thought about this arrangement. Her expression changed. Irritability turned into real annoyance. She stamped her foot and muttered a few times that she couldn't stand Rhyhor. She just hated him, and if Almas ever met this man, she was sure he would understand everything. Almas nodded, showing that he understood everything. Yuri let out a quiet sigh, almost imperceptible among the cheerful noise around. She whispered quietly to herself that it would be good if she were engaged to Almas, but her words were drowned out by the noise of the crowd. He almost heard her, asked if she had said something. Yuria quickly replied that nothing, hiding emotions in her eyes. Before the others could say anything, Tethra appeared and called out to Almas. She took him to meet an important person, Boros Ash Perem, the head of the Perem family, a branch of the Ash clan, who was now supposed to teach Tetra the rules and customs of the nobility. He was about to introduce himself, but suddenly became flustered when Boros unexpectedly burst into tears. The elderly nobleman cannot restrain emotions. Boros thanked Almas for defending Tatra. He still blamed himself for not being able to save Legos from King Firma's attack, so Almas's actions deeply impressed him. Therefore, unexpectedly even for himself, Boros stated that from now on, the servants of the Ash clan would swear allegiance to Almas. Surprised, Almas humbly thanked him, but quickly tried to ease the tension in this awkward situation. He handed Boros a handkerchief and gently advised him to wipe his face. Boros gratefully used it, still sniffling a bit. Watching this, Almas pondered. The family from the Bible clearly did not tolerate him, but the servants-in-law had begun to treat him with respect. Slave relationships. Looking at the damp handkerchief in his hand, he barely frowned. Then Boros, as if he had come to his senses, suddenly said something that made everyone freeze. Hadn't he almost married Mary Tetra? Yuri's eyes widened. Tetra instantly raised her hand and covered Boros's mouth, not letting him finish speaking. She gently scolded him. Such things cannot be said in front of everyone. Yuria was still considering everything. I turned to Almas and asked if it was true. Almas admitted that it was. They were indeed going to get married, but they hadn't announced it officially yet. So if the news got out too early, there could be problems. Yuri nodded, making sure she understood everything and wouldn't tell anyone. And then, she smiled gently and sincerely greeted both of them. Neither Almas nor Tetra responded, but Almas looked at her intently, understanding that her kind words signified agreement. Suddenly, someone else approached them. The man had heard that Almas himself had created shogi, and with enthusiasm, he asked to play a game. This simple request immediately sparked a wave of interest. A crowd gathered around Almas again. Everyone wanted to talk to the famous son of the Griffin. Among the crowd and the noise of conversations, Almas noticed how Yuri was walking away without looking back. Later, when they were riding along the winding road back to the village, the night wind pleasantly refreshed them after a hard day. The silence was broken by Tetra. She confessed that she had not even imagined that their visit to the capital would drag on for a whole month. Time had flown by unnoticed. Almas replied that now everything would calm down. The main events were already behind them, so they would be able to return home more often. He became curious about how things were going for everyone in the village. Tetra smiled at this thought, but when she looked back, her gaze suddenly became stern. Behind them, Artolo was swaying in the saddle. It was clear that he was drunk. She threw a question at Almas, whether he had noticed this. Almas turned around and frowned. Artolo was muttering something to himself. He discontentedly said that he had thought Almas would be rising up the noble stairs gradually, but instead he had jumped over everything and become a royal person. Could they even understand how it feels? That's enough from me. He understood everything. He asked Bartolo to step back a bit. Tetra wrinkled her nose and complained that the man stank like a threshing floor. Then she muttered quietly, whether there was any point to Bartolo at all. She barely shrugged her shoulders and turned back to her thoughts. He hoped that all the residents were doing well. Tetra said that she just wanted them not to quarrel with each other. But Bartolo just shook his head and told her straight out that it was most likely impossible. A lot of new people had arrived suddenly, and their leader had disappeared for a whole month. It was as if an invitation to trouble. And then, and as if on cue, they heard a sharp cry ahead. Someone was ordering to stop and shouting that it was not her parents. Having barely heard the voice, he almost immediately recognized it. It was Liulia, and his heart began to beat wildly. He urged the horse forward and said what everyone felt. Something had happened. They had to hurry. Lulu's voice rang out sharply. She was screaming that the people in front of her were not her parents. The tension in the room rose sharply just as he was about to step in to assess the situation. Soyeon quickly called out to him and Tetra, a sense of urgency in her voice. Soon, Lulu's parents were already on their knees. A tense atmosphere hung in the air. Soyeon and Tetris silently watched the couple who had caused all this commotion. Ron approached and greeted Almos, who immediately asked what was going on here. Ron said that while Almos was away, Lulu's parents had tried to contact their daughter more than once. Despite the previous conversation and the almost clear demand to limit communication for the sake of Lulu's well-being, they still continued to contact each other, which caused problems. He almost turned to those who were kneeling and wanted to ask if they had anything to say in their defense. Lulu's mom, almost in despair, begged to think again. But he immediately pointed out a simple and obvious thing. Their very presence causes Lulu pain. Their reasons did not matter at all, but the fact remained the fact. They had abandoned Lulu. No excuses would change that. Maybe someday Lulu would forgive them, but that was for her to decide. They had no right to interfere in her life again. They needed to come to terms with that. And at that very moment, someone burst into the room. The Earl was very angry. It was evident from his tense face. Without hesitation, he grabbed Lulu's father and asked sharply why they had violated the established rules. When the man tried to explain something, Earl gave him a strong slap. There were already many guests in the room. Then Earl took both of Lulu's parents by the heads and forced them to apologize together with him, bowing. Almos, confident in his determination, finally announced his decision. If the rules are broken again, the guilty will be expelled without any additional chances. The parents, already worried, seriously confirmed that they understood his conditions. And Tolo, who was carefully watching everything, commented on this event. He was curious to see how Almos would resolve the situation, but it turned out that everything was resolved by a refugee named Earl, who acted decisively. Ron asked for an explanation, and almost admitted that it was Earl who had saved the situation. As the village grew, there was a need for order and organization. One set of rules was not enough. Punishments for their violation were also needed. But Olist almost immediately realized that if he himself starts punishing people, especially settlers, this could cause offense and discontent. When Earl, one of his own, took on this role, it helped to ease the tension and resolve the situation without serious consequences. Almos thanked Ron for taking care of the village while he was away. Ron got a bit embarrassed and confessed that most of the issues had actually been resolved by Earl. Almos asked him to try harder. His duties hadn't disappeared just because Almos was absent. Ron bowed his head and apologized. Then he almost immediately turned to Bartolo to find out what he thinks about their defense strategy. Bartolo proposed to dig a moat and ditch around the wooden fence. If the king's troops want to attack, they will have to go along the narrow forest roads, which are difficult to pass. Therefore, they will not be able to bring more than 100 to 200 soldiers at a time. With so many people, this could be crucial. Maybe it's feasible, they almost agreed, but immediately expressed their concern. After all, there are about 100 residents in the village, but only about 40 of them are able to defend themselves. He unfolded the map and mentally sketched out the possible consequences. If the village fell, the enemy would be able to advance further and further on, the capital of Roz. He wondered if the enemy was planning an invasion there, but Tolo thought for a moment and replied, if the enemy is indeed preparing a large-scale attack, the capital will surely notice their movements in advance. But if there were few attackers, the defenders could cope with them on their own. For now, the village was holding out. It was protected by thoughtful actions, vigilance, and fragile agreement among the residents. But danger was already creeping closer. He almost asked Bartoli what his rank was in the army. Bartolo replied that this year he is performing the duties of commander of the military front against the kingdom of Fermo. Both Almas and Tetra were clearly surprised. Almas didn't even hide his surprise, as he had always thought that Bartolo's only ability was to carry alcohol. But Bartolo laughed and confessed that he liked drinking it more than carrying it. Still, though he was in command, he couldn't decide on his own when to cross the border. But his name meant a lot. He was known and respected as a general. Tetra hardly believed that Bartolo, with his carefree behavior and frequent revelries, could be someone serious. Almas thought the same. The image of Bartolo did not match his usual appearance at all. Noticing their doubts, Bartolo decided to offer them a duel with training swords. He was confident that when Almas saw his mastery in battle, He would immediately understand the difference. Almas agreed to the proposal. Tetra asked in surprise if he would really do it. Almas was almost certain. Sooner or later he would have to fight against the king. This would be a crucial test. He thought that if Bartolo was indeed a renowned commander, then a duel in this tavern would show whether the king's defense that he wore could withstand real combat mastery. After that, Almas took a training sword in his hands. Bartolo gave a sign to start, and Almas could attack when he was ready. Without hesitation, he had barely begun the attack, and as soon as his sword touched, it immediately broke in half. The force was so great that Bartol was thrown back and fell to the ground. Tetris watched this in complete silence, briefly glanced at the broken wooden training saber, and calmly remarked that it could not have been otherwise. The wooden weapon had not withstood his true strength. Tolo, stunned, couldn't believe what he had seen and kept asking how powerful it all really was. In response, he almost stomped his foot on the ground beneath him, and that was just the strength of his legs. Barolo recalled how Yuria had once said that it was as if she had almost received a divine blessing. Alma agreed with this and noted, since Bargolo is calmly standing and not confused, it's not enough to just hope for a blessing to defeat such an opponent as him. Bargolo in response admitted that even so, he wouldn't want to end up with Alma on the battlefield. The power he had just seen was indeed impressive. Around Ron, people murmured, wondering if Barolo had really been a soldier. When Barolo nodded, Ron immediately turned to Graham and Roswood, as if asking if they had also heard this. Without hesitation, all three fell to their knees and bowed deeply to Bartolo, begging him to give them the opportunity to join the army. Rose expressed what everyone was thinking. They wanted to become strong enough to fight alongside Almos. Their unexpected determination surprised Almas. He was moved by their confidence. Bartolo, though impressed, remained calm and agreed to soon conduct a training session to assess their abilities. He turned to Almas for approval. Almas smiled, fully supporting his friends and urging them to give it their all. The soldiers stood in formation during training exercises. Yuri turned to Almas and asked what he thought about the army. Almas noticed that since the soldiers were not mercenaries, but conscripts, their combat spirit was surprisingly strong. He drew attention to how harmonious and powerful 1,000 people moving together looked. Almas said that he came to watch, because he heard that Ron and the others were supposed to take a test today. But Yuria interrupted him and explained that the exam was being held together with training, and at that time they were having an archery practice. They watched as the newcomers took part. Almost noticed that everyone is trying, and wondered where the grandmother was. He noticed Graham among the trainees. Ordinary soldiers watched with interest to see if the recruits could hit the target. One arrow flew, but did not hit the center, and this caused disappointment in the eyes of the onlookers. The soldiers whispered to each other that these recruits should be hunters, and at least be able to hit a target. One of the newcomers grumbled that the bow was too big. Another soldier shook his head and said that the recruits this time were somehow weak. He looked at Grem and pointed to a tall, slender guy with narrow eyes. He criticized how Grem held the bow, saying it was wrong and that the arrow would not fly straight like that. But still, he offered Grem to try. Grem did not say anything, looked at the soldier, aimed and released the arrow. The arrow hit the target precisely. The soldier was surprised, but attributed it to the beginner's luck. Grem shot another arrow, and again straight into the center of the target, then another one, and also into the bullseye. The soldiers around him were amazed. Someone among them acknowledged that Grem was indeed a very skilled shooter. Grem nodded and humbly thanked them. Then Yuria noticed that Grem's special bell actually matched his skills. Further on, she pointed to the other side of the training field, where elite knights were training and sparring. They were fully immersed in their games, each partner focused and tuned in resolutely. Among them, they immediately noticed how Ron and Roswood competed with each other. You notice again that they move not like everyone else. He thought their strikes looked powerful and confident. He recalled how in his past life he had learned kendo from the director of the orphanage. Using this experience, he taught the basics of kendo to both Ron and Rosewood. Bartolo noticed Almas and greeted him. Almas noted that while the other soldiers were simply moving in vain, his two students were actually showing strength. Bartolo decided to argue and offered to conduct sparring to determine whose style was better. Almas watched with interest as Ron and Rosewood prepared for the test and cheered them on from the side. Ron was to go first. He introduced himself. One of the soldiers evaluating Ron looked unimpressed. He noticed that Ron was still young and not a formidable opponent at all. The soldier said disdainfully that he wouldn't make things too difficult for him, and offered Ron to try attacking from above. Ron obeyed and swung his sword. The soldier with a sneer goaded him to hit harder, and suddenly something unexpected happened. Ron changed his stance and struck hard. The soldier flew backward and fell to the ground. Ron quickly disarmed his opponent. Yuri was delighted with Ron's victory. Another soldier nearby got irritated and started scolding Ron for taking down the first guy, claiming it was just a warm-up. Ron asked in surprise if they weren't training for combat anymore. An irritated soldier rudely replied to Ron, calling him a cheeky boy and saying that if Ron was looking for a real fight, he would gladly be his opponent. But another soldier restrained him and advised him to just move on to the next match as planned. Rosewood came closer and introduced himself. Upon learning that Rosewood was Ron's friend, the soldier immediately went on the offensive, but, as before, despite an energetic attack, he again failed to achieve success. Rose could have quickly defeated him. The soldiers around were amazed. Another one of them had just been defeated. A huge, menacing fighter emerged from the back and mockingly called the defeated one a shame. He ordered the others to step aside, and himself challenged the opponent to a fight. Having proclaimed himself the strongest after Bartolo, Ron accepted the challenge without hesitation. As time went on, with more and more battles, the soldiers began to understand the harsh truth. They were constantly losing. Whoever was sent forward, Ron and Rosewood proved to be too strong. In the end, the others gave up, realizing that it was impossible to defeat them. Even if everything was misunderstood, the results were hard to take at face value. He glanced at Bartolo, and an exchange of glances took place between them. In Almas's mind, Bartolo believed that the reason for their strength was Ron and Rosewood's natural talent. Almas himself thought that it was all due to the weakness of the knights. However, the situation still seemed strange to him, and this feeling did not give him peace. He turned back to Uriah, feeling that something was not right here. Yuri, stifling her laughter, apologized and said that she just had fun because of Almos's shocked reaction. She realized that he still didn't understand anything. When Almos asked what she meant, Yuri offered to explain everything and led him to a quiet place not far from the capital. She showed him the scheme and revealed the truth. His blessing for the king had changed. Initially, this blessing only strengthened physical strength if more and more people recognized him as a leader. But over the last year, this blessing had become different. Now this power was also affecting those who had sworn allegiance to Almas. Although their growth was not as powerful as Almas's own, the boys devoted to him became physically stronger, and the girls gained better magical abilities. Uriah asked if this explained the strange things Almas had noticed earlier. He agreed. This could explain the unusually strong boys in the village and other unclear cases. He liked that no one had been ill for many years. Yet he said that he had not forced anyone to swear allegiance to him on purpose. That's why he didn't understand why she was telling him about it now. Yuri confessed that at first she didn't want to say anything, thinking it would be funnier if Alexei figured it out himself. But it didn't happen, so she told him everything. She felt that the time had come. She told about her engagement to Ryger de Beaulieu, and said that she would soon marry him, and also to give birth to the next heir to the throne, as this was supposed to be a turning point in her life. This was her only chance to speak out frankly. Noticing that her face didn't change, Yu walked away in disappointment. She had expected him to be more surprised. She said that if she stayed with him even a little longer, she wouldn't be able to restrain herself and would change her mind. That's why she warned him. This was their last meeting. Uriak is with you. He was almost bewildered when she hugged him tightly, her eyes sparkling with tears. She confessed that she had fallen in love with him, but she understood that their love would never come to be. She asked him to take care of Tetra, and with a trembling voice, made one final request, so that he would always remember who his first kiss was with. It was Uriah. The king looked stunned, for he had seen something unexpected. Neither Yuri nor Almas had even suspected that the king and Raymond had been watching them from a distance. The king quietly closed his eyes, lost in his thoughts, while Almas was still unable to come to his senses and understand what had happened. The king sternly ordered Raymond not to tell Uriah anything extra. Raymond agreed but still couldn't help himself and shared his thoughts, noting the obvious. Even the king should understand that Almas is the better choice. Sympathize with Yuri, understanding how hopeless she feels now. Any woman would be frightened if she were forced to marry a man who was said to have murdered his first wife. Raymond boldly proposed, if the king truly desired his daughter's happiness, he should allow her to marry Almos. Raymond also believed that Almas's appointment as king would help to centralize the kingdom better, especially if the king would favor it, and Yuri would get his personal joy. But the king, who soberly assessed the political situation, began to resist. He doubted how many influential aristocratic families would actually support Almos if such a decision were announced. No doubt the Debil family would have definitely started a rebellion, especially Rehor Debil. He would have definitely not put up with such a decision. A civil war would be inevitable, and it would so weaken the kingdom that it would be easy for external enemies to destroy it. Raymond objected, saying it was better to cut out and disinfect the rotten piece than to leave it to poison everything around. The king did not deny, but said that it was too early to decide anything. He acknowledged that in fact there are only two options: Almas or rigor. Raymond reminded him not to forget about it. After some time in the village of Almas, he was working when Tetra approached him and inquired about what he was doing. He almost hesitated for a moment, and then decided that he could tell her. He was making gunpowder. In his thoughts, he recalled that gunpowder first appeared in ancient China as the earliest known chemical explosive. Although technical progress often amazed with its achievements, it often brought a lot of trouble. In his past life, he saw it more than once. That's why he decided not to bring modern military technologies into this new world. But due to the threat from King Firm, he had almost no choice. Considering the manufacturing capabilities of the Adelna Peninsula, he decided to try to create a weapon similar to the Tetsuao. It was one of the first explosive devices used in the war. Tatra hugged him from behind and asked how it was done. Mai almost explained. It required coal, sulfur, and potassium nitrate. He himself made charcoal, carefully selecting the best pieces. The yellow crystal in his hand is sulfur, of which there is a lot on the peninsula due to small volcanoes. And he mined saltpeter in the old way from the ground. What he did? He took black earth from under the floor, put it in a jar with water, boiled it with charcoal, filtered everything through homemade paper and left it to dry. This was enough not for large production but for small needs. Tetra confirmed that it was indeed a weapon. She asked to show how it works. Almost explained that the device was not yet refined and could be hazardous, so he asked her to step back. Then he struck the rock to activate it. A loud noise rang out, and Tetra immediately covered her ears with her hands. He almost added that even in small quantities, this mixture has great power and a loud sound. If you collect a lot of it and pack it into a container, you can easily injure or even kill. Even without any casing, the mixture explodes when ignited. Tetra was like a needle. He almost added that if small fragments, pebbles, iron pieces, or ceramics are added to the mixture, it can be deadly dangerous. All that was left was a reliable ignition system. Then he turned to Tetra and asked if she could create a magic circle that would generate fire. She replied that making a spark is very simple. Almas asked her to make a few sparks. In a month, Almas arrived and greeted Bartolo. Bartolo sincerely welcomed him and asked what had brought him here. Almas said that he was currently developing a strategy to defeat King Firma. He asked Bartolo if he was familiar with the concept of phalanx. Bartolo replied that he had a general idea of it. It's almost settled. A phalanx is a battle formation where warriors moved forward in dense rows, using shields and spears. Each soldier held a shield in his left hand to protect himself and his comrade on the left. This meant that the right side of the formation was usually vulnerable, so the best warriors were usually placed there. Almas asked if this was true. Bartolo confirmed and added that such battles often turn into competitions where both sides just try to defeat each other. And here morale and chance are very important. Then Almas suggested attacking the weak sides of the phalanxes with cavalry. Bartolo agreed that this was a good idea, but explained that in reality, it's not that simple. Although the syrup that Almas proposed was a real breakthrough, it did not mean that anyone could quickly become a good horseman. So Almas proposed a different approach. If it's hard to break through the enemy's ranks from the flanks, you can force them to concentrate their forces on the left flank in order to expose a weak point on the right and take advantage of it. And Tolo quickly understood the idea and praised Almas, saying that it was worthy of a griffin's son. But Almas asked him not to speak like that anymore. He was already tired of hearing it. Suddenly, Bartolo noticed the bottle that Almas was carrying and asked what it was. Almas replied that, in fact, showing this bottle to Bartolo was the main reason for his visit. He invited Bartolo to go with him to show how it worked. They have almost everything ready. Have chosen a tree and started cutting a notch in it. In it, he placed a cylindrical object and lit the fuse. He quickly retreated back and covered his ears with his hands. A loud explosion sounded. The tree fell to the ground with a crack. Bartolos was shocked and almost asked what he thought about it. He was impressed and wanted to understand how Almas had managed to do this. Explain approximately how this device works. Bartolo was very impressed with this powerful new invention and almost began to praise, as always, the descendants of Griffin, but restrained himself. He asked if Almas could make more such explosive devices. Almas confidently replied that it was within his power. Bartolo said that with this weapon they would definitely be able to defeat the firm. Almas agreed because there was no other chance. Otherwise, even bigger troubles were waiting for them. Ortalo noticed that Almas remained as demanding and strict as ever. After that, the preparation went full steam ahead, and thus 2 years passed so quietly. The king sat firmly on his throne as a man approached him and delivered disturbing news. Another noble family defected to the side of the Ash family. Moreover, among ordinary people, there were rumors that they wanted the Ashes to return to power. Firm thought about this with bitterness. It had already been 2 years since Tatra Ash returned, and their kin was restored. The uprising was spreading, and he regretted not destroying her in childhood. Another soldier noted that there were still doubts as to whether Tetra was truly of your lineage. From replied that it no longer mattered. Whether she was genuine or not, she had now become a genuine threat. At this moment, another soldier stepped forward with a scroll. Furim unrolled it and looked at it in surprise when he was asked what it was. He said it was a message from a spy who worked in the kingdom of King Rosa. The report stated that King Rosa had met with misfortune. The soldiers around him were stunned. Fear explained that it was not death, but another attack of his chronic illness. However, it was clear that the issue of the heir was very exhausting for the old king. The king's authority began to weaken. When Rosas lost control, Foma decided that it was time for the invasion. However, one of the soldiers had doubts, recalling that they were running out of supplies. The firm dismissed this concern. Their plan was to obtain supplies by force. If they had a 3-day supply, they would capture everything they needed along the way. He planned to take over the forest and make a surprise attack on Rose's palace. One of the soldiers warned that such a move could provoke the wrath of the Griffin. But the firm disagreed. David had already crossed this forest without incident, so the path was safe. Moreover, due to the influx of refugees, the military noticed a small secret path that can be passed through. Another soldier expressed suspicion. Was the village they had chosen as a stronghold being accidentally protected by Griffin himself? The firm ridiculed such an idea. If it were true, Griffin would have already intervened when they took food from the peasants, forcing people to starve. As nothing had happened, it became clear that the village was not under the protection of the gods. They would simply capture it and use it as a base for an attack on the capital. This would give them both an advantageous position and additional supplies. Solving 2 problems with 1 blow. Then the ruler ordered to summon the magicians of Buddha, and to send a spy both to the village and to the capital. His warriors carried out the order, responding with joyful exclamations of support. In another place, 3 wizards gathered, and each bit a special leaf. They began a ritual they called Writing with the Soul. Having activated the magic circle, their souls migrated into the bodies of birds flying over the village of Almas. One writer noted that the village's fortifications had become significantly stronger, and it was clear that they were made specifically against people. However, it was strange that not a single soldier was visible. Another bird had scouted out a different part. The mage who was recording all of this thought that everything seemed calm and was already preparing to return. Suddenly, an eagle attacked them, and he killed the bird. The wizard was frightened. Why did this happen now? Attacks by wild predators during possession of the body were rare and very dangerous. If the animal that the mage had possessed was dying, then the mage himself could perish. She tried to escape, but suddenly another eagle appeared. Then a third eagle appeared. And this was already strange. Eagles don't fly in flocks. And then he began to think, what if this is the mischief of hostile sorcerers? She thought it was impossible. In such a small village there shouldn't have been even 1, let alone 3. Maybe they were from the kingdom of Rose. Whoever they were, she needed to escape and deliver the message. She had almost reached a safe place. She just had to run to the edge of the forest. An arrow hit her. She and 2 other mages immediately fell to the ground. Returning to the village, Grem announced that he had caught 1 bird. Tetra jokingly sighed, as if offended. She had to swallow a bitter leaf, and Grem was lucky before her, Lulu. Holding the eagle, she laughed and said she was the first to start the attack. Soye and Chandan claimed they were the second. Lulu and Grem gave each other 5. After that, Soy expressed concern. Is it really right to kill birds? Now the company will definitely perceive them as enemies. He almost wanted to say that it's too late to think about it, because even the spies sent here have proven they are already considered enemies. He had already taken action. Sent Earl to the court of King Rose to report the event and ask for reinforcements. The Earl had received a fast horse and was almost certain that he would return quickly, if everything went well. It was at this moment that a rider appeared in the yard. Ron exclaimed that the Earl had already returned. Earl, gasping, reported that King Ro had indeed shrunk down due to a prolonged seizure, and had made it here without a single stop. He almost handed him water and asked about reinforcements. Earl replied that they would arrive no earlier than in 3 days. Almost wondered why such a delay. Earl explained that the king's troops had left immediately after the fall of Rose. But strange actions of neighboring kingdoms and disloyal nobles had appeared. It seemed that the enemy wanted to divide Rose's forces and plunge the capital into chaos. The Earl conveyed Raymond's words. It was necessary to delay the firm's army for at least 3 days. Almas, who didn't like the way Earl imitated Raymond, told him to stop copying his father's manner of speaking. In fact, Almas would very much like to send 500 people straight from the capital. Ron rushed into the room and urgently called Almas. He reported that he had already checked the black powder storage and there were no problems. Rosewood added that they had enough food and weapons. They were fully ready for battle at any moment. Almas and Tethra exchanged serious glances. Without hesitation, Almas ordered Ron and Rosewood to gather everyone. They decided to defend their village. And meanwhile, in the very heart of the kingdom of Kinga, there was tension. The king had just learned disturbing news. The voodoo sorcerers he had sent on reconnaissance had not returned. This was a surprise for him. Various thoughts began to spin in his head. Maybe they were ambushed by some wild animal, or maybe something even worse. And suddenly, they were caught by the voodoo master from the Kingdom of Rose? One of the soldiers asked cautiously, although everyone knows that the adopted son of the king's brother is in those parts. Would the Rosencourt really send such a valuable voodoo master to such a remote village? He thought to himself, maybe in the so-called Griffin village they have already figured out his intentions. But whatever the reason was, he was not going to retreat. He ordered a soldier to send someone to scout again. Something was clearly happening in that village, and he was sure. They had to act further. Whatever the risk was, he would see his business through to the end. In his thoughts, he already saw himself raising a glass to victory in Rose's palace. The soldier came to King Firm and reported that he had gathered 200 warriors as ordered. He asked how many of them should go first. King Firm explained his plan. A total of 3,200 soldiers were to go on the campaign, and this man was to lead 200 soldiers to capture a village. Further, if the opportunity arose, they were to attack the enemy's capital, Ro. If this was not possible, they were to lure the enemy's army into a trap. King Firm himself remained with the other 3,000 warriors to attack the capital from the front. The soldier hesitated, as sending 3,200 fighters meant starting a real war. He emphasized that the Kingdom of Rosaiz could gather up to 15,000 troops. Firm disagreed with his warnings, and the soldier admitted that he was indeed worried. In response, Firm revealed his strategy. He had agreed with Rigorm Dib, the leader of the second most influential family in Rosaiz, that he would not interfere in the conflict in exchange for the crown. This meant that the Dibble family would remain neutral. The discovery stunned the soldiers. The Firm explained everything in more detail. Most likely the Rigor Diablo was not going to remain loyal. He was probably looking for a convenient moment to betray the Firm and make it so that Rosaiz would be indebted to him. Moreover, Rosaiz was already establishing ties with 2 neighboring countries, apparently seeking new allies. According to intelligence, the soldiers of these countries have already taken positions near the borders. In order not to have even more enemies, the Rosaiz family had to divide the army and send part of the warriors to guard those borders. Taking into account the lack of the Bible family and the illness of King Rose, the company calculated that the Ice Kingdom of Ro would be able to gather no more than 10,000 troops, and most likely around 7,000. If 2,000 are sent to each neighboring front, only 3,000 warriors will remain to defend the capital. This gave the company a slight advantage, or at least equal forces. Having heard this, the soldier calmed down. If the difference was only in 1,000 warriors, they were confident in the king's leadership. After all, it was precisely due to such chances that he had already achieved greatness. The army was filled with enthusiasm. They stated that they would soon raise their glasses to victory right in Rosa's palace. Meanwhile, in the village of Almas, the tension was growing. From the walls, they saw the soldiers in the distance. Almas immediately recognized the King Firmus's men. Exactly 200 warriors, just as Soana had said. Soyan asked anxiously what they should do. Lulu suggested attacking with the eagles, but almost immediately told everyone to calm down. Their village was well protected by a moat and a rampart. He also warned that they should not mindlessly use soul riding. This could end in tragedy if they are caught during this. He reminded everyone to act according to the plan. Tatra drew attention to someone who came out of the enemy formation. He almost didn't notice this. King Firm was not there, so someone from the commanders on the spot was giving orders. That man demanded that the gates be opened. When they ran out of food, they surrendered, promising not to harm their lives. He almost threw a glance at Tetra, but immediately loudly refused her request. After that, he ordered everyone to take their positions and prepare for battle. He predicted that the main attack would be right by the gates. so one should be ready there. Ron was perplexed. Why had the enemy attacked the most protected place? In his opinion, it would be better to sneak in or outflank. But almost immediately it became clear. The enemy's real target was the large capital. Their task here was not to win at any cost, but to preserve their forces. If they lose too many people in the battle for the small village, it would jeopardize their main plan. Almost respectfully looked at the advancing soldiers and noticed the weapons they were carrying. Ron was surprised and noted that the enemies were indeed advancing from the front, and asked what the large structure was. Almost explained that it was a battering ram, a weapon for breaking gates during a siege. He also emphasized that the enemy's shields looked very strong, and throwing stones at them would be futile. It wouldn't help. Soyeon pointed ahead with his hand, and suddenly, as the army moved forward, the ground beneath them suddenly collapsed. Suddenly everyone rejoiced when the soldiers fell into a well-concealed trap. It was a trap, just as Soyeon had predicted. She acknowledged that the plan had worked, and Ron was proud that they had managed to strike the first blow. He almost explained that the trap looked just like a pit with sharp stakes, but inside it was also lined with spears, so if someone fell into it, there was no chance of survival. Still, there was hope that more soldiers would fall into other traps. Looking further, they noticed that the enemy was adapting quickly. The soldiers covered the traps with wooden planks and continued to move forward. Tetra noticed how quickly the army was able to cover everything. Ron irritably noticed that the enemy was no longer falling into traps, but showed almost no emotion and ordered Ron to start a stone bombardment. Ron gave the signal, and their side began to throw rocks at the advancing enemy, with him nearly hurling his own with all his might. It turned out to knock down several enemy soldiers. He noticed that he and Ron had enough strength to break through even such strong shields. Teta distracted everyone to the watchtower, where Grem was standing and shouting something. A rumble boomed, announcing that arrows were flying. In an instant, arrows began to pour from the sky. Almas immediately ordered everyone to hide. Shells were simply falling on this territory, but everyone was reassured because they trusted the protective shield that was installed on the fortifications. In spite of protection, groans of pain echoed around as some of the defenders were injured. It was already possible to say that there were losses. Grem said he would deal with the enemy archers himself. When he fired his arrow, the enemies spotted him on the tower and shouted to stop him. In response, large stones flew in his direction. Grem quickly ducked to hide and reported that the continuous hail of stones did not even allow him to lift his head. Ron again raised the alarm. New arrows were flying. Among the soldiers' cries, a real chaos began. All ordered his men to retreat together with the wounded, while there was still an opportunity, and replace them with fresh fighters. He also told Ron not to stop the stone attacks. Ron obeyed and continued to throw stones at the enemy. Soyeon saw that their responses had a weak effect. Instead, the enemies calmly shot at them with bows and gradually gained the upper hand over the defenders. And then the decisive moment came. Ron reported that the main gates have been breached. Near the gates, Grem and Lulu were barely holding off the enemies. Grem informed Almas that they were having a hard time keeping up the defense. Almas remained calm and asked everyone not to panic, assuring them that everything would be all right. It was then that Tetra urgently called out to him. Almas replied that he already understood the situation. Enemy soldiers formed a tight formation and started hitting the village gates with a battering ram in unison, shouting 1-2 in sync, and these cries echoed with every blow. The waves struck rhythmically, pounding against the wooden gate, which groaned under this relentless pressure. Behind the soy gate, she cried out to Almas, warning that the gates would soon fall if they were beaten a little more. Almas calmly replied that it was not time yet. They had to hold on a little longer. Tetra calmed him down. Her voice was tense but confident, and said that it was almost time. There was very little left. Enemy troops began to gather closer, clustering right in front of the gates, as the battering ram struck with increasing force. Almas realized the moment had come and shouted to Ron to give the signal. Ron raised the flag high up and waved it energetically. In another part of the village, Rhea spotted a flag and shouted to Rosewood that it was the same signal. Rosewood didn't hesitate and started the arson. The crackling of sparks was heard. An instant later, a deafening explosive wave resounded, and the battlefield shook from the powerful roar. Closely gathered enemy soldiers vanished in an instant. They were consumed by the explosion. Lulu exclaimed joyfully from victory. Tethra looked at Almas, and he confirmed that everything was 100% successful. Although the operation was carried out according to a plan personally approved by Bartolo, he almost admitted that there was no time or opportunity to check everything in advance. It was a risky move, but it paid off. He almost recalled how this plan emerged. The essence of the strategy was to dig a deep pit near the only gate of the village, effectively turning the village into an island surrounded by a moat. At first, Bartolo was worried. If the gate was blocked by a moat, how would people be able to enter and exit the village? Almas explained that they would make a camouflaged bridge, a wooden platform covered with a layer of earth to make it look like solid ground from the outside, although it is hollow inside. A tunnel is made under the gate, which leads from this void into the village. In this hidden void, they laid a large amount of explosives and jugs filled with oil. When the enemy gathered at the gates, all this was blown up with one powerful explosion. The goal was simple: to destroy the enemies and not let them break through further. Let the enemy attack. The defenders were ready. In our time, the air was thick with the smell of smoke and explosives. Ron instinctively covered his nose, noticing the charred remains, and scattered debris turned the battlefield into a real horror. Everything looked as if hell itself had burst out. Suddenly, an enemy soldier emerged from among the debris, lifted a large log and was about to throw it at Almas. Rosewood noticed this and shouted a warning. Almas quickly turned around, raised his shield and struck the enemy strongly. Then he quickly delivered a kick and knocked the attacker to the ground. Ron rushed to Almas and asked if everything was all right with him. Almas, having caught his breath a bit, replied that everything was fine with him, but then corrected himself. He said it was too early to relax. First, you need to make sure that none of the survivors pose a threat anymore. Only then can you help. Amidst the chaos, he barely heard someone coughing. Turning towards the sound, he saw a familiar man. There was something familiar in his voice. He had heard it before, almost approached and asked if this man was the commander of the enemies. The man was silent, but Almas calmly and coolly presented him with an ultimatum. Either tell everything you know, or say goodbye to your head. The choice is yours. The man realized that there was no way out, sighed, and he said that he understood everything and would tell almost everything. In the palace of Rosés, a real chaos reigned, and Raymond stood in the very center of the chaos. For 2 days, his brother had been bedridden with illness, and since then, no good news had arrived. The atmosphere in the palace was becoming increasingly tense. It was at this moment that Raymond was brought a letter that fully confirmed his worst suspicions. The sender wrote that he would not be able to provide military assistance, as all his forces were currently occupied with the defense of his own land. Enraged, Raymond tore the letter to pieces and called Ryger Dibble a coward. One of the soldiers next to him tried to assure that Rigger probably didn't want the kingdom to fall either, but Raymond was convinced that Rigger was simply using the current crisis to boost his political authority and gain an advantage from the situation. Raymond cursed again, but immediately thought that this could also play to their advantage. If they managed to cope with this challenge without the help of the Dibble clan, it would greatly reduce their political influence. At that moment, a soldier rushed into the room and urgently summoned Raymond. There was news about Almas. Raymond immediately got nervous, fearing the worst, but this news just stunned him, and it was a pleasant surprise. Almas managed to successfully repel the attack of the king's army, which had already entered the Romalia forest. And not only did he defeat the enemies, but he also captured one of their generals. In Almas's village, no one was killed. There were only light injuries, while the king's side lost 180 people and several more were injured. Raymond could hardly believe what he had heard and asked if the soldier was not joking. He had only hoped that Almasi would be able to delay the enemy, not defeat them. It was an unexpected and huge victory. Without hesitation, he ordered Almas to be summoned immediately so that he could personally hear the full report. When Almas arrived, he reported what he had been able to learn from an enemy officer who had been taken prisoner. Raymond immediately realized that the king's troops had caught Firma by surprise. Then almost immediately the conversation switched to another topic: how many warriors they can actually gather. Raymond's estimated that if he was given 3 more days, he would gather an army of 7,000 people. But if they subtract the troops they've already sent to guard the borders with neighboring countries, they'll have only about 3,000 soldiers left. That's exactly what King Firm must have calculated. I almost understood everything, and asked them to tell me more about King Firm's forces. Although both armies had almost the same number of soldiers, Robert Firm was no ordinary commander. He had a real military talent, and a battle with him on equal terms almost certainly meant defeat. It became almost immediately clear that Firm was the kind of strategist who didn't enter a fight unless he was sure of victory. This meant that Firm already felt stronger in this war. Raymond added a bit more information. The King's Firm army was equipped with metal weapons and armor, as they were helped by the powerful De Morg Empire. In comparison, Rose's forces were significantly weaker. Raymond had a lot to say or be outraged about. but all he could do was move forward and gather troops. And then suddenly, something unexpected happened. Raymond appointed Almos as commander to stop the advancing army of King Firma. Almos was surprised, looked uncertain and worried. Raymond reminded him that it had been 2 years since Almos became part of the royal family. Surely he had already learned the basics of military strategy. But Almos objected that it was too reckless to give command to a person whose first battle was only yesterday. Raymond reassured him, explaining that Bartolo and Boros would serve as sorts of deputies. They would be responsible for all major decisions on the battlefield. In fact, Almasu wouldn't have to make anything too important. Even Raymond, despite all his confidence, wouldn't trust such an important matter to an inexperienced person. At last, Almos understood everything. This appointment was just symbolic. Raymond wanted to give him the position of Supreme Commander only in words, in order to have a reason to control the Ash Clan troops. And in fact, the actual command will pass to Bartolo, because he had experience and knowledge. To maintain the political balance and take into account the interests of the Ash Clans, Boros will be given the same power as Bartolo. Almos thought that the decision to put Boros and Bartolo on an equal footing was very wise. After all, if someone had been singled out, unnecessary disputes would have arisen. He bowed low to Raymond and sincerely acknowledged that this was indeed an excellent decision, both politically and for the military balance. Raymond smiled and joked whether Almos had now become more favorable to him. Changing the subject, Almos said that several people from his village had come with him because they want to take part in the upcoming battle. Raymond agreed without objection, saying that now everyone would need guards anyway, and in their situation, any help would not be superfluous. He informed Almos that he would stay in the palace to manage everything from there, and Almos needed to prepare immediately and leave with the soldiers. As Almos was about to leave, Raymond gave him one more piece of advice: not to get killed. He was a bit surprised at first, but heard these words and promised to come. In the village, everyone gathered together. Almos announced that he had been allowed to take them with him, but once again asked if everyone was really sure they wanted to participate in the battle. Tatra silently looked back. Ron was the first to respond, saying that his place was always where something was almost happening. Soyeon also shared. She didn't want to kill anyone, but she also couldn't just watch others die without doing anything. When Ron turned to Rose for an answer, she said confidently that the question didn't even need to be asked. Rosewood confidently stated that this time he wasn't going to stay behind as just someone who works with explosives. He would be going out onto the battlefield with everyone else as a real cavalryman, and almost immediately asked Ray what she thought about it. She said again that although she doesn't have any voodoo powers, she is very strong, the best rider of all and only slightly inferior to Rose in handling a spear. She reminded Almos that he had once freed her from slavery, and now she wants to fight alongside Rose to repay him. Rose was so touched that she couldn't even say anything. Lulu added that they feel the same. To this, Graham remarked that their response was too brief and vague. Alma sincerely thanked everyone, and then Earl confidently stepped forward and stated that he also wanted to join the battle. But Alma shook his head disapprovingly and said that he couldn't go with them. Earl asked in surprise why he was being left out. Almas explained that Earl has another important task: to return to the village, tell everyone about the events, and take care of the prisoners and those who remained. Now the adults are watching over the village, but if something unforeseen happens, Earl must take a horse and immediately report it. Earl mentally sighed, suspecting that Almas is again entrusting him to ride back and forth endlessly. He almost admitted that they had worked together for only 2 years, but he really trusted Earl, which is why he was entrusting him with this important matter. Earl was very touched. Nelt swore to serve Almas until the end of his life. Almas was confused and recalled that he had asked Earl not to follow him, but to return to the village. He sighed in annoyance and muttered quietly to himself, silently praying that everyone would survive the upcoming battle. On the same day, the army set out on a campaign. Almas, while talking to them, asked where they were heading. Artolo explained that the place was chosen due to the information they received from a captured enemy general. They were heading to where they expected the enemy to appear, and then Tolo jokingly asked if their young commander was not getting nervous yet. Almasi almost admitted to asking Bartolo not to tease him. Bora immediately reassured him, saying that Almasi should not worry. They fully support him. Bartolo agreed and advised Almas not to interfere in military affairs, but to trust them. Boros added that all that was required of Almas as a commander was to ride a little, sit calmly in the saddle, and return alive. Bartolo leaned over and quietly reminded Almas, if he showed his anxiety, it could quickly affect the soldiers as well. Almas looked at the marching warriors and understood that Bartolo was right. So, keeping calm and confident, along with 3,000 Rosai fighters, They moved forward into the unknown. As Almas's army approached the area where King Firm's main forces were waiting, both sides were already almost face to face. Everyone felt the tension before the battle. Almas approached Bartolo and simply said that although he could no longer give loud orders on the battlefield, he was still able to fight. He offered to go to the front line and take part in the battle. Bartolo immediately rejected this idea, calling it absurd. Raymond had already told Bartolo not to put Almas in danger. Almas understood why Bartolo was worried, but still asked to make an exception this time. Bartolo paused for a moment. He thought it through carefully before finally agreeing. He decided that, having almost extraordinary strength in his hands, he would be able to easily repel enemies just by swinging his spear. Almas sincerely thanked him. At this moment, someone lightly touched Almas's hand. It was Tethra. She reminded him not to do anything rash. Almas smiled and indicated that he had understood everything correctly. Bartolo, observing what was happening, interrupted their conversation and pointed to the end of the line, reporting that a girl voodoo mag was coming from that side, from their village. Almas was taken aback for a moment. Could he mean Soyan? At this moment, Soy joyfully clapped her hands. She had spotted enemy soldiers. She immediately reported where they were, just a few hours' walk away, to the left of their course. She confidently reported this to the commander-in-chief. Bartolo looked at Soyana and asked Boros if there was any news from the other wizards. Boros replied that nothing had been heard yet, probably because Soyana had moved far ahead of everyone. Bartolo observed that Soy and Truly were wonderful wizards, and almost responded vaguely, roughly agreeing. Raymond, watching from behind, noticed that the decision to take Almas was very correct. After all, together with him, they received experienced voodoo sorcerers and soldiers. He laughed loudly at his own joke. Almas turned to Bartolo and half-jokingly said that they should not treat his people as if they were some kind of additional prize at a children's party. But realizing that Bartolo was unlikely to understand such a hint, decided not to continue the topic. Returning to the present, Bartolo reminded everyone that today they would definitely go into battle. He told Almas to make sure he was morally ready, almost confidently nodding. Up ahead, the rumble and loud roar of the army could already be heard. The soldiers of Firm were chanting battle slogans. Almas, listening in, noticed that the main army of King Firm had a very high morale. Bartolo explained that this was the usual way of doing things for King Firm. He put his soldiers in such a position that if they did not defeat the enemy and take their supplies, they would be left hungry. This was a deliberate plan to bring them to despair and force them to fight with their last strength. It can even be said that he acknowledged, yes, this trick was ruthless, but it really worked. Soon the cavalry of King Firma's army appeared. Tetra noticed that this time the cavalry was on both sides. Lulu added worriedly that although it was expected, there were obviously many more enemies than those who had attacked their village. Almas reassured them, saying that after the previous victory, their army had become even stronger. At this moment, Barros turned to Almas and officially asked him to give the order as the commander-in-chief. Almas agreed to answer yes. He ordered the troops to form up as they had previously agreed. The military quickly took their places. Tethra, who was already standing next to him, inquired about their plan. He almost admitted that he himself didn't know. He just gave the order, because it was his duty as the commander-in-chief. After that, he turned to Bartolo and said that now was probably the time for Bartolo to tell them what their actual strategy was. Bartolo blinked in surprise and asked about the strategy, then smiled half-jokingly and said that he thought Almas already knew it. It was the very same combat strategy that Almas himself had come up with 2 years ago. Suddenly he understood what Bartolo had meant and asked again to be sure. Bartolo confirmed it. Yes, that was the very strategy they were discussing. He reminded Almas that finally they would show the enemy what they had achieved in 2 years of preparation. Above the battlefield, an enemy rider soul skillfully observed everything from a height. It was one of their sorcerers. Meanwhile, on the side of King Firm, one of the soldiers handed the commander a document with a scheme of the Rosai army's location, noted from the air. The King of Firms carefully reviewed the scheme. He noticed something unusual. The army of Rosai concentrated a significant portion of its troops on the left flank. Usually, the right side of a heavily armed warrior is vulnerable, because it's harder to defend with a shield. That's why most armies, including the Firms, always reinforce their right flank with their best fighters. But now, in the battle line before him, Rosai's army had done the opposite. One of the soldiers even expressed a guess that Rosai was afraid of a repeat of the past, when the Firm's squad stood on the right and smashed their ranks. Then the king of the Firm understood their tactics. Enemy forces gathered in large numbers on the left flank, trying to quickly break through the right flank, where King Firm himself stood. The king recognized it as an interesting idea. but considered it no more than a trick. Firm was convinced. No tricks would break a proven strategy. The focus on the left flank alone made Rose's right flank even weaker, in his opinion, making the team vulnerable and easy to break through. They felt confident, because the victory in this battle was already on their side. Having made the decision, King Firmus ordered the attack. His soldiers moved forward. Let's return to the topic of line size. Boros noticed the enemy's movement and asked the commander what to do next. Olmos reacted almost instantly and ordered the army to attack. The soldiers rushed forward, and Ron didn't hide his concern. This battle was completely different from how they had defended the village before, so what would happen now? Almas quickly explained. Unlike the siege of their village, the main thing in this battle is an open infantry battle. Their group, where Ron and Almas were, stood to the left of the heavy infantry, led by Boros and Bartolo. Both sides placed cavalry on the flanks, but the cavalry and infantry moved at different speeds. This meant that the first to clash would be the cavalry units of both sides. Whichever cavalry proved stronger at the beginning of the battle would gain the advantage. It was this first collision of horsemen that could decide who would control the battlefield. The success of their left flank depended mainly on two people, Rosewood and Rhea. He relied on them. Ron calmed down because with these two on the field, he believed they would succeed.